And we're back, Paul. How are you?
I'm good. Good afternoon and welcome to day 2 of the 2021 Scottish Election Special here on Independence Live, where again we'll be bringing you all the excitement and drama from what has been described as the most important election since the reconvening of the Parliament in 1999. We'll be taking a look at the results from yesterday, what impact they may have for today's results, and indeed what they will actually mean for the Yes movement going forward. We'll of course again be bringing you full coverage live from here in the Emirates Arena in the east end of Glasgow, as well as the action from across the country. And again we'll be joined by a number of special guests to discuss the results as they flow in, as well as some very special live performance from the excellent Sheena Wellington. Of course, Sheena requires no introduction, but many of you will be most familiar with that performance from Sheena during the opening ceremony of the Scottish Parliament over 20 years ago, so definitely not one to be missed. You can of course find full details of our schedule via the Independence Live What's On guide, which you can access on whatsonguide.scot, and from here you'll find all the information regarding any details of our upcoming shows across the Independence Live network and indeed on Indy Live Radio. We'd also love to hear from you watching at home. Again, let us know what your views are on yesterday's results, what's happening in your local area, and for you what this means for your local community and indeed for any Yes groups that you may be involved in. As always, you can contact us using our social media platforms using the hashtag #IndyLiveSE21, so that's INDYLIVESE21. And just before we move on with the show, just a reminder that although it's always a pleasure to be bringing you all these excellent shows and events across the country and indeed across the world, we'd like to remind you that Independence Live is a voluntary organisation which supports all parties and none, as well as community organisations not only across Scotland but across Europe. However, we're only able to provide this service by your support, and as such we would ask that if you can, please support us via our Spring Crowdfunder campaign, which you can access via the https://tvl.ink/crowdfunder. But we understand this has been a very, very difficult year or so for everyone, but again, if you can, and only if you can, please support us, because every penny almost makes it definitely counts. So, over to Mr. Independence Live himself, Kevin Gibney. Kevin, how are we feeling today?
To be honest, I'm always nervous just doing a production of any sort when I start off. So yeah, I'm feeling very good. I was just checking the score there. We're running score and it's 43-9. So, but that's going to really change with especially the members list vote coming in.
So again, Kevin, just for everybody watching at home, particularly people who never caught our coverage yesterday, just give us a reminder again of how this works.
Okay, well if you're watching the stream, you'll see down the bottom we've got Scottish Elections 21 and the score, right, and it says 43-9. On the Scottish flag to the left, that's all the pro-Indy parties. The other side, as you could imagine, with the big Union Jack and Boris Johnson's face, you might have gathered that's the unionist parties. And so each party, there's 3 columns, is totals they've got. For example, if you look at the SNP there, they've got 43, and that's broken down into 2 other columns. That's the constituency and the regional. Okay, so if you look at the moment, there's 43 total for the SNP, but 43 constituents, because it's all constituent seats they've got at the moment, of course.
Yep.
And so it gives you the percentage beneath of the total.
And again, obviously that's there for people that might not be able to watch our full coverage throughout the day, but at least they can dip in and out and get a quick visual reference.
If you're like me, I just want to know the headlines. I want to know what the score is. But others obviously maybe a bit more detailed. We've also got this the ticker down the bottom that tells what
any updates, news and things like that.
Plus we're monitoring comments on YouTube, Facebook. We've now got Facebook on the scroller to the right. If you look at that, messages coming up. So if the post will come up there. And just to let you know, we do have monitors, right? So if you write in and dodgy, you get banned. You'll go to the sin bin, and depending how bad it is, you could get banned. So
what you're saying is, as always, we've got all bases covered. There's nowhere else to go to get your election coverage in 2021 special.
Exactly. Come on, what more do you want? Score.
No licence, no problem, right?
That's no problem at
all. So just one other point also that's good about that visual reference is people can check against the previous Scottish election results as well. Yeah.
Right. Wait till I show you this. So. I'll get the data up for you. Right, so this was 2016. That's just popped up onto the screen. And so the score for the 2016 was 69 Indy, 60 the other side, right? So we want at least 69 again, don't we?
Well, you know, this is where it gets interesting. This is really, by the time we're leaving here today, hopefully we'll really know the full outcome of what it means, and indeed what it means for the independence movement going forward, because one of the biggest challenges in regards to the Scottish election system, the AMS system, is that many people don't understand it, you know. Many people don't understand it at all. So really it's to find out how the regional votes is going to impact that. Will this give us the opportunity to get that overall majority for the SNP, or will it be the case that we have to resort to the full yes majority, which, you know, is definitely just as advantageous in that. So,
and the Alapa party also comes into play today as well. I'm not sure how well they're doing. I think I did read an article or something with Alex Salmon, and it was, you know, I think it was quite negative. He wasn't expecting maybe any seats. I don't know, but
yeah, well, listen, we'll find out today what happens on that front, because you know, certainly I don't think anyone can call it. The polls haven't been kind to Alba, that's a fact there, but really we won't know until they're announced today of just exactly the impact will be on that. This is
true, and of course the Greens get 6 regional votes the last time, 2016, so they'll be hoping to beat that. And there are some independents out there as well. There's Martin Keating, he's trying to go for an independent seat, but really tough in independence, I would imagine.
Well, okay, so we're just going to shortly cross to some of the speakers who will be helping us throughout today's coverage as well. So we're also joined by Ruth and John, who'll be also chatting to some of our guests throughout the day as well. We're just about to cross over live to these guys just now, if you just stand by. Hi guys, how you doing? We're just going live. Good afternoon. How are we doing, John, Ruth? How's things your end?
It's good here, thank you.
What about you, Ruth? How's things in your side of the world? So, John, obviously we're just we've had some results coming in this morning, but what's your general views on how things panned out from the results that we saw, even coming through late last night?
It looks as if it might be a nip and tuck for any sort of majority for the SNP. It looks almost certain that there will be a majority for independence, and then there's the question of how to describe that, which is, I guess, what a lot of this stuff will be about. It means, of course, that if it is nip and tuck, then the presiding officer will probably be Labour, unless the Greens are willing to sacrifice someone.
So again, John, just also for people watching at home, if you can explain a wee bit more about what that would mean.
Well, I mean, essentially what happens is that the Parliament votes for a presiding officer, and if the presiding officer needs to be neutral, which means, of course, that if the SNP do have not quite the number of seats that they'd hoped for, then they would be required to sacrifice one of their MSPs, thereby reducing their chance of having legislation passed if that legislation is contentious. Now, the most contentious piece of legislation that's likely to appear would be the referendum bill. And one expects, though you couldn't be absolutely certain about this, one expects that the Tories would definitely oppose it. I'm not altogether certain about Labour. I think Labour may take a more judicious approach by abstaining, because that would allow them to appear, as Lesley Riddoch said yesterday, as honest brokers. In other words, for them to lead the no campaign and to say, look, we didn't vote against it because that would have been undemocratic.
So again, obviously, I've heard quite a few from the SNP in various different interviews across the BBC and further afield. You know, they're not ruling out the possibility of SNP still returning the majority. What's your overall feel of that, John? Is that just being ambitious, is that being a politician, or is that still potential in the cards?
I don't think it's the latter, frankly. I think it's sort of whistling to keep up one's spirits a little bit. I mean, anything is possible, frankly, in politics, but there is a vanishingly possibility, in my view, of SNP getting to 65 seats. I think they were pretty much guaranteed to get 63, maybe even 64. But you know, to my mind, this is academic. I mean, I understand why the SNP feel very strongly that they would like to have 65. But I think the electorate has come to the view that, no, we actually prefer you to work with others.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think if you can, and I think this is terribly important, if you could present the will of Parliament, i.e. reflecting the democratic view of the Scottish people as being the issue, not independence per se. In other words, if you put independence to one side and simply say the Parliament exercising its democratic will, endowed by the wishes of the people, wants a referendum, then it becomes an argument between, are you in favour of democracy or are you not?
Sure.
And I think that's a very hard argument to win, to say you're not in favour of democracy, because then it invalidates every single democratic vote that's ever been taken in the UK.
Yeah, so let me just bring in Ruth on the same question. So Ruth, obviously you've had a good night's sleep, taking a ingest all the results that came in from yesterday, and indeed some considerations at how it might turn out today. What's your view overall? How do you see the lay of the land currently? Yeah. Okay, we'll come back to Ruth. I think she's got some issues there with her audio. So John, also just going back to some of the other points that you've got there then, as well as if this overall majority that we talk about, you know, sure, there's no honest party in a democracy that can stand against a majority of pro-independence MSPs in the Scottish Parliament.
Well, I think you have to define stand against. Despite all the rhetoric from Boris Johnson, there's two things that are noteworthy. One is he consistently changes his mind. He relies upon everyone having very short memories. And the second thing is, what can he possibly say? I mean, the likelihood is that what he will probably maintain, and I would expect him to do this, by the way, and I think it might suit Nicola Sturgeon if he does this, which is to say, not now. But then he'll be pressed, because this is the way politics works, he'll be pressed to say, okay, we accept, not now, because Nicola Sturgeon, frankly, agrees with you. She also says not now. So when is it then? Is it next year? Is it a year after? And of course, he doesn't want to give an answer. By not giving an answer, he can't be pressed on the democratic issue. So therefore, it transfers the onus to the SNP, the Greens, and the Scottish Parliament. In other words, they would have to set the pace.
So, you know, taking that point into consideration again, with regards to the whole stance of the Tories, particularly Tories in Westminster, we're basically saying that we're no longer part of a voluntary union at that point, and therefore we can't achieve any route towards the constitutional question through democratic means. So what we're legally obliged to there. What's the general stance of us there? Surely there must be an alternative option on that front, if that's the stance they're so comfortable standing solid on.
Yeah, I think it was always a myth that it was a voluntary union. Right from the get-go, its origins were shrouded in various forms of corruption and skullduggery. But then the cynic would say, well, that's politics. Why would you expect it to be different? So in many respects, it's never been a voluntary union. It's been a union, I would suggest, more of convenience. I think up until recently, Scots participated in the union because it brought a certain number of them enormous advantages. They were able to move to senior positions in India and other colonies and make substantial amounts of money and feel that that affluent lifestyle it was one to which they were entitled, and it was deemed to be one of the benefits of the union. But I think as the union began to collapse, as as the empire began to collapse, as all empires do historically, what happened then was a growing acceptance in large parts of middle-class Scotland. I think working-class people have always taken a more radical view, perhaps, that amongst middle-class Scots, that what was left, the rump of empire, was no longer going to hack it for them.
Sure.
And they had to find some other options. And therefore, we are in a position now where the pretense that the union was voluntary has pretty much collapsed.
Yeah.
And the final seal will be set on that as soon as Westminster acts contrary to the wishes of the Scottish Parliament. And I think that will happen fairly soon rather than later.
Absolutely. I was just going to say, I think it's Ruth back on. We've managed to resolve the technical issues. So Ruth, how are we doing today?
So, well, I'm a lot better now. I can hear everybody. What John's saying is absolutely spot. This kind of sort of union based on a sort of the remnants of a feudal system has always benefited those at the top of the chain. And that's why you can see the difference in sort of social mobility, for example, between Scots who left for New Zealand a century ago and Scots who stayed here. The daughter of a binman in New Zealand could easily be the prime minister if, with no problems. Whereas I remember seeing a statistic somewhere, it was actually somebody from Dorset or somewhere, I think, whose family were still living within a mile of where they had always been and still within the same socioeconomic bracket for the people who had stayed. The people who'd been deported and sent to the colonies as they were had done extremely well and were mayors and so it just the difference between the historic remnants of the feudalism that we still see in Scotland, and we still see it in terms of the way that land ownership is in Scotland, and people like Lesley Riddoch and Andy Whiteman are doing really good jobs and Commonweal doing really good work trying to push through that mentality, the mental block that a lot of Scots have, which has been instilled in us for generations. Those people who argued got deported or sent away or murdered. So it's moving forward. I've been at two very interesting meetings for women with independence, the first with Joanna Cherry and the second with Nicola Sturgeon. And they both have addressed this issue. What do we do if there's no legal route for us to hold the referendum? Now, Mike Russell's bill, the referendums bill, which was unanimously passed in the Scottish Parliament, so every party voted for it, including the Conservatives, that does give us a democratic route. But if democracy is denied us and is seen to be denied to us, then both Joanna Cherry and Nicola Sturgeon said that a democratic event would have to happen for it to be legitimately accepted by the international community. And the democratic event that they spoke about was having an election where the manifesto clearly showed that independence was, that if you voted for that party, you were voting for independence or an independence referendum. And I note with great interest that both the SNP and the Greens have made a significant amount of the publicity has been about this, as indeed has the Conservative Party literature. So within the international community, under the United Nations Rights for Self-Determination, there is a route by which we could achieve independence without a referendum, although a referendum obviously is the ideal.
Okay, so just going back to a bit more about today's results and how we see things, because we'll be moving on. We'll shortly be joined by Sheena. But again, going back to what we think is happening today, so also one of the big stories in the Yes movement is around the impact of Alba and how they will affect the regional votes, and particularly with reference to the areas like the Ayr result, which is also a positive step for the SNP. What we're expecting to see today from overall, John, if we'll start with you, please.
I wouldn't have expected looking at the overall national numbers for Alba, I think they will feel very disappointed today, because a number of polls rather suggested that they might get close to 5 or 6%. The indication so far is it's going to be well short of that. That being the case, it's hugely unlikely they will get any seats at all. What has that had any effect on the SNP vote? I suspect not. Where the SNP did exceptionally well, I mean, in places like Dundee, the Alba vote was immaterial. Where the SNP didn't do so well was in areas where the unionist vote moved over in order to exploit and capitalise on the total unionist vote. So there was Tories who traditionally voted Tory, or people who generally voted Tory, voted Labour. Now, I know that the new MSP, or the ongoing MSP for Edinburgh South, disputes this, but elsewhere it seems to be pretty much the case that there has been swapping and all. I mean, you would expect people to do this. I mean, the cynics call it gaming the system. I would simply say, if I feel strongly about preventing secession, and I feel that candidate A is better positioned to do this, then I shall vote for candidate A, even though I hate their guts in every other respect. That seems to me be perfectly reasonable. It's a democratic decision. People should be able to exercise that if that's what they so wish.
Apologies, John. Just to say, surely we've got to see that as an opportunity missed. I mean, we know for a fact that the unionist parties, certainly in 2016, took full advantage of that by being well coordinated and really worked to their advantage. Now, this was taken on the stance of knowing that they're not going to be successful on the constituency end of things, so they've got a lot more to gain, absolutely. And it's the part that most people, particularly across the Yes movement and indeed further afield, really don't have a full understanding of the MS system, and it's really to the disadvantage. So you're absolutely right saying, you know what, vote for the best candidate that you feel fit. But surely the only way you can see a coordinated success that would allow as many pro-independence candidates into the parliament should be by working together. Because if we were all sitting in one region, John, you vote Green, Ruth, you vote SNP, and I vote Alba, for talking sake, then we'd be as well just not voting at all in the grand scheme of the things, because we were never going to make enough to actually put a challenge towards any other candidates, and we would end up with the same result, with Labour, Tories or Lib Dems actually taking that seat. So would you not see that as an opportunity lost?
I think it depends. I think it depends on what your priorities are. If your priority is independence or British nationalism, then you will make your choices accordingly. And we saw that very clearly yesterday in the Dumbartonshire vote, where Jackie Baillie won, and I watched a Tory party activist go and look at the results and run off with his thumbs up in the air. Now, that's a completely legitimate view for people to have. If their priority is to stop independence, then they don't care who they get into bed with. And you could argue that that's what's happened often with the SNP, is that there's it's a broad church because the priority is people wanting self-determination. But for me, the thought that any Labour Party member might think that Conservative Party values chimed with them, it's very hard for Labour then to show the clear water between them. I think in a lot of ways that's what's gone wrong with Labour down in England, is that they've so lost their values. And actually, for a lot of Tory party members, I suspect that the reason that they feel comfortable voting for Labour is that they don't view Labour as a threat, because Labour actually has moved so far to the right down in Westminster. So I think that I think what we are seeing is the coalescence of the people voting for either national issues as opposed to local issues. But I think also regarding Alba, it's what we are seeing, I suspect, is the raised vote. I think because voter turnout is so much higher, the Alba effect on the SNP vote or the Green vote is negligible. perhaps apart from up in the Highlands and Islands where they look like they might do well. Because 5% is really all you need to be in it for the chance of getting a seat. I think that if you were to look at people shaving votes, then that would be the Greens. But actually, what a lot of people have done, I know that being part of the Yes movement and Yes Network, the National Yes Network, a lot of people for 2 years now, have been looking at the list and saying, well, in areas where we think that the SNP is going to do well, why not give our votes to the Greens? So I think that while Alba has been an interesting side note in this election, and actually has quite a lot of ramifications for some people within the Yes movement, because it seems to be an expression of hurt and pain to go down the route of Alba. So I think that there are issues to be addressed, but I think that in terms of vote numbers, their impact will be negligible, and it will be the Greens that are perhaps placed to take the list seats that perhaps would otherwise have disappeared into the miasma.
John, just on that, anything that's slightly different on that? I know you briefly mentioned before your views with regards to the Alba and the fact you don't really see them making an impact again. Is there anything else you'd want to add to that?
Well, some people have forecast today that this is the end of Alba. I think it's rather the beginning, because as Ruth has said, there's a very odd thing in Scotland, which is that the independence movement is represented up until now by one party, essentially. That's very odd in historical terms. You look elsewhere and look at other countries, there's a whole range of nationalist parties. And dare I say it, and people generally don't want to hear this, but that range is often represented in large measure by right-wing groups. Now, in Scotland, that is not the case. And when I ask unionists, i.e. conservatives, rather than sort of dyed-in-the-wool unionists, why this should be, why is there no right-wing presence in Scotland amongst the nationalist groupings? And their answer is because of the success of SNP. It is such a broad church that it's managed to incorporate people with hugely different views on what form of independence they would wish. So that means that Alba is not an aberration per se, but perhaps an indication that the independence movement has matured to such a degree that it feels able and comfortable to spawn different, slightly different versions. Because if you look at the Alba prospectus, it's another left-wing grouping, a right-winger would say. And we have plenty of those. And the SNP is left of centre. Now we've got Alba left of centre. And they must be concerned that there's no right-wing presence. I think that's only a matter of time. And,
guys, thanks for that. I can certainly see our chat box, lighting up like Las Vegas now. So it's definitely hitting the right spot. So listen, John, thanks again for joining us just now. I know you're going to jump off for a bit, and you'll certainly be joining us later when we've got some other great speakers joining us to have a good chat with. So thanks very much, John. We'll take care and we'll catch you shortly.
Yeah, great time. Take care.
Thanks again. So also, as I said at the start of the show, we're very, very fortunate to be joined with Sheena Wellington. So Ruth, over to you.
Hi, Sheena. Thank you very much for coming along to the Independence Live elections special. It's all happening here. So while we're having a chat, I'll also be keeping an eye on the results coming in, and if there's anything exciting and juicy to chat about, then I shall jump in and interrupt your loquacious flow. How how have you been finding it so far? What are your views on the election weekend so far? I can't hear you.
Issue with your audio there, Sheena.
You might be hit with the same gremlins I had.
Is it better if I go to this audio?
Yeah, that's working.
I can hear you now.
That's fine. Obviously, right. Sorry about that.
No, I had similar earlier.
I'm actually really pleased at how well we've done. I'm disappointed with some of the results. I really did want Joan McAlpin to knock wee Bundale at the park. And of course, obviously I wanted Tony to win in Dumbartonshire, and I just look at that and think, people, I mean, tactical voting is not new. Gordon Wilson hung on to his seat in Dundee for decades because a lot of Conservatives and sort of Liberals voted for him rather than vote for Labour because they wanted to keep Labour out. And so it's not new, but it's still aggravating when you look at it and think, damn it, that's not the real views of the people of Dunbartonshire. But
And yet you could say it is, because more than half of the people, because they got the majority. So
they
I
got the
guess
majority, yeah.
So I guess perhaps you could say that. Although, as a former peace camper, as somebody who spent 2 years living in the mud outside Faz Lane, I feel very passionately that it is absolutely disgusting the way in which Jackie Baillie promotes weapons of mass destruction on their shores, and I have no idea why people put up with it.
So do I. I mean, I think it's appalling that they have this sitting on their doorstep and they seem quite happy about it. And I know there is an economic impact and all the rest of it,
but not that much.
Not that much. And we could get an economic impact by just having a nice little naval station there with boats that we need for protecting our fisheries and all the rest of it.
Exactly. Get shipbuilding back on the Clyde. There's a lot of talk that Faz Lane could end up being actually not just the naval centre, but the military centre for a defensive force for Scotland, which would bring in meaningful jobs. And let's face it, there's going to be an awful lot of work cleaning up the mess that's been left with the radioactive.
Exactly. Yes, it's. But there you go. That
which would be cleaning the place up.
I must admit, there's a result just very recently in which I'm highly delighted about, partly because I've spent the last several weeks stuffing envelopes and labelling on her behalf. Shona Robson is back in Dundee East. It was never actually in doubt, but it's still nice to see it on the board, and great that Joe has also won his seat too.
Yeah, I mean, for me, one of the things that I'm actually really quite sad about looking at the results coming in with it's kind of the electorate giveth and the electorate take, and the system taketh away, because I have been watching the work of Paul Wheelhouse, for example, and Emma Harper in the south of Scotland with great admiration for many years now, and I'm very concerned that because there has been these two very good wins in East Lothian and in Ayr, that might knock our list options off, and so you sort of wonder where that talent then goes if they don't. So I'm going to be watching that. Those are the two that I'm going to be watching.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about the list. But having said that, I just, before I came in, I was watching the BBC coverage, and they did say that the SNP list vote is higher than would have been expected across the board.
That's very interesting.
That might make a difference. The SNP 1 and 2 might have made the difference that people have paid more attention to that, because there's some people that still, after all this time, think that you vote for one party on one vote on one ballot paper and another party on another ballot paper.
I know that where I live in the northeast, there is some logic, because we have never yet won a list MSP, I don't think, in our area. So I know that there's been quite a lot of conversation. There's quite one of the campaign agents that I know that's been going around has been saying that a lot of people have been saying that they're going to give their constituency vote, for example, to Mary Goodjohn and Graham Day, and their list vote to the Greens. So I think that I can see the logic in that. However, in the south of Scotland and the Highlands, it's been absolutely crucial. My little Twitter fingers have been worn out saying to people, both votes SNP in the Highlands and Islands and the Borders is absolutely crucial. And I have to confess that I think there's been a lot of very well-meaning people speaking a load of nonsense, because it is quite complex looking at the maths, and because you don't know what the electorate's going to do, you can't sort of predict what's going to happen. So,
I think that's probably the great thing about having a democracy. You don't know what the electorate is going to do. And the electorate are actually often more savvy than we give them credit for, particularly in working out how DeHont works and all the rest of it. And I've spent the last couple of days saying to people, well, since the results started coming, we've had people saying we should scrap the proportional representation and we should just have first past the post. And I point out to them that if we had started off in the Scottish Parliament with first past the post, we probably would still have had a Labour coalition for the last 21 years, because it was becoming the party of official opposition in 1999, because Labour and the Lib Dems went into coalition. That gave the SNP the chance to show what they could do, that they could be on committees, that they could speak, that they could propose policies, they could oppose policies, and that built up the strength of the SNP as a credible force. So
yeah, I mean, I have to say that I was talking to Lesley Riddoch yesterday. She was on the programme, and she made a very good point about, actually it's the first past the post aspect that's the aberration when you're talking about modern democracies, rather than the proportional representation. I actually have no problem with there being right of centre and left of centre parties being represented, because that's natural justice. You cannot have you can't just you have to have a parliament which represents a diversity of views, and which people can have a legitimate means of expressing their difference of opinion. The biggest problem that we have, I think, in Scotland is that those opposing parties are being directed by somebody in a neighbouring country. And that is what is not normal about the situation.
What's not democratic either, because the people of Scotland should be actually making the decisions. And I'm quite happy about the fact that at the end of things today, there will be a pro-independence majority in the Scottish Parliament. Whether Alba picks up a couple of seats or whether it's just the Greens that actually do it, fine. I mean, somebody said that, your list vote, if you'd had two of them, you could have made curtains for the kitchen. They were huge. And I looked down them, and of course, being a conscientious kind of soul, I went and looked up every single party and ended up thinking, it's amazing how many strange people have managed to get 10 other strange people to sign their nomination papers, or however many it is at the moment. I haven't signed nomination papers for a couple of elections. But these people all had a legitimate right to put their name on the ballot paper. If they could get 10 people and did £500 going spare, they had a right to have their voices heard. And I think Scottish democracy is a much healthier beast than appears to be developing south of the border. And I get this from a lot of my English friends and relatives, that they say, oh, for goodness sake, could you not come down here and stand, get your lot to stand? And you say, well, no, but you're welcome to come up here once we're independent, because most of you have got pretty good skills and we could make use of you. No, the thing I like about having an element of first past the post is that it does give a direct link to your constituency MP. We would, an alternative, a single transferable vote and all the rest of it, you would have a group of MSPs that were all equally yours, and you would have to decide which one you went to for anything that you needed. I have to say that having had occasion to deal with the regional MSPs in Northeast, in our region, I have always found them to be perfectly willing to be helpful, although most of them, I think, know my views. It's not a secret, but they've actually, I find a regional MSP, if you go to them for something, they're quite chuffed to be noticed. And your own MSP, your constituency MSP is up to here with work, and you ask another MSP to do something for you, and they're thrilled to bits to be asked. So. Right.
Yeah, but I think that's one of the arguments, isn't it? Sort of to say, well, actually, maybe it should just be like a GP's practice, where in the old days you had your doctor and you went to see your doctor, whereas now you go to a GP and you sort of get the meld. So I guess that is one argument, that as long as there's enough MSPs that would represent the different array of views, then if they all have if you have the equal right to go and see them, they can't really fob you off, because you're just, so there's sort of swings and roundabouts, but for sure, I think that proportional representation and diversity of view I think it's very healthy for a democracy.
Yes.
And it's just interesting to see it playing out. I would just like to see a diversity of view within an independent Scotland. The thing that I find very interesting, though, and actually quite sinister, and I'm quite surprised that the Electoral Commission has allowed it to happen, although I guess I understand why, is the way in which there are parties which are very similarly named. So you look down, like, so I went with my son to vote for the first, he went to vote for the first time the other day, and he was looking at the peach vote with a list, and there was this mom, and he was trying to work out who everybody was. He said, well, he knew who he wanted to vote for, and there was no possibility of that being confused. But I said, whatever you do, don't fall for the Manky Jacobs plan, because having the independent Greens and the Scottish Greens, and yesterday I fell foul of a mistake. We were hearing about that awful situation in Glasgow where you had the fascists, the Liberal Party doing the Nazi salutes in the middle of the hall with their Star of David. It was just horrific stuff, really ghastly stuff. And I heard it was a Liberal, or saw online it was a Liberal Party, and was saying, oh my goodness, isn't it awful what's happened to the Lib Dems? So you know what I mean? Because my dinosaur brain is going back to the days when the Liberals were the Liberals. Exactly.
And all that,
yeah. But of course they're not the Liberals, and obviously they're taking that name. No, they're neo-fascists. But taking that name and having it must be trying to mop up the unsuspecting who don't know, and it just seems very cynical, and I don't think it's very democratic.
I think the Electoral Commission should be a little bit stricter about what parties are called, because it would be very misleading. The one thing which I thought was good of Humza being tackled in that way was that as soon as it happened, members from other parties, and workers from other parties came straight over.
Yes.
To say, you lot out. We're not having this sort of thing here, which I think is good.
Yes. It doesn't matter where we are in the political divide. The bottom line is nay fascists, like nay passaran.
Left or right, we're not having any of them,
Exactly. But actually that is one of the problems that I have encountered speaking to. I mean, I live in an area which has got, as many of us do, which has got a real range of political views, and I know some of the Tory party activists or former Tory party activists here quite well because they're neighbours, and they no longer support the Tory party. They're not even Tory party members anymore, and they were out campaigning for Tory, for the last few elections, because they are so concerned about Priti Patel and the sort of the neo-fascist way. Now, I'm somebody who spent a lot of time, sort of looking at the history of politics and democracy, and quite frankly, when people sort of look at 1930s Germany, basically in the UK now, what you are doing now is what you would have been doing then. I mean, really, it's when you look at the way in which totalitarian regimes begin to stifle the media, take control of the media, take control of the narratives, start talking about the enemies of the people, start removing democratic rights from lawyers, and all of these things, and there's massive red flags going up for me, and actually talking to Conservative Party members who were saying that they weren't even going to come out to vote. They're not Conservative Party members anymore because they are so concerned by what's happening. And what concerns me is looking at what's happening in England and thinking, this myth about Labour coming to rescue us, it's not happening. So
not happening.
So, but I mean, in your travels, and your many travels, and the work that you do as an artiste, as a creative person, how do you find your ability to cross the divide comes through the work that you do? I remember, you won't remember seeing me because I was but a humble person in the background eating my haggis at a Burns supper in Kirriemuir a couple of years ago. And you told some very funny stories and stood up and sang A Man's a Man for all that. Mm-hmm. And there was, most of the hall was absolutely eating their neeps and humming along with you. But there was one woman I spotted who had a face like fizz. And as you articulated the man's a coof for all that, that kind of the see you on Berkey called a lord. And I thought, oh, she must work at Glams. And so but how do you find that you're able to sort of in your inimitable cheeky and charming and talented way to kind of cross that? Well, I mean, honestly, I'm not given to being I can't use the phrase, but I'm not given to being a sook in that respect. But I've watched it, I've seen it happen. I've been in a room where you have managed to sort of to charm and wheedle and yet slide in a little bit of irreverence and anarchy. And how do you find it on your travels? Because you do, you're a wheel Kent face. You must get access to people who are open to your charms.
I have done Conservative Party burn suppers in my time, Lib Dem burn suppers, Labour Party burn suppers in my time, and of course SNP burn suppers naturally. But I don't know how. You just do as you do. I mean, I'm a professional musician. I will work for who pays me within reason. I mean, I wouldn't obviously turn up for the National Front or any of that kind of nonsense. But I just don't change my attitude. I don't change my style. And if they didn't like it, they're welcome. As my granny used to say, they're no keeping you. They can think what the hell they like. So I don't change my style. Talking about a man's a man for all that, I obviously have sung it in front of Her Majesty the Queen, the Duke of Edinburgh, His Royal Highness the Duke of Rothesay, who said to me, "Wonderful performance, Mr. Wellington. Moving, very moving, very moving." And I'm standing thinking, I wonder how he can speak without moving his lips. They must learn that somewhere. But and I've also sung it to the Earl of Elgin, who happens to be a great Burns aficionado, and who has invited me a couple of times to sing at Broom Hall. Lovely man. And I think just if you're an artist, you can get away with quite a lot. If you can get away with what you sing, and you can get away with what you say, as long as you're not offensive with it. You can make a joke about the Tories or Labour or whatever, and Tory and Labour people will laugh, as long as you haven't been vulgar or rude or just said what a bunch of tossers you are, which is quite often what you think, by the way. But,
but I think there is something to be said for that. I mean, in the way in which the court jester was often the person who'd be sent to give bad news to the king, because
I think that's very much the thing when you're an artist. And I think when you're an artist, I know people got their knickers in a twist because Martin Colston voiced his views for independence and all the rest of it. But when you're an artist, you actually, in a way, have a duty to say what you think at times. It's not just a case of you're just there to be neutral and not offend anyone and all the rest of it. If you feel strongly about something, you actually have the absolute right and duty even. I mean, I'm not a great fan of various people, but they've come out to raise money for famine relief. They've come out against apartheid. They've come out in support of all these causes. And whether I actually like their music or don't like their music, I absolutely respect what they're saying and what they're doing. And when people say, "Oh, but what do they know about it?" They're all, they're just artists, as if being an artist was something that just you were born and people looked at you and said, "Oh yeah, you're an artist," and you were put in this wee box and all you did was artist things. That is not what happens. Artists are part of the world. And
I mean, I guess the thing is, it's what is interesting when you hear people saying that, it usually means that they don't agree with what that person's saying, because when they do agree with it, they're like, "Oh, that's fantastic." And I mean, I guess the point is, that that democracy is such a precious thing that that we are so used to seeing in recent times, with, for example, Westminster telling journalists that they've to stop talking about Brexit and that they're not to talk. There are some subjects which you're now no longer supposed to talk about.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think that is why it matters. That is why it is important that when people have a platform, they are able to use it. So in the way that Lawrence Fox, who's actually come across as the publicity has shown him to be an entirely odious human being, and I haven't seen the results, but I hope Count McBinface beat him to the thing, the mayoral elections. But he has a platform and he has used it. I think he has used it in a particularly unhelpful way, but he is standing up and he is saying what he believes in. Now it's up to us whether we regard or disregard him. And it is I think the duty of program makers to give weight, not to give people like that equal weight with, so to have a COVID denier like Lawrence Fox on with, for example, Professor Lesley Riddoch, and to be given equal weight, that is when it becomes ridiculous. But I think that there's no harm at all with somebody choosing to use their profile to speak up and to articulate something and get people thinking about it. And it's up to program makers to make sure that fully, properly balanced and informed information is out there.
Actually, the balance of our media, particularly the television and radio, worries me considerably, because politicians should actually, and certainly cabinet ministers, should not be allowed to choose what news programs they go on or don't go on, and what subjects can be raised, because the broadcaster, a good presenter, is acting as a representative of the people and is asking the questions that the electorate want to be answered, and they have every right to. And I think this idea that people say, I'm not going on that programme. No, I can't go on this programme. Yeah, I won't be spoken. I will not be interviewed by he, him, what, who, ha. You think, no, wait a minute. It's not your business to say who you will be interviewed. If the BBC wants you to be interviewed by Andrew Marr, God help you, you'll have to be interviewed by Andrew Marr.
But it is also the duty of the presenter to deal with every interviewee equally and with the same tenacity and detail, and to pull them up and everything. I mean, I was a journalist. I was a journalist for the BBC for many years, working in news and current affairs, and it's one of the reasons why I've become an activist for the Yes movement. Because when I came back to Scotland, I saw, to my horror, that my former colleagues and mentors were behaving in a way very different to that which they had back in the 1980s and 90s. And people who helped train me in editorial standards appeared to have lost every ounce of editorial standards. I see very clearly the difference, and it worries me greatly, because that is when you lose press freedom, and the UK has plummeted down the press freedom rankings. I mean, we're now down we used to be 14 or 15 in the world, and it's now we're down, like, well down. I think it's the low 20s or early 30s that we're in for press freedom. It's deeply concerning, and to have conservatives wielding, to have Paul Dacre in charge of Ofcom, to have conservatives throttling the BBC and trying to do the same to Channel 4, that is what I mean when I say that we're in danger from fascism, because they're behaving because press freedom is so important, and to have politicians not being held to account. I used to love interviewing government ministers, and you'd be giving one of them a hard time and the other one would be sort of sitting smirking, and you turn around and you'd hit them with equally hard and pressing questions, because that is what democracy demands.
Absolutely.
I get so angry about it.
I do as well. I get furiously angry. It's a wonder my television doesn't get thrown out over the balcony. But it's just, you hear people interrupting, you hear people asking repetitive. It's just that presenters have to have some kind of an agenda. That's just part of what you do in your work. But having an agenda which is consistently of one direction, or we're getting something. By the way, I'd just like to give my very best wishes to Odd Boubacar Calder, who is a candidate in Dunfermline and who is at this present moment in the Victoria Hospital in Kirkcaldy about to give birth.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How lovely.
It was supposed to be last week, but they had to haul her in today to be induced, so she's not going to manage to the count. Well, she's a Lib Dem candidate. She's a very nice lady.
I saw something about that across the Fife News, but I didn't realise that was who she was.
We've held Perthshire South and Kinross.
Oh, Jim Fairley's in. Yes. That's fantastic news.
That is good news. Well done, Jim Fairley, because it actually was a worry. That actually was a worry because it was the Tories' top target, and they've put an awful lot into it, and they've put an awful lot, I know from friends in the area, they've put somebody, I am not saying it was the Conservative, somebody has put an awful lot into putting in things, advising people to vote tactically there. You know, there's been some very strange people with different names of organisations, which seem to be quite mysterious. They've turned up on Facebook, and when the first one came, I liked it on the grounds that I wanted to keep my eye on what they were doing. And you check them and you find that there's about half a dozen, maybe 10 different named organisations who all have the same address in Blythswood Square in Glasgow. And you think,
it's a remarkable coincidence.
Remarkable coincidence, and they're all in the same thing, and therefore they will probably all be spending under the level where it has to become official that they are part of the electoral campaign.
And again, that's where the Electoral Commission should really come in, because it's sleek it and underhand. Carol Cadwallader is one of my journalistic heroes. She's one of the few decent journalists left in England, and she does. Pardon me, during the Vote Leave campaign, she did a lot of work about the Vote Leave and the Conservative Party dodgy dark money, and it seems to still be pulsating its way around. But it's such a good result for Jim Fairley, because I think that he's going to be a fantastic addition to Jim has done a huge amount of work for farming and food and drink, so I think he's going to be an amazing contributor, a strong voice for Scotland. Right, so Sheena, we're just about at the end of our half hour, and I hear that you might be about to give us the benefit of your professional skills by giving us a wee blast of your lungs and a wee song, if you're up for it. I'm told that you were thinking you might do that, but I know that a lot of people don't like to do that live, so if you would rather not, then I will.
I never said I was going to do that, but I will. What shall we do?
Well, I know it's hard because you've been talking. I know that you've not done your vocal exercises.
I know.
So I don't want to put you on the spot.
I'll do a quick verse of this one. People can join in. I don't know if you can see the changes that have come over me for these last few days. I've been afraid that I might slip away. So I've been telling old stories, singing songs that make me think about where I came from. That's the reason why I feel so far away today. All together now. But let me tell you that I love you. And I think about you all the time. Caledonia, you're calling. And now I'm going home. I'm sorry, Doogie. I think I managed to mash up that verse.
Well, I have to say that to get me singing live is a rare thing, because I sound like a scalded cat. But that is one of that is song. I lived overseas for many years, and I had my third child when I was living in Malaysia. And it's amazing how homesick you get when you're holding your new baby in a foreign land. And that song, I would hear it occasionally coming on, because the internet was quite a new thing back then, and it would reduce me to tears. It would and actually, as you say, I know it sounds sort of very Jennifer Lopez, but I literally got goosies. It's whenever I hear it, and especially sung in this context and at this time. Honestly, I'm getting quite emotional. It is just, I don't know what it is about that song,
It's a
but
beautiful song. It really is.
it
I think it's because Doogie actually wrote it when he was very, very homesick in France, when he was quite young. And I think it just brought, it just encapsulates it. And that's why it's captured the hearts of people. And I do beg your pardon, because if nobody told me I had to sing, if they had, I would have actually had the words, or at least I've had a look at the words or a listen to the words.
No, I mean, I know that it's one of those things that having worked in broadcasting for quite a long time, it was like the broadcasting 101. You never ask an artist to sing unless they have expressly said. So I was told that you had been warned, but when you don't have the chance to do the warm up,
at my time of life, the memory is one of the things which is not reliable. So
I have to say, it's not just.
Apologize. I'm sure I was asked if I would sing.
It's not just at your time of life. I'm really, I sort of get those days where I go, oh my goodness, has it started already? It's just kind of, if I don't write things down, I'm done for. But so the seats won so far after 53 seats declared. The SNP have won 44 of those seats, and we're still in the same change. That's +3 from 2016. And I note with interest that Glenn Campbell, who seems to be something of a Tory lapdog at the moment, is sort of saying, oh, how important it is for the SNP just to get a majority. But actually, it's not. We just need an independence majority, and I think it's quite healthy actually for the Greens to be holding our feet to the fire in many ways.
And funnily enough, that arch unionist Fraser Nelson was on this morning, and he was saying that they said to him, does it have to be an absolute majority? And he said, no, that actually doesn't matter if there is an independence majority in the parliament. And I thought, flipping heck, the world has turned upside down. There is a subtle change, if you notice, there is a subtle change in the message that's coming out from the Conservatives. Very subtle, but it's there. And a message that is coming up from the Tory commentators as well. So I think
it is very interesting, because I've noticed that as well, that actually in quarters where you wouldn't.
Oh.
If it is because whether it's because the Tories are having a change of heart, I can't imagine that that's happening with Mr. Johnson.
Hearts to change, come on.
No, but certainly not in Westminster. But I do wonder how much of it is because they view the Scots now as perhaps the fly in the unionist ointment, and then actually maybe we're better just being edged out, sort of as an abscess, just to be sort of suppurated and removed. But obviously they can't do it. I saw somebody saying,
I'd go for a negotiated settlement and out the door.
Yes, absolutely. I don't care how we get it. I mean, I would obviously rather it not to be England's choice. I'd rather it was our choice.
Yes.
But the thing that I saw a commentator a couple of years ago, or a year or so ago, saying that the problem that the Tories had is that they were so successful in their argument that England, the UK, which always sort of equates with England with many, could go it alone and didn't need anybody. That there was, I think 48% of English people polled said that they thought that Scotland should be given the opportunity to be independent, that Scotland should be ejected from the Union because they have this narrative that we are, they don't recognise or understand how much of Scotland's wealth props the English economy up. And in the same way that in a domestic situation, you might have a controlling husband telling the partner that you're nothing without me and you need me to rely on. You needed to rely on me for everything. Mm-hmm. Well, actually, it's her income that's keeping him going. It's. I suspect that we might find ourselves in a situation where, from an international perspective as well, we're an embarrassment, but also, if Scotland's going to become an independent nation, when they're trying to do all these pathetic post-Brexit trade deals, it's very hard for a negotiating country to they're negotiating with the USA. They can't say, well, we promise you that you can have Scotland's resources or this or that, because they may find that they want to get rid of us.
So they can have the trade deals. That's an interesting proposition. This business of us being, if we were costing huge sums of money to England and Westminster and the Treasury, we'd have been out the door years ago. And I cannot understand why Scots accept it. I can see why English people accept it because that's what they're told. I cannot see why Scots accept it and why they think that's acceptable anyway. I mean, I can understand people who have a commitment to Britain as an idea and the monarchy and all this kind of thing. And that's a perfectly understandable position to take, and you know, you can respect that. And people who are frightened because they think they're going to lose their pension, they're not going to be able to pay. We need to get better information over to these people. It's the people who believe that Scotland is subsidised by the neighbours and are quite happy to accept that. I find that despicable.
But I think I mean I spent quite a lot of time looking at the psychology of domestic abuse and domestic violence. And my dad, who, bless his heart, he would have been 100 years old yesterday had he lived, so happy 100th birthday to my deceased dad. But he was born in Ireland in 1921, which is a very particular year to be in Ireland, and a Dubliner, yes. And he used to say that nations, he thought that nations kind of were almost had this like a psyche. And he used to say, you know, for example, America behaves badly because it's like a teenager. And, you know, so he was he had quite interesting philosophies. And I've looked at the UK, and I do think that actually within the membership of the United Kingdom, there is an element, you know, this family of nations. Yes, it's a family of nations, but it's a family where the dad, the bigger partner, is a boorish drunkard who likes to batter the neighbours from time to time. And actually, I think that many Scots think we're too poor and we're too wee because we've been told that. We've been told that with a cosh over our heads for so long. But it's very interesting when you talk to people and you say, well, you know, actually, given that Westminster now will no longer pay to feed a third child unless you can prove it has been the product of rape. Do you really think that a cruel Conservative government that removes bedrooms from disabled people that are needed to keep equipment in and oxygen tanks in, do you really think a government like that would subsidise Scotland a second longer than it had to? And do you not think actually that it's kind of like, you know, this appalling industry that's just sucking Scotland's lifeblood and telling us to be grateful for it?
Yeah.
And I don't know how we get that message across. I think people I think that more of us are doing it now. I think the internet has done an amazing amount. I think the resurgence of, as you were talking about, sort of as Scotland began, I think that devolution has made the difference, because as Scotland began to stand on its own 2 feet, we began to look around us and go, hang on a second. You know, suddenly we could see over the hedge. Once we got up off our knees, we could see over and have a look and get a clearer view of what was going on. I mean, in your travels, do you find that there has been much of a, you've probably been more politically savvy in that respect? I actually only came from no to yes in 2014, about a week before the election, and I only voted SNP for the first time in 2015, and that was purely out of rage at the way in which David Cameron had stood up and you know, declared evil the day after the independence referendum, which I was watching when I was in Australia. So you've been inclined towards independence, I'm assuming, for many years longer than I have.
All my life, actually, yeah.
So how have you seen that? I mean, that's been some journey, and in some ways I feel quite cheeky to sort of, you know, be leaping off your shoulders and going, oh yes, I'm pro-indie, but you've been doing the hard slog. I'm only here because of your work and others like you.
No, but people get to things in their own time, and you can't force people into things. You have to actually show them. That is why the SNP built up their electoral background by showing in the first couple of Scottish parliaments that they had the nous to run things, that they were capable people, that they weren't just a bunch of people wandering about wearing kilts and sheepskin round their shoulders and painting their faces blue and shouting "Alba or words to that effect. Know that that's not a lovely thing to say, actually, Alba, but I think that helped, you know, and we have to keep on doing that, and we have to keep on proving these things, and it's difficult because we're up against if they decide they want to get rid of us, they'll get rid of us. Sweet. If they decide it's not in their interest to get rid of us, they'll pull every trick in the book because they have got hundreds of years of experience of being sleeked.
Not just sleek it, but savage. I mean, I lived in Malaysia for many years, and my friends there would talk quite free. I mean, I was actually quite astonished how because I was Scottish, Malaysians would treat me differently than if I was British. And I said to them, but I did. I mean, while I really appreciate that sentiment, I kind of feel like we don't deserve it because the Scots were out there being we were the plantation owners. We were doing a lot of really awful stuff too. And they said, yeah, but there's still there was this sense of, well, actually, but you weren't as bad, and it was very interesting that there was an element of old Dr. Tamson's Burns. There was an element of probably very patrician, wanting people to have an education, so they could be introduced to the church, and that kind of aspect. So, but I was always very surprised that the Scots tended not to be tarred quite as brutally, and perhaps maybe not as much as we should have been. But talking to friends there, and they would talk about grandparents or ancestors being executed for standing up and saying that for speaking in their own language, or for wanting to wear their own clothes, or for wanting to follow their traditions and customs. And there's photographs of hangings, in the 1920s, and really brutal stuff going on. And you just think, actually, it actually took quite a lot for me to look back. It was very interesting when you've lived that far away and in that different a culture. When you look back towards these islands, it was like a veil had been taken from my eyes, and to watch the way in which the UK was reported on from the Malaysian perspective, and that was when I realised that actually. I had this. It struck me how sort of Eurocentric I was, obviously because that's where I spent my life. But to suddenly realise that there were the same levels of corruption in the UK as there were in Malaysia, we just had a better veneer over it. It was just a polished turd, and that was really fascinating to look back at us and actually go, oh my goodness, we're really pretty despicable, aren't we? You know what I mean? It was quite a revelation, and not a particularly pleasant one.
I think I was a bit luckier. I was brought up to know those kind of things. At school, we got taught about Siraj Dowlah and the Black Hole of Kolkata. Nobody ever mentioned the Amritsar massacre. I knew about it because my father knew about it and told me about it.
Yeah, I mean, I knew about the black and tans and the like because of my dad. My aunt had to. My dad was brought up in a Church of Scotland or Church of Ireland background. His dad was the moderator of the Church of Ireland, the Presbyterian Church of Ireland at one point, and his sister in the 1960s, she converted to Catholicism to marry a Roman Catholic man, and she had to leave. They had to leave Ireland because they were getting death threats, and for my kids to see what's going on now with the potential of the Troubles coming back again, and for me to try and explain that whole perspective, it's just my generation, and to think that all of that is being put into jeopardy again because of Brexit.
Because it doesn't do detail.
Yeah, and it just for me, that the fact that the Daily Mail is showing images of some Egypt with a musket shooting into the air. I mean, is there any more impotent image of nonsense to be seen over fishing, actually on a deal that again Boris Johnson is reneging on, and you think, gosh, it's just taken 4 months, 5 months for us to be on the brink potentially of declaring war over nonsense.
Normandy, yeah, and that is awful because the people of Normandy and the people of the Ile de Normande or Channel Islands could have managed to work this all out on their own had they been left with their own devices, because they're very interdependent on one another. The fish gets sold mostly in France, and the fishermen fish there, and the Jersey fishermen fish in the French water. And it could have been sorted out if they'd allowed the people of the Channel Islands to have an input. They possibly had more of an input than we did, because of course they're a tax haven, and people, certain parties who shall be nameless, probably have large sums of money somewhere in the Channel Islands.
Squirreled away. But of course, the cynic in me, and I am a deeply cynical person, thinks, well, the reason that happened was because it was the day before the elections in England, and they were playing to their base. And that to me is one of the greatest immoralities. And even my 19-year-old son sort of wandered into to the kitchen to get yet another plate of food. And he looked at the telly and he went, and he looked at them and went, okay, so that'll be because the elections are on then. I hate the Tories. And he walked off out. and he says to me that one of the reasons that he wants independence is, he says that he doesn't have an issue with the thought of perhaps having to serve in a defensive force, but he's actually really worried, looking at the way in which the Tory party is behaving and the jingoistic, saber-rattling nonsense, the immorality of that, and saying, we've got to get out here. He said, I refuse to go and fight in some made-uppy war that the Tories are going to do just to make themselves look good.
Yeah.
And the sad thing is that I think he might be right. I fully see that the Tories are capable of marching anyone off to slaughter if it suits their agenda.
Oh, I think you're right. And I think we've got Raymond and Fiona coming on. That's lovely.
And yes, and Andrew Wilson is going to be coming from the Scottish Independence Foundation. And I've just heard that Jamie Hepburn has been re-elected to Cumberland and Kilsyth with a 65% turnout and a 9,841 majority. So I will be saying goodbye to you, Sheena, in about 3 minutes' time, and welcoming Andrew Wilson on. But it's been so lovely chatting to you. I didn't get a chance to come over and say hello to you because I was in the presence of such greatness. I didn't want to interrupt you. Oh no, I'm only piddling your leg. I knew that you were sort of focusing on what you were going to be doing, but it was a really nice day. I like to do the Kerry. For anybody who's watching, if you've not been to a burn supper yet, get yourself out. If you see one being advertised, go and do one, because it really is. It's a good day out, and you get a good swally, and you get a nice bit of vegetarian haggis on my bit. And if you're lucky, you get somebody like Sheena doing the entertainment, which is pretty good going.
I must go and learn Caledonia. I must go and learn the words of Caledonia.
You did fine. You even got me croaking along with you, which I have to say, my kids generally, when I start singing, beg me to shut up.
Okay.
It was lovely to meet you, Sheena. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you, Ruth. Good to talk to you. Good to talk to everybody on Indy Live.
Thank you for your time.
And we are winning.
Yes. I look forward to hearing you singing in an independent Scotland.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Sheena. Thanks, Ruth. So, guys, just
my cat's collapsing. Oh, there you go. Sorry. Bit of drama there.
Quite all right. So, guys, just giving you a wee update from here in the Emirates Arena. So, we've just had some details. There's nothing in regards to any announcements currently yet, but it's just regards to some of the turnouts that we've had. So, Glasgow Cathcart in total, we've got 62% turnout. The high percentage of them, actually 83% overall, was from postal votes, which is also interesting. We've got the Glasgow Provan result, which is a 52% turnout, and Shettleston in total was 53% turnout, which I understand to be quite close to what they had in previous years. So I don't think there's any marked rise coming in from them at all there as well. We're just actually waiting on Andrew joining us, so he's not quite on just yet. Going back to the overall results that we've got here is we're now on 45. Let me just confirm. Yes, SNP are now on 45.
I see that Falkirk West has just come in, and let me have a look at that. Labour got 9,653. So it's an SNP win. Mr. Matheson, is it Michael Matheson? 21,492. So Labour 9,653, the Tories 7,343, and Reid for the Lib Dems 1,115. So that, I don't know. I presume that's an SNP hold. Matheson, he's the
Yes, it is. He's the
trade minister, is it?
transport. Yeah.
Transport.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
so
again,
much.
Sheena.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care. Yeah, so we've not quite been joined with Andrew yet, so we'll have a chat, because I'm sure you're waiting for a quick drink of water or something with after that.
I'm okay. I've just my delightful, my glamorous assistant has just brought me a very nice cup of coffee. Actually, my birthplace is Aberfeldy, and which is in Jim Fairley's constituency, and they've got a really nice coffee roastery there, which I have to say, anybody who's passing Aberfeldy, really nice Glenlyon coffee. So I've got a Rwandan blend in front of me, which has come from a cooperative supporting women. So I'm drinking feminist coffee, and it's fantastic.
Shameless plug, always accepted.
Feminist coffee made by my husband, doesn't get better than that. But I see that Fiona McKinnon's here. Is she able to chat to us, or?
Yeah, so we've got Fiona and that standing by. Also, Fiona and Ray are on the team here in Glasgow for us. So we've got Ivan McKee and that potentially up there next. So we might well better luck get the guys to have a chat with us and see how they're fixed. Certainly after the results announced at that point. But we'll hang fire on that just yet.
That'd be really good. So it's I'm seeing quite a lot. Pardon me, my little milky burpees. My maths isn't good enough to be able to say what's happening with the various lists that's coming in, but I'm seeing that the Greens are doing very well in Aberdeenshire northeast on the list. Interestingly, the Tories are up 6% on the list in Aberdeenshire northeast. The SNP is down 7.4 on the list. The Greens are up. The Greens have got almost 8% on the list. Alba are up on 3% on the list. So the SNP, it looks like the SNP on the list has gone, I don't know, to the Greens and to Alba, but that still leaves 3% that's just kind of hanging there. So yep. It's interesting to know. I mean, it's interesting to try and work out if they're down on the list. You know, does that reflect what they were like on the first past the post on the constituency ballot, or I'll have a quick look at that. But so the SNP were only down 1% on the constituency vote, but they're down 7% on the list. So it would be really good if some political analyst somewhere, maybe if James Kelly's on later on, ask him to explain the anomaly that is the list. This is on, I should say, I'm on @BallotBoxScot. So if any of you are on Twitter, Ballot Box Scotland is definitely the place to go for your details, as of course Scott Goes Pop and James Kelly.
So just on that, Ruth, I mean, again, if we look at the example from the Cumbernauld and Kinsouth vote in the central region, so the SNP were also, although they had quite a considerable majority, they still dropped to 1.5% of the previous there. So the key question is we need to see a few more results coming through if we understand the kind of message that has rained through of whether you go both votes SNP or whether the second vote being on the Greens or indeed Alba or another has had an actual impact on this particular election. So I think we need to see a good few more results coming in until we've got more of a kind of solid grasp of what that pattern might actually turn out to be.
I suspect we're going to see some really interesting analysis over the next few months. I'm part of the group Yes Kerry Muir, and a year or so ago we did I think it was a really good program. Obviously, I think it was a good program because I helped organise it. But we did a really good program with Dr. Craig Dyell of the Common Green, who was explaining. We called it Democracy, the Haunt, and the Holyrood Elections. It's up on YouTube if anyone wants to check it out. And Dr. Dyell did a really good job of explaining it to us, because I kind of, was trying to do the number crunching and mental maths. It's not my strong point, but he made it really accessible and explained it. And we had a range of folk from different groups on, and it was really fascinating to see, actually, according to the breakdown that Dr. Dyell had done, the seats that Scotland had actually pretty fairly represented the proportion of the votes that had been cast. So for all those folk that kind of criticised the D'Hondt system, it does seem to deliver. What is at play at the moment is the fact that people are changing their votes, not just for the local elections, not just for party loyalties, but for whether they want an independent Scotland or whether they are still favour the sort of the traditionalist approach of the British nationalism in the UK.
Yeah, listen, I definitely recommend Dr. DL. He's certainly a good point of any kind of reference. A lot of great work these guys have done of really looking at the analytics of it, and certainly all the way since things have changed since 2014. Just whilst you were chatting there, Ruth, just to update, we've got news in that SNP hold Falkirk West. So Michael Matheson is indeed being re-elected to that particular region.
That's fantastic. And I see that we've got Andrew Wilson with us of... hi, Andrew. Now, let me get this right. Oh my goodness, I've just gone totally senile. Well, you're the Scottish Independence Foundation. I can't hear you, Andrew. Can you unmute, please?
There we go.
Hello.
My apologies, Ruth. That's the first time I've done that in 6 months, still being on mute when I joined. My apologies. Yes, you're correct. I'm currently on the board. I'm currently on the board of the Scottish Independence Foundation. You're absolutely right.
Right. It's no, I have to say, if you've only done it once, you're better than me. It's one of those things I quite often, it's not that I'm doing it on purpose. It's just I haven't quite reached the clicky bit before my enthusiasm gets the better of me. Now, you look like you're either on the set of Star Wars with a lightsaber coming at your head, or you're on your way to the Cludgy. Where is it? Where are you? I'm now fascinated. You're by the fire escape. What's happening? Where are you?
I'm delighted to say that for the first time in a year, I'm in Cowcaddens.
Oh, right. Okay. So you're actually going to spread some and shed some light on the narrative that's coming out of the election special.
Yeah, yes, I am. So my phone reminded me this morning when I made it to Glasgow that this is the first time in a year that I've stood in Queen Street Station. So today's been fantastic in lots of ways, not least the results that we're starting to see coming through from the election, but also the fact that I've had the chance to actually come to the dear green place for the first time in a year.
Gosh, I know. What was the new Queen Street Station like? Because last time I was there, it was still sort of being gutted. Is it looking bonny?
I think it looks fantastic. I know some people have been quite critical of it. Certainly in comparison to the previous station, and that's just the old station was a station I used to be in at least twice a day. I think it's fantastic, and it's a brilliant demonstration of the sort of infrastructure we want and we need for the future in Scotland as we expand the rail network.
Yeah, especially if we end up getting Scottish Rail, British Rail. How's that for me? Through a blast from the past. So actually, interestingly enough, back when people used to say to me, "Oh, why don't you want independence?" For me, it was institutions like British Rail and I grew up with all of these things being sort of publicly owned, and I had that kind of penny drop moment when I suddenly realised that actually all these national institutions, which I thought were really valuable and important, had been sort of asset stripped and sold off. So yay, not only Scottish independence for me, but also getting back to our Scottish values of having publicly owned infrastructure like Scottish Rail.
I think that's absolutely right, and the taking of the return of the rail network back into public hands and public control, I think, is an interesting indication of what I perceive to be a little bit of the joined up thinking that we saw in the manifesto from the SNP for this election. We know that rail travel will be important in terms of the decarbonisation of transportation in Scotland. We know that rail travel potentially will be important for supporting Scottish industry as well. I know there have been, over the last year, there have been pilots moving freight from the northwest into the central belt using the rail network rather than using the roads. And also, as you say, as a matter of principle, that the people own the rail network and that the finances of the rail network are public finances rather than the profits that the current operator, and they're doing what they're required under the contract, but the profits from the current ScotRail franchise go to the Dutch government.
Well, they go to the Dutch government, so the Dutch
eventually. So
they go to the Dutch government so that the Dutch government can pay for their really tremendous, affordable Dutch publicly owned railways, which just seriously.
Exactly. So no, it's a big change, and so yes, I was really impressed with Queen Street Station this morning.
Good. Now, how impressed are you with the results that are coming in?
I think it's been a very interesting election in a number of ways, and I am impressed. I know that, especially in the context of the list, the First Minister was repeating the message last night that it's very much on a knife edge. But I think that in fact the overall results that we're seeing at the moment that have been declared, and we're at 44 constituencies, I think, and we're starting to see numbers appear from individual constituencies for the list. I think the degree of traction and the persistence of the SNP's vote is really quite dramatic for a fourth-term government, and in circumstances where the vote share has held up for the SNP, where they have not lost the targets that the other parties were setting, and I'll talk about one of them in a moment, and where the SNP has been successful in obtaining the first 3 of its key target seats in East Lothian, in Edinburgh Central, and in Ayr. I think that sort of performance from an incumbent government entering into potentially its fourth term, and in circumstances where, with the exception of organisations like Independence Live Radio and Broadcasting Scotland, the media is largely antagonistic towards the Scottish Government. I think that achievement is pretty special. And the particular seat I was going to talk about, because I know it only declared a few minutes ago, is that I know that the Conservatives' #1 target seat in the Scottish election was Perthshire South, which was Rosanna Cunningham's seat. Rosanna, of course, the longest-serving parliamentarian in the Scottish Parliament, who is now standing down. And I'm delighted to say that Perthshire South has been won by Jim Fairley for the SNP, a local man, a local farmer, a local businessman whose commitment to Perthshire and commitment to independence has been considerable over the years. So using Jim as a small example, I'm delighted with the results that we're seeing so far in this election.
I have to say that watching Jim Fairley win is, I haven't actually seen it yet, but I've seen the results coming in. I'm particularly pleased with that. Jim has been a huge source of support and help for a number of issues that I've been dealing with campaign-wise, and he's just always so impressive. Whenever you see him, he's got his eye on the brief, and he's oh, okay. We're going live to the floor to talk to Cowcood Stuart in Glasgow, Kelvin.
Excuse me, mistake. You're standing for Glasgow Kelvin.
Yes.
What sort of campaign is it?
Yeah, it's been as well as it can be, and in the last few weeks certainly we managed to get a bit more energy going as well once the restrictions were lifted a little bit and more of our activists could meet together. It was nice to actually speak to voters on the doorstep as well. Obviously it's been the same for every party, so it has been a challenge under these circumstances, but judging by the record turnouts that we're having, it doesn't seem to have affected people's enthusiasm to take part in the democratic process.
Yeah. How's it looking so far? Have you had any indication of how it's going?
Well, the early, we're quietly sort of like, cautiously confident or optimistic, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So, we'll have to wait and see.
You're stepping into big shoes. You're left behind Sandra Weiss. What's it going to be like? What's the feedback that you've had?
Yeah, well, if I am lucky enough to get that opportunity to fill Sandra's shoes, it is going to be a challenge. But I'm lucky enough to call Sandra a friend. I've known her for 20 years, and her and I share a lot of the same values and commitments and interests as well. So a lot of that, I'm hoping that I'll be able to continue with that. And also when people say, it's big shoes to fill, and, we all wear our own shoes and we all walk our own path as well. So, if I get the opportunity, I'd be delighted to carry on her good work and to put my own sort of stamp on things as well. Yeah.
Well, 5 years ago, when Sandra stood last, Patrick Harvey also stood and got more than 50% of the votes that Sandra had. So quite substantial position you feel the Greens are representing by standing with Glasgow Kelvin as well.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Glasgow Kelvin is a very diverse area in many, many ways. I mean, we've got sort of like the leafy suburbs, we've got sort of like the urban areas, we've got, the town centre as well, a big student population, and sort of pollution, cycle routes, all these kind of things are very, very important. But I'd like to think that, the SNP's records on that is pretty good, especially Glasgow City Council with their investment in green sort of transport and things. Also the cycle paths, making areas pedestrianised, Kelvin Walkway. All of those things, and the bigger nationally, the SNP with their commitment to bring ScotRail, back into public ownership, putting passengers first and workers first, rather than other things. I think all of those things help us as well to, demonstrate our commitment to the health and well-being of our planet as well as our nation.
Yeah. What have you enjoyed personally most about this campaign?
Now that is actually a very good question, because this has been so different from, I've been involved in many campaigns over the years, and this one has been very, very different. However, I think what I've enjoyed is the team and Kelvin rising to that challenge and rapidly adapting. So, for instance, making use of social media, which, we maybe wouldn't have done that in previous things, and that's meant that we've got talented activists that are able to use those skills and to give them that platform to do that. Also, sort of like working out different, we've had to be more creative. And I think that's been great because, there's no room for complacency. And, we were like, right, okay, we need to be able to get the votes out. We can't do it this way. How are we going to do it? So that's actually been quite exciting to toss around those ideas and to, discuss different ways of engaging with the electorate. Rather than the traditional face-to-face.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much indeed. This is all the best for later on. Any idea what time your result is coming through?
I think about 4:30ish.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Indeed.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Right, bye. Nice to meet you.
Nice.
That's fantastic. Thanks a lot to Ray and the team on the floor. Lovely to hear from Cowcup. Now, I'm just seeing that the SNP have held Uddingston and Bell Hill with Stephanie Callaghan elected, succeeding Richard Lyle. So that, according to the BBC scoreboard, that's 47 results for the seats for the SNP. How do you think it's looking, Andrew, in terms of, now I know that you and I sort of occasionally, I was watching this morning on Twitter that Ballot Box Scotland is one of our sources, a good trusted source, and I think goodness for people like him that make sense of the figures.
Yes.
But do you have any inkling of, I've actually been out in a field working this morning, so I haven't had a chance to do the number crunching. Do you have any idea? Have you? Because I was looking at the list and trying to do the county up and kind of fingers and toes. Have you any idea where it's looking on the list at the moment?
I think it's probably too early to say. I think we've seen a number of small individual constituencies reporting their list votes, and the results there are mixed. But I think the way in which the list operates, it's only until we get further down the road here and we get closer to a clear picture on the constituency overall that we'll start to get a grip. However, I think from the small number of list results that I've looked at, I think there certainly is a suggestion that the SNP may succeed in picking up a list seat in the west of Scotland, and I think they on the other hand, they're less likely to pick up something in the northeast. But as I say, I still think it's quite early, and I should also say I'm the last person you should ask to talk about numbers about.
Well, that's a bit worrying, given that you are high Hedian with the Scottish Independence Foundation, or do you have people around you that understand arithmetic?
Well, Scottish Independence, I would never claim to be anything other than a willing participant and assistant to the Scottish Independence Foundation. The foundation has the benefit of a number of extremely able individuals, Willie Wilson, Ian Grant, Kenny Brays, Ailsa Gray, for example, who bring to SIF a range of skills and experiences and background, and the whole board is determined, is bound together by one determination, and that is to help support independence supporting causes and organisations across Scotland to try and bring a little bit of an umbrella, try and bring a little bit of joined up thinking, but also to help support initiatives that will advance the cause of independence. And so SIF plays an important role and takes its role very seriously. But certainly anyone who is interested or is looking for to discuss campaigns or initiatives or to think about the funding of those, I would certainly encourage them to go to sif.scot, that's fif.scot, and have a read of the website, and then either make an application or talk to one of the board members, make contact, and we're always delighted to speak to indy supporting organisations and individuals across the country.
We're very lucky because Kenny Brays, who is actually a really lovely bloke, as well as being a, just general top business idea farming bloke, but he's really lovely. So I can absolutely say that if people are looking to get pro indie projects financed, there's a very approachable and kind load of folk out there. I'm very involved with the National Yes Network,
Yes.
Which is it works really hard to try and connect people. It's not about a sort of top down. It's basically sort of joyous anarchy and grassroots sort of popping up here and there and connecting with each other. And I know that one of the things that we're really keen on is if, for example, there's a great big national campaign like the Believe in Scotland, doing something poster-wise or sort of somebody's got a great idea for a leaflet, we can sort of try and get those ideas out to local groups. But similarly, if local groups have got an idea that they would like to see funded, and then other groups around Scotland can see what they're doing, go, oh, that's a really good idea, then we can sort of liaise and network in with that. And I know that SIF is actually a really important part of making that possible, because a lot of local groups don't have the funding available to be able to do that. And you guys are doing some amazing stuff. What are the, hang on a second, just seeing Ivan McKee has been re-elected to Glasgow Provan, which is excellent news. Top bloke, Ivan. What sort of projects do you see that you're most proud of, or that you think have actually been really effective, and that perhaps groups across Scotland, either through the National Yes Network, sort of bouncing ideas off to kind of go, okay, let's do something in bulk. We can get enough leaflets to make this affordable, or other ideas. What do you think works best?
So the one of the joys and one of the benefits of the SIF organisation and the way in which it operates is that it is able to engage and to support organisations and groups, large and small, individuals across the whole of the country. And so, as examples of that rainbow of involvement, a number of small Yes Hubs. And Yes Hubs have found finances very difficult over the pandemic because they've not been able to hold public events or to sell merchandise. So the ability to support small Yes Hubs in Argyll, all across the country, with some funding to assist them to continue operating at a reduced level until the pandemic is finished, that has been important. Similarly, the ability of SIF to at the other end of the scale to cooperate and to support organisations like the National and the Voices for Scotland campaign, which is part of the upcoming activities that I think we will see over the summer months. Although I'm reminded I'm standing in a building in Glasgow in front of a radiator, which now that it's May, the radiator's been turned on. But as we get to the summer months and campaigning reopens, we'll see, for example, the Voices for Scotland campaigning starting to open up. And so one of SIF's benefits is that it is able to, because of the experience and the expertise and the commitment of the board and others who help SIF, it is able to engage with from individuals to large to corporations and everything in between, in order to try and find either the most efficient or the most effective way of supporting them, or also to assist them in identifying the way in which they can be most effective or most efficient in campaigning for independence.
I know with interest you talk about the National and Voices for Scotland. How important do you think it is, given that Scotland is one of those rare nations that actually doesn't have a media of our own, that most of our media now is owned by interests out with Scotland? How important do you think it is that groups like Independence Live, Indie Live Radio, Broadcasting Scotland and others are supported both by individuals but by groups like yourself, given especially with COVID, a lot of folk just don't have the money in their pockets perhaps to be given the support they would like to.
That's absolutely right. Everybody understands, everybody has felt the pandemic. Well, unless you own a PPE business and you're related to a Tory minister, everybody else has felt the pressure of the pandemic in one financial way. Everybody has felt the pressure of the pandemic one way or another. And so small broadcasting organizations, independent supporting organizations who rely on public donations and subscriptions have found it difficult as well. And so SIF helping in two ways, both financial and also in terms of helping to build relationships and join up the independence movement in ways that seem appropriate to improve efficiency or increase impact is equally important. And so, as I say, I'm in Cowcaddens. I'm standing next door to the studios of Broadcasting Scotland, talking to Independence Live Radio. So you'll perceive that I think that supporting and collaborating and contributing to an independent media in Scotland that is not owned by offshore interests or multinational corporations couldn't be more important.
When we're moving forward, if we get the result it looks like we're going to get, that Scotland has decisively voted for pro-independence Parliament. I was talking to Gordon McIntyre Kemp yesterday, and he says that Believe in Scotland is about to launch a new campaign. How important do you think that the Yes movement, the party neutral Yes movement, with all our diverse range of views, and I know that within certain Yes groups there are Tory party members who actually feed information to those to those groups about what the Tory party is up to in the background. That the Yes movement is a broad church. How important do you think it is that the Yes movement, it's been a bit of a bruising few weeks electorally, so this election campaign, there's been some pretty nasty bam-pottery happening on Twitter and social media. How important do you think it is that the Yes movement sort of takes a moment, dusts itself down and puts its shoulder back to the wheel to work for the whole of Scotland?
Now, Ruth, I couldn't agree with you more, and for a number of reasons. I'm acutely aware when I get the chance to campaign on the streets or to participate in organising things, I'm acutely aware that I'm joining a group, a number of whom are populated and led by people who have been campaigning permanently since 2012. They've been campaigning for 9 years, and they are, let's say, tired, shall we say. Certainly, they've campaigned relentlessly and continuously through difficult times, and so there is. I'm aware that commitment has been there for a very long time. Inevitably, that over time that can lead to differences in opinions and problems that way.
Hello to everybody on Independence Live. Great to be here.
A message to everyone.
Yeah.
Independence.
Well, first of all, I think it's been. There's been some great results coming out. Obviously, the SNP is making gains, and our vote share is up across the country. Turnout is up, which is wonderful, and delighted to see. I think turnout in Glasgow Province up 10%, which is tremendous. And I'm delighted with the vote I got, which I think is 3,000, nearly 4,000 more than I got the last time. So thanks very much to the people of Province for their confidence in me, their confidence in the SNP government. Their very clear signal that they want us to lead the recovery from the pandemic, and their very clear signal that they want to see another independence referendum.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Evan McKee there looking very pleased with himself, and rightly so. And he's right, isn't he? I mean, this is absolutely it's absolutely the case that an increased turnout, an increased electoral engagement, an increased level of vote for the SNP, this can't be ignored anymore. Surely we are sort of near the starting gate for another independence referendum. So what do you think the Yes movement needs to do to come together and obviously engage through groups like the National Yes Network, because we connect people, we're not top down, we're bottom up, there's no bosses involved, it's just a happy miasma, but coming together and cooperating. How important do you think it is, and what role do you think the Scottish Independence Foundation has or could have in helping helping people get the funds that they need to get some really good campaigning done?
Well, it's an interesting point. We were saying just before we cut to Ivan there, we were saying that, or I was saying that I was aware that people have been campaigning since 2012, and there was perhaps a degree of fatigue there. I'm also acutely aware that after 2020, if anyone in the independence movement is not suffering from what's now called Zoom fatigue, I'd be astonished, because we've been stuck on screens talking to each other over the internet for 12 months, and that's fatiguing as well. So two things. Firstly, I think, and as you rightly said, this campaign has been bruising. There has been, I think, bam pottery is probably the nicest way I've heard it being described. I think people, I think the population, but I think activists in the Yes movement would benefit potentially from a moment of catching breath, a moment just of stopping to think and reflect and to plan. And then we will be ready very quickly, but we will be ready then to begin to speak to friends and neighbours, to talk, to engage with people in a constructive way, to explain the positive case for independence that is there, and to highlight the absence of any positive case for the union. And that I think in doing that, organisations like Scottish Independence Foundation are able to bring a degree of objectivity, a degree of experience, a breadth of political background. Kenny, who you mentioned, is an SNP councillor. Ailsa Gray has been standing on the list for Alba Party. And so, for example, it brings a breadth of background and a breadth of expertise. There are some experience, and I wouldn't bracket myself in them, but there are some very experienced heads on that board. And so I think that in particular, Scottish Independence Foundation is able to aggregate financial support from across the movement. It is able to help direct that support in a way to opportunities and applications which are the most deserving and will have the biggest impact. And it also helps in terms of a little bit more joining up, a little bit more cooperation and collaboration in the same way as the National Yes Network has been established to do. And so I was just thinking, you mentioned Gordon McIntyre Kemp, and of course Gordon's billboard campaign in the run-up to the election received a great deal of attention and was probably one of the most high-profile campaigns that there has been out with the political parties. And Scottish Independence Foundation has always been very pleased with the opportunity to support Gordon and Business for Scotland when he has brought initiatives to us for application.
I think one of the most important things about the Believe in Scotland billboard campaign is that it normalises independence, because there's lots of people like here in Kirriemuir, we don't have a hub, but we've got our Indy Windy. So we end up, sort of printing up posters and getting them done professionally using Believe in Scotland and Indy Poster Boy and Stuart Bremner, really good professional resources. So it looks the biz. But that's in an Indy Windy, and people are going to go, oh, why, it's that lot. But see, when you see it, it's the power of advertising. It's the reason media works. When you see the billboard beside a bus stop or beside the side of a road, people go, oh, this is proper grown-up mainstream stuff. And I think that's one of the parts. Of course, here in Angus, we've got a problem, is that I think we've only got 3 billboards and they're all in our Arbroath. So we have a slight problem there. But I guess there's not a lot that you can do about it.
And I suppose many of the potential venues for trailers and trailer boards, which is another straightforward way of getting the messages across, much of that land will be in the hands of those who might not support independence. But that's a different challenge. Not all. I'm generalising, of course.
Yeah, well, I mean, you just have to look at Jim Fairley back in a Perth and Kinross to see that not all farmers are Tory. Now, I see we're looking at the latest scoreboard on the BBC Scotland News on Twitter. They're saying that's 50 seats now declared for the SNP, 4 for the Lib Dems, 3 for the Conservatives and 2 for Labour. We see that that Jean Freeman's seat of Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley has had Eleanor Whittam elected. I'm actually quite pleased about that. I don't know Eleanor, but I do quite a lot of, I'm the SNP Equalities Officer for Kirriemuir and Dean. And we've got there's quite a lot of travellers and gypsy travellers within our community. So I do quite a lot of posts within the branch, sort of circulars I put out about the work that the Scottish Government has been doing to be more inclusive towards gypsy travellers and trying to address some of the horrors that people have lived through. So including things like the £20 million fund to COSLA to help local authorities ensure that there are adequate sites and celebrating Gypsy Roma Traveller Heritage Month. And Elena Whittam and Christine McKelvey have been two really prominent people within there, including our Knockin lad, Davy Donaldson. So I'm really personally, I'm really pleased about that. Jenny Gilruth has been re-elected, and apparently now somebody saying on Twitter at Captain Kim at the Scottish Greens has achieved an 8% increase in vote share in Glasgow Province. So that's a Patrick Harvey. I don't know what's happening with Patrick Harvey. I was actually a bit miffed. Now I know that this is probably just a personal axe to grind here, and I totally get that it's the right of the Greens to sort of be a proper grown-up party and stand in constituencies. But there was a part of me that was thinking, seriously, you choose this election to do that. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, but why would you do that? But anyway, they are where they are. So Patrick Harvey, who I was astonished with actually standing for a constituency seat, and Lorna Slater similarly, it just seemed mind-boggling to me that they would do that at this time. But hey ho, that's what it is. But it looks like the voters are savvy with that, and they've actually done the whole, okay, aye, Patrick, nice try. We'll not vote for you in the constituency, but we'll give you a bung on the list.
Yes.
Now, again, I think that is actually really important that we've got a lot of Greens for a number of reasons, one of which being that they'll actually hold the SNP's sort of slightly nervous feet to the fire about lots of things like land control and all the rest of it. But where do you think that leaves us with the list? I mean, have you got any views about how this is going to now play out, given that we've got 50 seats for the SNP for first past the post? It's remarkable. The country's turning yellow. And interestingly, on the BBC, Douglas Ross is still saying, "Oh, the SNP's in trouble." I mean, if ever a man has a way to get his daughters, surely it's Douglas Ross.
Ruth, you're absolutely right. It was before as this conversation unfolded, you were talking before about the work and support of the traveller community, and we know the damage and the danger that people like Douglas Ross have present to that community, and why the politics that Douglas Ross espouses, especially with regard to minorities, is being rejected the length and breadth of the country.
No fascists here.
Precisely. We know that extremism in Glasgow South was rejected resoundingly with 46 votes for their candidate. And I think Douglas Ross will be seeing the same response, that kind of intolerance and that kind of exclusivity does not play well with Scottish people. I think in terms of the list, I think I'm certainly hearing suggestions that there is a good prospect for Maggie Chapman in the North East. And I think Maggie for the Greens, and I think Maggie coming into the Scottish Parliament will be to the advantage of the Parliament. I think her, not least because of her track record of working across the independence movement and working collaboratively with other organisations, and so I think that will be a help. As I said, as I said a moment ago, I think there is a suggestion that we will see an SNP list seat in the west of Scotland, and that personally took me by surprise. I didn't think that would be where we would get to, but if that is true, then that will be encouraging.
Just to dive in on you there, the Highland Council has just released their list vote, the votes for the Highland regional list for Inverness and Nairn, and Conor Matchett, who is, my internet's dying on me here, Conor Matchett, who is with the political reporter with the Scotsman, he's saying that 2 constituencies on the regional list still are to be announced in the Highlands and Islands, but as it stands, the SNP, I paraphrase, look likely, he says I've been cautious, will say look likely to pick up a seat on the final transfer, in which case that's looking pretty good. There's a hold, I'm hearing now that there's a hold for Angela Constance. She has been re-elected to Almond Valley.
Excellent.
Yeah, so it's just yellow all the way, isn't it?
Yep. So in terms of the Lothians, which is where I live at the moment, so that's just about all the way across the Lothians from the west to the east. So Almond Valley, Livingston, and then with the exception of the 2 tactical voting heartlands of Edinburgh West and Edinburgh Southern, apart from then, as you say, it's SNP all the way across the Lothians. I suppose, standing back from the front line of politics for a moment, in Edinburgh, if 2 of the 6 constituencies are not SNP, then that probably is a reasonable reflection of the political makeup of the city, to be absolutely fair. And so, whilst I'm disappointed both for Sarah Masson and Katrina MacDonald, both of whom were young female extremely successful and extremely effective campaigners. I'm disappointed that we will not have them in the Scottish Parliament for this Parliament so far, because I'm absolutely confident that they would have been a valuable additions to the Parliament. That notwithstanding, we are seeing a in the context of where the other broadcasters controlled from outside Scotland are continuing to say that it's on a knife edge, and are continuing to say that the SNP is simply holding on. That couldn't be further from the truth. We are seeing comparing constituencies for Westminster and Holyrood, to have replicated this level of success in Westminster, the Tories would have had to have obtained another 150 seats on top of the significant majority they have at the moment. So the attempt to downplay the solidity of the SNP's performance, potentially going into the fourth government in a row, is an achievement, and that the government is continuing to win. The party of government is continuing to win seats, such as East Lothian, such as Edinburgh Central, and such as Ayr, is testament again to the continuing work that's been done and the continuing direction of travel across the country, which is in support of independence.
And not only that, with an increased share of the vote, with an increased turnout. I mean, that's I know that John Drummond, John Drummond is going to be coming on soon, so hold on for to get John Drummond and Lesley Riddoch and Gordon McIntyre Kemp for the rest of the afternoon. So you'll be in for a treat with that. But I know that John disagrees with me, so I'll say it while he's not here. John disagrees with me because I think I'm interested, just because I like to sort of throw sort of nerdy ideas out there. I recognise that a win here is just a win. I mean, a win is a win, and we will take it. And this is a really good win, regardless of how everyone's trying to spin it. This is a good win. But there is a part of me that is also wanting to have a look to see what the numbers are looking like in terms of how many people across Scotland voted for pro-independence parties. Because I do think that Nicola Sturgeon, she has said that she's not going to call it until she thinks we can win it. This surely must give confidence to her that actually we're really, because I'm just doing sort of doing my mental maths thing, and it looks like to me that Scotland, that the number of people who have put their vote in a ballot box on either sheet, that looks like it's for pro-independence parties. And yes, there is still a solid base that does not want independence yet, but then we haven't yet potentially had the European Union coming out and different countries courting us in the way that I fully expect. It's been really interesting to see the international media over the last few weeks, and the amount of articles happening in international media and European press about Scotland and the Scottish situation. And I do think that this will add a legitimacy. So in the same way that Slovakia, when it wanted to become independent, was being denied a route, and the will of the people, the democratically expressed will in a legitimate election, made it very, very hard for Czechoslovakia to hold on to it. And I think that's my pet hunch, is that this is perhaps what we will see, that the momentum will be on our side. And how do you think that the Yes movement can push political parties to have the confidence? How do you think we can get the message out to people in such a way that it articulates Scotland is going to be a welcome part of the European Union, and we will thrive like Ireland has?
Well, absolutely, and Ireland's a very good example. Small, as ever, one of people of my age have been raised describing Scotland as a small country. We know that Scotland's not a small country. Scotland is the average size of a country that are members of the United Nations. So I'll stop saying small country. We know that countries of our size,
we're a perfectly sized country.
Precisely. Countries of our size do well within the European Union framework because they give us an ability to participate at a multinational level, at a supranational level, and to collaborate effectively on the things which are most important to us, including protecting the planet. I think that in terms of the next stages of the independence campaign, and the next stages of the direction of travel towards independence will be affected by the results in this election, but will also be affected by the increase in the franchise. We've seen that the franchise has been increased by 200,000 people for this election. I think personally that increase is largely a reflection of the addition of people of the ages of 16 and 17 to the franchise. I certainly, from my own experience, spoke to and dealt with a number of young people who were delighted to have the chance to either vote before they went to school or who went to vote immediately after they had finished school for the day on Thursday. And I think that in terms of, we know that independent support is at its strongest amongst our younger voters. And we also know that our younger voters regard human rights and the protection of the planet as being particularly important political priorities for them. And so participation in organisations such as the EU, I think is something that's very important for them. And so I think more so than ever, giving voice to and giving weight to the opinions of younger voters in our franchise and across Scotland is of considerable importance. And their engagement and their support for independence will be very important in us obtaining that independence.
I've been very interested in the demographic issue because I've got 3 youngsters, 2 of which have been able to vote, one of them for the first time on Thursday. My almost 16-year-old daughter was very cross because she said that she thought that she should have been allowed to vote, given that she's almost 16. But I was saying to her the other day, I said, look, you know what? Actually, just imagine the first vote that you get to cast might be in an independence referendum, and you will help decide the future of your country. And she's really stoked by that, as are most of her pals. My 19-year-old son takes it as a personal slight that anybody thinks that Scotland could not be an independent country. And I was actually quite touched, because as we were coming down from voting, he trotted down the town hall steps and giggled and nudged me as we crossed the road, and I looked back and he'd turned the Conservative posters round just as his moment of defiance. I'm like, on yourself, son. And I know democratically speaking, the Tories have the right to have their poster up, but I like the fact that he actually takes it personally, and he has for a 19-year-old lunk who seems to focus on muscles and the next meal. He spent a lot of time talking to his friends. One of his pals was going to vote Tory because his mum votes Tory, and he sat. And this laddie's mum's a single mother. As a son with additional support needs, the boy is a little brother with additional support needs, and my son spent quite some time talking to him about the policies and saying, why would you support a party that has the rape clause, and why would you support a party that's going to destroy the NHS and sell it off, and he was having these thoughtful conversations, and my son got in the car yesterday and said, I've just been chatting to my pal, and he says that he's voting the day. He's not going to vote for pro-independence parties because he doesn't want pro-independence, but he's definitely not voting Tory. And I went, well, that's it, job done.
One step at a time. Yep.
Exactly. We win this one conversation at a time. But do you get the feeling with through the Scottish Independence Foundation, do you get the feeling that, are you getting feedback that shows you, that youngsters are actually now wanting to get involved? And how do we find the kind of campaigning? I don't do TikTok, I barely manage Instagram, and I'm certainly not a Snapchatter. So how do we get out of this the monolithic Facebook that is basically sort of turgid and is only used by people over the age of 3,000?
No, absolutely right. Yes, I think your point's absolutely right. I think that there is that generational challenge that from time to time it's suggested that parts of the SNP and others are controlled by the old guard. But it's really important that we engage properly and listen to young people about what their priorities are. And I'm pretty confident that they will be very clear with us about how they see what they regard as being the priorities and the way in which we can campaign successfully with them. I've been really impressed by the breadth and depth of young activists in the independent supporting political parties who I have dealt with and met over this campaign, and I'm pretty confident that they will help us get to where we need to be as we start to engage with the independence campaign.
I saw an extremely good Belief in Scotland poster, which was basically all these teenagers sort of like they're on their phones. And it was sort of basically saying independence is inevitable because of the demographic shift. I think it was 72% of 16 to 35-year-olds was the statistic off the top of my head. Things like that, I think, are really important. So how do I, as a kind of, sort of, it turns out, plodding dinosaur, how do I help articulate the message to young people, or is this I get now. I'm seeing that you need to go, so I won't hold you on for longer. I'm not sure where our other people are, but I can just sit and hum a happy song. But look, thank you so much. Oh, hang on. It turns out that we've got the Independence Live team from Glasgow have come back from their polishing of the ceramic. So I can let you go, Andrew. Thank you so much for your time.
It's been a pleasure.
See you again.
Thanks
you,
very
Andrew.
much. Hope you have a great rest of the broadcast goes well for the rest of today. Bye-bye now.
Thanks again, Andrew. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, you do know, Ruth, we never go away. We're always here.
Oh, I had a wee message saying that that you were off attending to urgent
technical
matters.
functions.
Technical functions. Is that what you're calling it? It was quite a long technical function, but we'll not go there.
There was a queue.
Well, happily my technical functions are holding on, but there you go. That's a broadcaster for you. So what's the vibe going? What's the vibe like in the Emirates?
Yeah, so listen, it's still fairly quiet. I mean, the main thing is that we've had Ivan. There's really not been much noise coming back from there. We're not even getting much noise about when we're going to hit the declaration. So we're really just kind of watching the scene and wait until things to crop up. I mean, we've got the team out there on the floor, and they're doing a bit of mingling just now. But again, it's fairly quiet. All in the area where they do the announcements and stuff. There's some press teams and things like that, but they look as if they're waiting on someone showing up. So certainly, if there is anyone coming up, we'll be the first to know and get them to chat to us on Independence Live.
It's a very different election. I mean, I've been a political journalist and been using current affairs for many years, and I have to say I do get rather sort of nerdy when it comes to sort of trotting around behind the scenes with a microphone and just sort of the buzz and the hubbub. And this is the first election in a long time I've just not been anywhere near the count or any of it, and it just feels really odd. So I presume that that's kind of it'll be a deflated buzz, but the numbers coming through are just so amazing. So I've just got the Renfrewshire South list result coming up. A guy, STV Ronnie Charters at STV Ronnie. He says the SNP on the Renfrewshire South list, 15,127. Labour, 8,341. The Tories, 6,341. The Greens, 2,427. Lib Dem, 793. Alba, 590. So that to me looks like a really pretty overwhelming. Again, the SNP is going to do great on the list, but then what does that look like when you start extrapolating it?
Yeah, well, listen, and the key point there as well, Ruth, is that we're really 61, 62 seats into 129 to be declared, so we've got quite a bit to go before we can build a picture. And again, the thing we spoke about earlier, is there a picture emerging about how people have voted on the regional vote, if the conversations and the parts that they're discussing, Alba, etc., have actually had an impact? And again, looking at the Almond Valley vote that came in there, we see an increase for 1.3% on there. We see Labour drop 3.7%. The Conservative had a slight increase there, so 16.6% increase of their overall vote in that region. And the Lib Dems, well, there wasn't much change for them at all. So again, there's not really anything that we can drive a clear picture of how that's really impacting the overall vote, and indeed how we should see that play out at the end of the day.
I'm seeing that Shirley Ann Somerville has just been re-elected to Dunfermline with a whopping 20,000 plus votes.
Wow.
I mean, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? It's just, but it is going to be interesting to see what happens. I think particularly the Greens are the ones to watch in terms of the list vote. I'm really sad to think that in the south of Scotland, the two constituency votes in Ayr and East Lothian might cost Paul Wheelhouse's a seat on the list, because he is such an impressive politician, and I'll be really interested to see where that goes. Emma Harper, she's also at risk because of that, but then she might knock Fluffy off his perch. So
Here's
Well,
hoping.
not Fluffy. Who is it? Alistair Jack. Can't mind. No, he's the MP. I've lost it. I've completely lost it. I'm just
Listen,
shouting names here.
The point is the same, you know, and it really demonstrates this idea of trying to re-engineer the voting system. It's such a difficult thing. I mean, it's really about how the stars are aligned in the day, and really that's what happened in 2011 when the SNP got that majority. The system's not designed for anyone to get an outright majority, so there is a lot of luck that happens in the day, just of what way the wind's blown.
But it's not luck, is it? I mean, you can't say, I mean, good fortune perhaps, or luck, how do we call it? I mean, it's not about luck, and it's not about the way the dice fall, because that implies that there's no way in, you know, that implies an element of chance. And I mean, I know I use it all the time as well. I mean, we all say that, oh, it's lucky or not lucky, but actually when you look at it like that, it's not like, this is the way in which the electorate, the people, you and me and all our pals and neighbours and family, everyone who's coming out, our community's coming out to vote, and we are sending a message. When we vote, we send a message, and when this many people turn out to vote, that's, I mean, I am so delighted that it's been a good turnout. The one thing I was really worried about was that you'd get the likes of wee Willie Rennie and his old, he's like an old auntie supping his soup, isn't he? Oh, it's another divisive independence referendum, you know, and you kind of look at him, you go, Willie,
it's a bit convincingly.
But you know, you look at him and you think, oh my goodness, it's just, he's a man. And it's funny because he seems like a guy who actually might be quite good fun, but you wouldn't think it if you look at him, and he's just oh god, he's like, yeah, I don't know if you're old enough to mind this on, you're probably not, because you look like a young thing, but I'm old enough to mind on the Reverend I Am Jolly in Scotch and Rye. And Willie Rennie's like, if you could imagine the Reverend I Am Jolly having an old auntie, and it'd be Willie Rennie in a wig sort of shuffling in, going, oh, I don't know, it's a bit cold, you know. And that's kind of the way that I see it. So, but you would imagine Willie Rennie turning around and going, well, there's no mandate because people didn't turn out. Whatever happens today, no one can turn around and say there's no mandate, because the people of Scotland have turned out in significant numbers to cast their vote. And so it's not, is it? It's not luck. It's expressed will.
No, absolutely. I think just to clarify that point though, is that when I say luck, so if you've got, like let's take Ayr, for example, you know, we're very not fortunate, a lot of hard work went into that, but it was not expected. Right? So we get the win there. But if you had planned for that to re-engineer to say, well, look, you know what, we don't think we'll win that constituency seat, so we need to really definitely ensure that we vote for the SNP in that regional seat, then that knocks that out of kilter. Totally does, because it's a success in the constituency vote has that long-term impact of what you will actually achieve at the end of the day come in the regional vote. And that's the part that people really don't understand.
Yes, and that's, even those of us who do understand it, because there's so many variables, I just don't have the kind of mind. My husband's got the kind of mind that can kind of do that kind of like strange computing kind of cyborg type mind, but I just don't have it. I'm more sort of like butterfly going, oh, shiny. So the latest shiny is that my local MSP, Graham Day, has just been re-elected with 19,568 votes. That's a share, a vote share of 50.7% and a share change of plus 1.8. Now that's pretty convincing, given that, to be honest, you know, the last 5 years ago, it wasn't looking that good for him. So people are definitely turning out. The Tories were 13,451 with a share change down of 0.6. So they've kind of held pretty steady. And Labour have gone down. Labour were on 3,625 and the Lib Dems on 1,964. So there's not been a huge amount of change there. It just seems to be an increased number. But again, over 50% of the vote share, which I think, I mean, I know that John Drummond will probably come on and have lengthy conversations disagreeing with me about that, but I think it matters.
Yeah, but listen, again, just, I think that the whole pandemic thing has actually had a positive influence in the outcome of there. I mean, just looking at some of the turnouts, particularly from the Glasgow regions. Now, I do appreciate there's always going to be a higher turnout of postal votes because if people have signed up for them, they're most likely to use them. But the fact is expecting that they might not be able to go to the polling stations in Poland. They have really kind of forced the hand to say, I better remember to vote. And I think that's really the positive influence in the turnout numbers overall. It's certainly what the numbers we're seeing so far coming across the country.
It was very moving. I actually had a lump in my throat when I was seeing photographs. I spend far too much time on social media, and my late dear friend Margaret Pollock, who was an older activist who's no longer with us, and I've actually got my Yes brooch, my Yes badge. I show you
very
that
nice.
there. A very nice Yes badge. Margaret got. I was on a march going to All Under One Banner, and Margaret won a brooch like that. Oh, well, she would have won. She bid for it as a fundraiser for Yes Career, and it was a one-off brooch made by our fantastic local jeweler Gordon Ewan, who's our local chair, and he made it, and it was a one-off for her, and she lost it. She was very sad, and then she passed away very suddenly, which was so sad for all of us. But Gordon made a special edition of these brooches with Margaret's name on the back of it.
Oh, fantastic.
So I carry this brooch with me because Margaret's not with us anymore. And there are many, many activists that are no longer with us. But I wear this brooch so I can carry Margaret with me as we march to independence. And I think that is one of those things that she'd have been so delighted to see this and see this increase in vote and to see this increase in turnout. And it does kind of, she would always say, "Oh, come on, I want to get independence now so that I can see it," And in our last few days, I was saying, "But Margaret, you maybe won't see it, but the road that we walked, the road my children will walk to independence, has been paved by the hard work that activists like you have done." And to see such an increase in people turning out to vote, to see to see people queuing outside the polling stations, it's that actually made me feel really very emotional, partly because I watched it on Twitter, and it was Margaret who got me onto Twitter. So old people doing Twitter, she taught me how to do that. And but I think that watching people queuing, that to me actually was really staggering. And I don't know what it was like near you, and here in Kerry it was quite quiet because we don't have lots of people going to vote.
To be honest, it was a mixed bag. I mean, certainly when I went to the polling station, we went kind of mid-afternoon time, and it was busy. We had to queue, a small queue, but we had to queue nonetheless. But when we spoke to the staff on site, they were basically stating, saying, "It's been quiet all morning. It's only just picking up." But certainly speaking to other people across the East Kilbride region and stuff like that, there was either just a steady flow of people coming through, but enough to be, thinking, "Oh, this might be good. We might get a right decent turnout today as well." I think one of the angles to it as well is also the decision by the Scottish Government to include new Scots. People have never had the opportunity to vote before, which for me was a crazy decision in the outset. Of course, they should be entitled to vote. They live and work and contribute here. And indeed, the 16, 17-year-olds, there's a positive aspect for us, is certainly from the polling that always shows that people of that age group are very open, or indeed decided that they believe independence is the best path for Scotland. So we have got some benefit to be looking there, and that's positive for everyone in Scotland, that they don't feel constrained by some of the ideals or the educated ideas of why Scotland shouldn't succeed in its own 2 feet. And I refer back to some of the points you were raising with Sheena on that fun there. But yeah, overall, it's great to see more people out voting. And don't quote me on this, I heard of, was it Drumchapel?
Don't quote me, you're saying it live.
Yeah, no, but what I mean is I heard Drumchapel had a really low turnout, which was slightly disappointing, and also there needs to be a bit of understanding what's happening in areas like that, because there is many, many people in the country who think that politics and indeed what happens in the country is not for them. It's something that bypasses them, something that they can't influence, and they say, "Well, what's the point?" And certainly I hope that we've changed since 2014 to try and get more people out and vote, because it does make a difference in the grand scheme of things. But
that's actually a really important point, though, because again, I'm apparently increasingly antique, but when I was a youngster, democracy felt closer to home because we had town councils. And the Democrat, the creating these megalithic councils and organizations actually removed democracy. And I can't help thinking that was part of the Tory plan, pardon me, but you know what I mean. I do think that there's an element of the Conservative Party ethos which tries to remove democracy, or tries to remove inspiration to be engaged democratically, because one of the tactics often used by despotic regimes is that they keep people hungry, because the hungry people are scrabbling just to feed themselves and just to survive. They don't have time to think about the creatives and, you know, politics and getting involved in things, because your focus is just on survival. And I can't help wondering if that actually is part of the way in which the feudal system, the modern feudal system that the Tory party seems to have brought in. And that's not just me being rabid. The UN rapporteur on poverty looked at the Conservative Party policies and said that it seemed as though it was an intentional and constructed cruelty that had been instilled in people. So I'm very swayed by Lesley Riddoch's, as you might imagine, passionate and informed views on the way in which democracy should and could be brought back to the people on small. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so involved with the National Yes Network, because I think that the National Yes Network, we're looking at mobilising the yes groups around Scotland and connecting the yes groups around Scotland so that we are perhaps placed to be able to have those conversations with local democracy, to engage with local people and to inspire local people to get involved and engaged with politics, so that in an independent Scotland we can then be those groups that turn around and say, actually, let's bring democracy back to the people and perhaps look at town councils or local groups of democracy again. So if you want to be involved in changing the radical world we live in, then get involved with your local Yes group. And if your Yes group's interested, get in touch with the National Yes Network so we can connect each other, so that we can create a happy revolution in an independent Scotland, non-violent and democratic. I see John's here. Hello, John.
Hi.
Hey, John, how's things?
Pretty good. I've been following the results with some interest. And if I can be terribly partial and partisan for a second, may I say I'm absolutely delighted that the guy that I voted for, along with my wife and many others in this neighbourhood, has been duly elected for South Perthshire and Kinross.
Hooray!
A terrific one.
And I think he will be an enormous asset. He's bright, intelligent, self-effacing, and exceptionally knowledgeable about rural affairs. And I think he will be a fixture, I suspect, in this area for many years to come. Jim Fairley.
I hope so. Jim is a really impressive, I mean, anybody who's been at a meeting with him just has to know that he is so impressive, that the grasp he has on the smallest details, but the way that he can make that accessible to people and speaks with passion and conviction and understanding, and the work that he has done within his local communities and with farming in general across Scotland. I think that he's going to be, I think you're right. I hope he's a fixture for many years to come. I think he will do tremendous work for the people of your constituency, but also for all the people of Scotland.
Yeah, that's true. And we've got Lesley coming up soon, is that right?
Yeah, so we're still waiting Lesley join us. So
okay.
Who else have you got coming up today? Let the people watching at home know we've still got coming up for the rest of the day.
I'll be talking to Lesley soon, and then thereafter at 4:30 we have Gordon Kemp.
Gordon McIntyre Kemp from Believe in Scotland, yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that, like yesterday, I think we've got a good lineup, and it'll be good to find out their views on what they think of the latest developments. I gather that the mood in the Conservative camp has changed.
Glad to hear it.
Really? In what way?
And it's less upbeat than it was yesterday. And I think, ironically enough, or perhaps fittingly enough, I think the election of Jim Fairley in their number one target seat, I think has had a devastating effect on morale.
What makes you say that, John? What information are you getting about that?
Well, the fact that the BBC and a number of Conservative pundits are saying that they've heard from the Tory camp. Now, a health warning. It's not unusual for political parties to downplay their prospects so that at a later junction they can say, oh, look, this is an amazing turnaround that the other party has lost, and they can then spin any subsequent result in terms that are helpful to them. So it's important to have that health warning in mind when we hear any group, frankly, dissing its own prospects. It's it's just
music to the ears.
it's it's on the one level you think, oh, this is great. On the other level, you say, yes, word of caution here. It might not be the way it looks.
So
out of interest, John, before I have to go in a couple of minutes, but out of interest, our pet disagreement, the whole thing about, I mean, yes, absolutely, the SNP and an Indy majority, whether it's SNP and Green or just SNP, whatever, it looks overwhelmingly like the votes and the seats are going to be a predominantly pro-Indy Scottish Parliament, which absolutely gives legitimacy to having an independence referendum as soon as is possible. That absolutely is the case. But from my sort of little nerdy number cruncher brain, is it looking like that that over 50% of the people putting their hand to a ballot have been voting for pro-Indy parties? Because to me, that surely will give Nicola perhaps the impetus to move forward with more confidence.
I think we're maybe looking at this through. Perhaps we ought to look at it through a different lens.
Okay.
And the different lens is looking at it from a parliamentary perspective. The way that the UK is structured, the UK Parliament is sovereign. In other words, sovereignty in the UK lies with the Crown and Parliament, which effectively is Westminster Parliament. And whatever the Westminster Parliament decides, that is it. Unequivocal, no debate. Doesn't matter how many MPs were voted for which party and when and how. The fact that a majority was secured and Parliament has spoken, that's it. Finito. The same logic then ought to apply to Scotland. If the Scottish Parliament, however composed, comes to a view and has a vote, and that vote is for independence referendum, that's it. It matters not a whit that other people take different views on different matters along the way. And I think we should rest on that.
Sorry, apologies, John, for cutting across there. It's just to confirm that we've had a declaration here in Glasgow, and we can confirm that James Dornan has been re-elected for the Glasgow Cathcart constituency with 27,728 votes.
Wow, that's a whopper.
That's very, very good. That's very good. I've still got a stream of people on my Twitter account praising Jim Fairley. Cool it, guys. Cool it. We got the message. You love Jim Fairley. Terrific. Super. Is Raymond out on the floor just now? Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, so we'll stand by if we can get a chat with James Nell, so that'll bear us out. But we'll bring that up if we get the opportunity.
Okay, guys. Well, that's probably my cue to let you continue this without me. I'm going to go and sit and watch the telly with avid interest and keep referring back to what you're up to, because it's a really interesting afternoon ahead. I'm sure that both Lesley and Gordon McIntyre Kemp will have a lot of interesting things. Oh, John, before I go, could you ask Gordon, you know how Gordon's saying that he's going to have this big election, a new campaign coming up starting on Monday, which obviously all of us are going to be keeping an eye out from. One of the things that I would like to see unpicked with Gordon is, how does he think we can get the message out to youngsters? What media should we be using? What platforms or forums should we be using? Because of course, for many of us, my youngsters just don't use the same social networks that I use. So I would really like to hear better how we can reach the demographics that we haven't yet got, to get them feeling engaged and participating. But it's been lovely. I really enjoyed yesterday, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys do for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you very much for having me.
Perfect. Thanks very much for your time. Thanks, Ruth. Speak to you soon.
By the way, can I just say to everyone watching, it's hugely important. I want to give you two messages very quickly, if I may. One is, please support Independence Live. There's a crowdfunder running presently. All of what you're seeing today is, frankly, the result of some very hard work. It didn't just happen by accident. I know sometimes when you watch the mainstream broadcasters and you see that they've got a certain approach, That approach is the result of enormous investment. In the case of BBC Scotland, around about £300 million a year. I can tell you categorically, and I don't think I'm giving away any secrets here, that Indy Live does not spend £300 million a year delivering what you're watching right now. You get it free. There is no license. There is no propaganda. You just get it the way it comes, right? Now, we, of course, tried to add whatever little intellectual content we can along the way, but that's on a platform, and the platform is the one you're looking at just now. So I would ask you, please support Indy Live. The crowdfunder details are available, and if you can just spare whatever you can spare to support these folks. They do a great job, and they do it unflinchingly, and they do it professionally, and they do it with the absolute minimum of resources, which is an enormous tribute to them. So I'd like to feel that you guys out there would reflect your feelings about that and make a contribution. Or if you feel so disposed, many contributions to Indy Live. Thanks again. Sorry for the commercial, but I feel it's important.
Very well put. And again, just to add to that, the only other thing is, and apologies for the background noise here, if you've got any events you want to get on Independence Live, by all means contact us. That's why we're here. If you've got your local town event, you might think it's only, of interest to the people in your local community, but it's absolutely not. It's something that would be really of interest to people all across the whole country. So certainly keep us posted if you want any help with that. I'm just checking there and see in case we've got an interview with James. We'll stand by on that. Wait 2 minutes. I've got some footage coming in there. Yeah, we'll give that a few more minutes, John. So Lesley, I believe, is running slightly late. Yep. So we'll just hang fire on that for 2 seconds. So John, overall, I know you're looking with interest in the results coming in. Again, going back to the earlier point, there's not really anything to explain about the situation with regards to the split with the Green, both votes SNP and Alba vote yet. Nothing that we can move on that.
I don't think so. I think the Greens will get they'll have a very decent showing. I'd be surprised if they didn't. I think that showing will stand them in good stead for future elections, and it will certainly stand them in good stead after independence, because there will be a realignment inevitably after independence, and the fact that they've established such a strong foothold. Right now the system rather militates against them, but I think that will change after independence.
Okay, so I think we can now go over to the floor with James Dornan.
Well, James. Yeah, they're good. You're good to go, right. With me now is James Dornan. What a fantastic win you've just had that pass.
Yes, it's a great one. We had a great turnout, and I'm not quite sure what the percentage is, but I know that my vote's up considerably since the last time, and I'm absolutely delighted with the faith that people have put in me.
Absolutely no regrets for standing again.
No. Days like today make it well worthwhile, and I'm looking forward to the next 5 years and the opportunity to take us forward towards independence.
Right. Talking about independence, but a message for Independence Live viewers.
This is the start of the next stage of the journey towards independence. We've already said that the people of Scotland will get their chance for independence referendum. The results are clear that people of Scotland want that referendum, and we will be making sure that they get that referendum. And hopefully we'll be able to get it as soon as we possibly can. Get the pandemic out of the way, we're on the road to referendum, and then we're on the road to independence.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Raymond. Well, there you are, folks. There's another example of the adaptability and the professionalism of the Indy Live operation. We go straight to the floor. We talk to the candidate merely minutes after he's had his official result. That counts for a lot. So people might be thinking, hey, how does that compare with mainstream media? Well, frankly, I would suggest to you it compares pretty well. And remember, you don't need a license to see this. And you can pretty well watch it anytime you like.
That's the best part, is it not, John? No license, no problem.
Yeah. Do listen to what Paul is saying here. No license, no problem. It can be done. People often say, I wish we had a different media. You do. You're watching it. And I would ask you to continue watching it. We've got Lesley Riddoch coming up shortly, and we've got other major guests. And Indy Live, frankly, if you go and look at the What's On Guide, i.e. www.whatsonguide.scot, you'll see, and I say this during the TNT show or after or before, it's a veritable cornucopia of offerings that have been put together. There's a great schedule of things, right? If you don't have time to sit at your device watching the show like many of you are doing just now, you can listen. You can listen to the output, you can listen to the different shows, you can do your washing up, and you can still be part of Indy Live. And you know what's also special? You can communicate with Indy Live. You can say, this is what I like, this is what I don't like, this is what I like to see more of. And can I ask you all, please, it's a heartfelt thought here. If you have access to Twitter, right, and you like what you're seeing, and you like what Indy Live are doing, get on Twitter, say to people, look, if you can't get on to watching the mainstream media for whatever reason, or you perhaps don't like mainstream media for whatever reason, we are the alternative. Right here, no license, no problem. You can come straight on and talk to us. And right now, we're going to talk to Lesley Riddoch. Welcome, Lesley. How are you?
Sorry, a bit slow. Mark there. Yes, fine, thanks. Just had me second jag, so I'm sorry I'm a bit late, but yep, fine.
How are you feeling?
Oh, grand, absolutely fine. No, but just by way of excuse, so I'm sorry. I should have been in about 10 minutes ago, and then I couldn't find the link. But anyway, here we are. And I see
you've made it.
I see that Galloway has just gone to the Conservatives. Oh. So which. The SNP vote went up. The Conservative vote actually went down 1%, but nonetheless, I mean, really, it's an astonishing thought that something that's as pretty deeply Conservative as that seat might have conceivably gone SNP. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that now leaves Aberdeenshire West. The BBC commentators were saying that they think that will now be a couple of hours away as a result. There's a tiny possibility that given the SNP lost in Galloway, that gives a less than 50% chance, according to John Curtis, of the SNP getting a compensatory list vote in the south of Scotland. So he's saying it's not likely, but it's not a 0% chance. And then, of course, there's the Highland list, which is also a possibility. So, it's not overbar the shouting for a working majority. But of course, the trouble is that whilst all eyes are on this possibility, it's kind of driving the narrative that not getting it is a loss, and for a lot of the British media who have a much different understanding of what majority means for them in a first past the post parliament, where it's actually very relatively easy, to get an overall majority, it's normal. It's doubtless making an awful lot of people south of the border feel that, when you're seeing headlines that are rolling at the moment, as I'm seeing on the BBC, Sturgeon says knife edge, chances of a majority, that's seeming to sort of tell you that the SNP are about to lose somehow.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Can I just give you a couple of minutes to say whatever you'd like to say about the election of Jim Fairley?
Totally splendid. I've known Jim for quite a long time, actually, and the kind of the Fairley clan. I used to live out near Crieff, so I kind of knew Jim quite well then. And he's a really brilliant candidate. He's a farmer himself. He comes from a kind of, a long clan of Fairleys in that area. And I think it's really important. I seem to remember around the point of the selection, there was obviously a lot of people going for the SNP nomination. And there was quite a few other candidates, including a few who had been, it's a terrible thing to say bust in, but, not there and not there for a very long time. And
Lesley, sorry to interrupt. Can I just stop you there? We'll come back to that in a minute, if we may. We've got Rosala on the floor of the counting area right now. Let's give a few words from Rosala, and then we'll come back if you don't mind. Yep. Okay, Raymond, over to you.
You've been campaigning hard. I've seen it all over social media from day one with Nicola Sturgeon to all the other MSP candidates. What's it been like for yourself?
It's been a great experience. I've learned so much along the way being the top candidate for Glasgow. It's been a very positive vibe in here, and we know that we're going to win all the constituencies in Glasgow. Yay for Glasgow! So really overwhelmed by all the votes for us and the people believing in us and believing in really in another. They have a vision for Scotland, that Scotland could be an independent country. Well, I believe we could be, and we could be a rich country. You know, the results shows that the people are with us and the people believe in us.
Yeah. What's the most enjoyable part of the campaign that you've had? What's the most uplifting?
I've enjoyed canvassing, like speaking to people face to face, and people ask, "Oh, you're that lassie, the Glasgow girl." So it's been really good. It's kind of I don't know, it's just kind of uplifting. Like you speak to just people on the doorsteps and the positive feedback about their party and the vision for Scotland, and having another independence referendum, a fresh independence referendum that, you know, we should not be ruled by the Tories.
Right, you're the top candidate on the list, Glasgow.
Yes.
How confident are you picking up this spot? Because normally it's a challenge and a half if all the candidates in Glasgow win, which looks as though they are.
I think the constituency, it's basically we are winning all the constituencies, so it's much harder to get the list seat. I mean, we've had the vote share been divided by other parties as well, so it's made it much harder for a top candidate for myself to get elected. But
Would candidates and agents for Glasgow Shettleston constituency please go to the explanation area to meet with the Count Supervisor?
Okay, it looks like Rosala has been called away. I mean, hopefully, I know that SNP probably won most of the Glasgow seats, constituency seats, so she may not, unfortunately, manage to get elected on the list. You're talking about Jim Fairley, Lesley. Is there anything you want to add to Jim's credentials? You're muted.
It's just to say something about the importance of local constituencies being able to choose candidates that are right for them, and people who've built up over decades, and in the Fairley's case, generations of local contacts with the people who really swing votes in a rural farming constituency. So, you know, there were other candidates that I think there had been a feeling were preferred by HQ, but you can't substitute for this level of connection within a constituency. And it might be that some other seats where there has been candidates from Firth of the parish, where people are very, very conscious of sort of local connection, they have not done quite so well. But anyway, over the piece, you've got to say, the SNP candidates have been utterly successful. And with the whole torrent that's come in today, all you can see is how many of them have increased the vote. I mean, the astonishing thing for Jim, and actually quite a number of candidates who've taken over from very highly visible SNP candidates, is that they've actually increased the majority. I mean, that's an extraordinary thing to do, because normally you'd expect a bit of a dunt when a very popular candidate moves on. But so, yes, I mean, just well done, Jim. And, you know, Perthshire is now, how unexpected is that in many ways, since it's such a rich farming area, and that's normally in the past just been hand in hand with conservatism and unionism. It's now a pro-independence county, which, you know, is absolutely fabulous.
It's astonishing. And you'd like to feel that the lessons that were learned with Jim, i.e. the local candidate, the guy who knows the business of many of the constituents, might be a formula that might be used elsewhere, just to take the SNP just a little bit further towards a very conclusive result. Angus Robertson was being quizzed earlier about SNP majorities. As you know, the way it's the lens through which the mainstream media, particularly the London-based media, view all of this is first past the post. It's a very simplistic model. It doesn't quite apply, and he was trying to point that out, and the interviewer was confused. So to help her, he said, look, this is what happens in Westminster. A parliamentary majority decides what happens. It's going to be the same here. The composition of that majority is interesting, but not crucial. The actual majority itself, if the Scottish Parliament votes for a referendum, end of story. That's it, fact. And that's the way things happen in Westminster, and that's the way things will happen here. Do you think it's as straightforward as that?
It depends. It depends to a large degree on what the London media decide. How they, look at how powerful they've been when it comes to Labour shaping the narrative of what's happening south of the border. I mean, you would be forgiven for thinking there's not a Labour person got elected south of the border in anything today, and yet I'm seeing that they've retained Salford, Liverpool, and Liverpool City region, just the latest results as mayors. Who's talking about that? Because all we're talking about is the loss of Hartlepool, of the two other mayoralties in the north of England, and nobody's gainsaying it's been a pretty bad night for Labour. But the narrative the press are pursuing is relentlessly that Keir Starmer is almost about to lose his job. That's where they are with it. So they have a really powerful kind of role to play in shaping the message. Now, they may either just decide they're bored with the Scots because for some reason we haven't hit the foo-foo dust number, or they may decide, yep, it's a different kind of parliament, that's a majority, yep, that really constitutes a mandate, and keep ratcheting away on what will Boris Johnson say. Or they'll just decide it's not good enough, that it was supposed to be some kind of working majority and that this represents a failure of some kind, and just go cold on the whole message. And it's difficult for us to actually overcome the narrative they shape, because they feed off one another. The BBC hauls in commentators. It very much lives off commentators from newspapers. So whatever message those newspapers have gets compounded and amplified by the broadcasters. And before you know what's happened, a different reality has been created in a couple of days flat. So, it's hard to know where we might be going with this, but very important that whichever Scots have access really make the point very strongly that this is a mandate, for the second independence referendum. And it's just not more complicated than that. In the same way that, cars have different ways of functioning. They have different systems under the bonnet. Doesn't matter when you switch them on and they go, they're on the road and they're governed by the rules of the road. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's an important message. I also wonder too, if maybe the influence of the mainstream media is declining for a variety of reasons. One is there's a move towards social media. There's a move towards what we're doing now. No license, no problem. You just go out there and you do it. You invite talented people like yourself. You have a range of folks who are prepared to come and talk about these issues, and also younger people tend to focus more on a different sort of media. I mean, I have great difficulty persuading grandchildren to read books as much as I thought was appropriate way back then in the mists of time. It's just a different mentality, a different outlook. And I just wonder, if you push a line which is at odds with people's personal experience, how that in fact enables you to sell your product, whether the product be the mainstream media, or whether it be a news channel, or whether it be we're going to the floor now, sorry, to speak to John Mason, who's been re-elected for Glasgow Shettleston, and also to just mention that Clydesdale South was an SNP hold as well, with Mary McCallan replacing Alison Campbell. So we've got John Mason coming up in a second. So it rather reminds me of the interview I did with Brian Cox. We had to get the lighting absolutely perfect. Years and years in Hollywood has taught him. You've got to get the lighting right. Good. I think they've finished that.
Is that one of the Indy Live lasses?
It's I don't think so. I think
Well,
it's.
that looks like it might go on a bit. That's an interview.
I think might well do. Yes, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, I was just suggesting that maybe the influence of the mainstream media.
Well, I mean, I'm no stranger to social media myself, having a kind of unaccountably large following on Twitter, but I still think it does matter actually what's being pumped out. I mean, I'm noticing how many people, despite their own, misgivings about the BBC, on Twitter are quoting BBC sources. So I mean, it's just a thing. How's the quickest way? I'm sitting here with the television on the corner. That's why I'm in this room today, because it's just the quickest way to see everything that's happened quickly. That's the end of it. So I think that there is a kind of shaping. And the other point is, obviously, people who are already, independent supporters don't need any shaping of the message. I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about that sort of swithering group, that are evidently were up at 55, 58%, about 5 months ago in the pandemic height, and have now swept back a bit to 50%. Now, I mean, obviously, there's loads of things going on. There's no active campaign. There's all sorts of reasons that this is not some terminal problem. But nonetheless, there's sugarling going on there. So in all of that, the person who's kind of thinking, yeah, I'm kind of up for this now, is probably very guided. They're probably more mainstream. They're probably more taking that kind of news. And so I think it does matter what kind of tilt is being put on it by the stuff that just will be coming through far more households today and in the days around this than there is normally, So, yeah, I think it does matter.
Yeah, I think I agree it matters. I just wondered if it matters quite as much as it used to, and whether people are sort of moving towards your broadcast, podcasts, a whole range of other offerings that are available and where they can interact. Because one of the things
it's like a crazy conversation, because I'm not trying to argue.
I'd like to welcome James Mason. John Mason. Sorry.
James Mason was my father, and also is a famous film.
That's right. John Mason, who's just been elected as the MSP again for Shettleston. Congratulations.
Many thanks. Yes,
that was a campaign for you. And
well, I think everybody said it's been a strange campaign. But I've got a great team, and we managed to leaflet every door virtually in the constituency. So very pleased about that, and we managed to canvass and not speak to a few people, but not as many as we would have normally. But email and Twitter and everything has been helpful. We've been able to communicate. I think I've had more emails, from constituents asking about, animal rights or whatever it might be. And so it's been a different campaign, but it's still been a real campaign.
Yep.
And I think, clearly the confidence in Nicola Sturgeon through the way she has handled COVID has been, just exceptional, and that has built a lot of confidence. And I hear from people down south that they wish that Nicola was running things down there as well. And I think, to be fair to the Welsh, the incumbent government has done quite well there as well. And so COVID's had a big impact, not just on restricting people, but on giving a very high profile to Nicola Sturgeon and other leaders as well.
Considering we've been going through a pandemic and the easing of lockdown, likely, be surprised at how massive the turnout has been.
Well, it's very encouraging. I don't think many people saw that coming. I didn't hear many of the commentators, even the big names, predicting that. And I think a lot of us feared that it wouldn't, and that people would stay at home. And although there were more postal votes, it wasn't mega increase in postal votes. But people turned out, and there were queues. 9 o'clock, I was at polling stations on Thursday, and people were there queuing up to get their vote. So people cared about it. I'm sure people will study why that was the case going forward. But there's many important issues here. I mean, independence is absolutely one of them. But the health service has really come to the fore. People realise how much we appreciate the health service, how much we appreciate the nurses and the doctors and the individuals. The National Care Service has become a big issue with care homes and care at home. And so these are going to be some of the big issues going forward that we need to look at. And although money, is being borrowed and is plentiful at the moment, I am concerned that in the next few years money will be tight, and we'll be choosing between, how to spend it.
definitely don't want to go through another Tory austerity again. But you said in your speech that you didn't mind when independence actually occurs. So obviously for viewers of Independence Live, we want it yesterday.
The doubtful ballots for the Glasgow region in the Glasgow Cathcart area are ready for adjudication.
So
Will candidates and agents please make their way to the
what elements
explanation
of
area.
preparedness do you feel that we need to do? Because a lot of people have been asking during this campaign the old questions for 2014: currency, border, economy. Why haven't we got these answers now?
I mean, some of these answers cannot be answered. You know, if we were going independent now, we would take pound, you know, but if it's 2 years or 4 years or 6 years ahead, that might be a different answer. So some of these answers are not easy to give. Yes, we need to do work on them. I mean, the key thing for me is that we need to see the support for independence going up higher. Having it around 50% is not enough. You know, we really want it up towards 60%, because, you know, I fear that during the next referendum campaign, Westminster will, you know, play it dirtier than last time, and will seek to undermine our support. So I would like to see the support higher before we call referendum.
Okay, John Mason, thank you very much indeed for your time, and congratulations on your
Thanks so much. Thank you. So I wasn't sure which, I was looking at you or the camera, but
Thank you. Yeah, and just in case anyone's confused here, that was not Fiona McKinnon. That, in fact, was John Mason. If we could change the caption, we would. But I shall make a point of making sure that just in case we have a female candidate coming on and everyone thinks, oh, they've miscaptioned her. It's not that. It's not that. But again, here's an example of how you're getting news, literally hot from the press, if I can use that term here, and the visual media. But I think that's terribly important. And this, again, is all part of the Indy Live offering. I mean, there you are, straight there. Nobody has spent £300 million achieving this. And thanks again to the folks behind the scenes. Sorry, Lesley, we were talking about majorities and perceptions and media. Do you feel that perhaps if the Scottish Parliament decides at some early stage to press ahead with a referendum, in other words, to move from the back foot to assuming that COVID has reached a level where people feel, you know, this is something that that if it's not completely finished with it, at least we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. And if the Scottish Parliament decides to act, doesn't that change things so that the momentum is coming from Scotland without much regard for what's happening amongst the commissariat?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm only speaking about where we are in the absence of that, you know, and it seems to me it's a strange aspect. I know some independent supporters will not tolerate the idea that there's anyone sympathetic south of the border at all, but and you know, one might be well advised to consider that their ideas change. They have no particular skin in the game, and it may just be a sort of curiosity they have rather than the kind of belief-based connection that we have to this campaign. They also don't really understand it. You know, it still seems to them like a phase that might come and go. All of that's true, but I really, really urge people to begin to think that because we're going to be moving to a second independence referendum at some time, we might want to put some of our energies into starting to tell our story beyond the shores of this country. Because in all the things that will follow from here, it's very useful to us to have a set of people who roughly understand where Scotland is, have got sympathy for the plucky little underdogs, which is not a difficult story to tell. And all of that is worth its weight in gold when it comes to how we will be viewed once there is an independence referendum. And I mean, the very point that people get so annoyed about BBC coverage is because it influences people. So, you know, if it didn't influence people, nobody would be worried about it. So it just seems to me it's while many of us can't do many other things. That's why I've been so involved with this group, Europe for Scotland, which is a bunch of young European citizens living in England, actually, who started up this idea of putting together a letter calling for the EU to make it crystal clear this time that an independent Scotland would be readmitted to the EU if we so choose. Crucial point. So it's not obliging us to decide now that we're going to join the EU as opposed to EFTA potentially, or potentially nobody. Although I think once you start looking at the options for Scotland, when you've not got any access to the European single market, and you might have some bumpy roads in terms of trade with England, you'd begin to think you've got to actually have some sort of purchase within the single market. But anyway, it's not obliging us, it's trying to oblige them to make it clear so that there's no funny stuff being played, no curved balls coming from Boris Johnson, as there was in 2014, trying to suggest that, for example, Spain might veto our entry, which is not going to happen. But as long as it looks like it might do, it could influence people back to that sort of swithering voters. They could be quite influenced by the idea that we're high and dry, that we're friendless, that nobody wants us, that we're a dud. And so right now we can be making that the argument, turning that one around by, please, if people are watching this, please go and sign the letter that's already been signed by Sam Hugan from Outlander, by Brian Cox, by William Boyd, the novelist, by Brian Eno, the collaborator with David Bowie, by Val McDermott, the crime writer, by Jackie Kay, the macker, Cameron McNeish, and loads of international figures who are professors of history and law across every European country. They've bothered themselves to say, do you know something? Scotland should have the democratic right not to be hauled around by England. And Scots are not actually coming on in their legions, as I'd rather hope they would, to sign the blasted thing. So europeforscotland.com, you can sign up in Scots, Gaelic, English, or 16 other languages, which people have volunteered to translate the letter into. And it would really help the campaign to try and say to European citizens, please sign up and help Scotland.
I mean, that sounds like a very worthwhile activity. And the letter is addressed to whom? To the
European Commission.
Yeah, well, I think that's a very worthwhile activity. You've heard how to access the letter, folks. I would add my commendation and say everyone ought to do it. It's one of the things I'm going to do when we're through today, because I've seen it on Twitter and I just haven't been motivated to do what Lesley has just so eloquently suggested that we all do, frankly. Because, I mean, what does it cost you to sign the letter? If you feel strongly, then perhaps you could argue it's the least you can do. Okay.
I think the thing might be that for there's a number of things on the go. I mean, for some people, I think they feel this is putting the cart before the horse. That the whole question of EU membership, that's like we need to get independence first. But we will get independence. I think there will be an indy ref, there will be a yes vote, and so that's why I'm looking over the top of this, trying to see then how we help that yes vote feel more confident and how we start to look at our role in Europe again. And it's strange, different formulations of this message get different levels of support. There was something Patrick Harvey said in the last in the last TV debate, where he said what did he say? I mean, I'd actually tweeted it and it got retweeted 2,000 times. So it really, really chimed with people, where he said it tore at his heart to think of so many young Scots with no chance to join a project, which has been the biggest peaceful project in European history. Now, when you put it that way, everyone goes, yeah, and yet when it's something about trying to argue for Scotland's right to rejoin the EU, it can so easily sound like, yeah, it's a corporatist bureaucratic thing and it doesn't exactly set the heather alight. But come on, it's about strategy, people, international friendship, solidarity. All of this stuff is sitting within this project. And if the Scots don't look like they care, no one else will.
That's a very good point.
So europeforscotland.com.
There you are, folks. There's where to go. You mentioned earlier, Lesley, that it's important to be prepared. The European initiative you talked about is just one of those things. How well do you think we are prepared? I mean, what do you think really needs to get some quick attention in order for us to be in a position that, as you say, there's going to be a vote, there's going to be a referendum? And what are we in good enough shape? I mean, critics say categorically, you're not in good shape. You're all over the place. You're all over the place in currency. You're all over the place when it comes to constitutions. You say you want a constitutional change. You have no constitution of your own. You're just not prepared, guys. What's your take on that?
Yeah, well, I'd say there's something to that. But kind of we are where we are. I mean, I know this at the moment this is kind of controversial because I think a lot of people who are Alaba supporters are feeling quite hurt at the moment and annoyed. And yet what it looks like from this level of support that's going to the SNP, and apparently their vote is holding up on the list, whatever you think, an awful lot of independent supporters are happy enough with Nicola Sturgeon's leadership. And she is, as a matter of fact, the leader of the SNP. And as a matter of fact, it will be the largest party. So whilst one can have all sorts of misgivings and whatever about the SNP, it's her shout. And so we are stuck with her timescales very largely and her levels of preparation or lack of it. And yes, I think it's a pretty open secret. And it's obvious when she's been quizzed on questions about everything, currency, deficit, borders, the case, the new case that needs to be made. I mean, Alex Salmond has been quite right about that. The old case doesn't fit the new reality. Absolutely. And it would be lovely to think that she kind of, in the background had got a few people really thinking and working on this. I think Marco Biaggi is working on a couple of, new scenarios. But Jings, there's so many very expert people in the various fields that are required. You would have hoped there would be a more collaborative approach. But again, look at the SNP. Nicola Sturgeon doesn't do collaboration, for better or worse, she just doesn't. And that is going to be the size of it. So sure, you can tear your hair out, you can rail against it, you can form a different party. But in the end, she is still going to be running the show. So we can only hope she is going to move now to get these arguments together. And the SNP as a party have, I suppose, a little bit of an issue because some of those people who are at the forefront of trying to put forward more radical or realistic ideas have actually jumped into Alaba. And so they aren't within the SNP to sort of rock the boat a wee bit. So within the NEC, there's some very prominent and important voices are now not there. However, John Curtis, again, was saying that he thinks there could actually be more pressure on Nicola to start looking like she means business if, ironically enough, she falls short of this working majority of her own. So who knows? We're here. This is the deal. She is in charge, like it or loathe it. And we need to be assuming that there will be the moves made, starting to make the arguments between ourselves, absolutely, as Gordon McIntyre Kemp was actually saying yesterday, and Believe in Scotland is doing so well, and Commonweal is doing well, lots of people are doing well. But the trouble is this, it's like athletes warming up for a race that someone else is running. That's the annoying thing. So whilst all these groups are really working hard to get their heads around the current situation, it's not them that are running the race. It is Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP. So we all have to do our bit. It's true that we're not got a tight ship ready to roll, and yet we're rolling. I mean, life is what happens when you're busy making other plans. I'm sure that indie refs are the same. So we need to assume that although we can't quite see the chink, we can't quite see how we're going to score this try, we're going to. We've got to think we're going to. And then what things will help. And that's all I think many of us can do.
Yeah, well, that's helpful. You mentioned the Alaba. What do you think its future prospects are now, bearing in mind the likely outcome of this election?
It's, I think it's actually very hard to get your head around all of this. And that's not really, I'm not trying to kind of cop out on this. It's mostly because it has actually been so hard to see something that's arrived so quickly and then to kind of almost walk 360 degrees round it and try to figure out what difference is this going to make. I mean, they do have two MPs, they have a clutch of councillors, they don't have any MSPs. The the impact two MPs can make in Westminster is not great, whoever they are. So it's hard to see whether that will actually be much of a kind of bridging point for them. Depends how outspoken and active those MPs are. And of course, since the election has started, they haven't really been there very much. So it's hard to know how that will happen. I mean, there's no messing around with this. If Alex Salmond doesn't get elected, then the project as it was conceived, which was very much as an Alex Salmond vehicle, is not the project that it was originally. Some people might think it's got a future with beyond that, because Alex, clearly is, let's say, our age, being diplomatic here, and there was always going to be a succession moment.
Yeah.
There's clearly a lot of people that feel very strongly about the kind of issues that are sitting within it, and I suspect people will not suddenly go, oh, well, let's just leave it. They're not going to walk away from this quickly. And yet they won't have much of a platform because there'll be so much focus on Holyrood. So not having a presence within it will be the same as this election campaign has been, because they haven't had a place in debates. So I think it's going to be really tough for Alba people, because it will feel so frustrating to have had what feels like so much connection and support within the indie movement. And I know friends of mine everywhere have just immediately clicked with it and said, yep, I'll go for that. And yet to have got nothing to show for it. That's just really heartbreaking for people, no matter what you think of the politics within it.
Don't you think it's a signal to Nicola Sturgeon as she's watching that things are not as well as they might be within the SNP? It's always been described as a broad church. Maybe what we're seeing here is that maybe the minister needs to be ministering a bit more to the church. Otherwise, maybe some of the members will increasingly find it not to their liking. Who knows?
Yeah. I think that was John Curtis's point about, strangely, being short of an absolute majority for the party, potentially forcing Nicola to, as it were, up her game on independence. Because yes, Alba has shone a light on many things. So that's entirely likely that the arguments have been made. Someone has sat in public and said, we could be doing this, 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 and this. So it's been said, it's had some sort of platform. But I still think that's one outcome from all of this. The bigger outcome you might get is that an unbelievable vote has happened for the SNP. I mean, let's not mess around with it. For them to be the largest party, even talking about potentially having a majority of their own in a proportional parliament on the fourth government. This is the point at which I don't know if there's really much, in recent parallels in British history of one party so dominant and putting on vote share, So that will, in the same way as what's happened down the road, will embolden Boris Johnson. What's happening in Scotland will embolden Nicola Sturgeon, quite clearly, and not for no reason. I mean, most independent supporters have absolutely rallied behind the SNP. So yeah, it's hard to see which way we'll be going.
Yeah, I gather that the SNP has Graham Day has held Angus South with almost 51% of the vote. But I gather that the SNP now need to take all the remaining constituency seats to equal their 2016 result. That may be a big ask. What's your take on that, Lesley? Do you think they're going to get the same number as 2016?
Well, 2016 was 61, although, well, maybe it was, I can't quite remember if it was 61 at 2016, but I mean, the parliament that just broke up had 61 SNP MSPs. I think people are largely thinking they'll get past 61. The question is whether they'll get past, 63, 64.
Yeah.
And those are the votes, that are yet to go. We've got Aberdeenshire West that will come up in a couple of hours. We have then the redistribution that happens when the final constituencies are in. Small chances really of a list seat in the south of Scotland, slightly larger but still not very big chances of a list seat in the Highlands. And there might be something I've forgotten about because everything keeps changing. But yes, it's going to be. But I think they'll have a larger seat tally this time than last time. I would have thought, but maybe by one or two. But still, an increase is an increase.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
And of course, the key point is that we haven't spoken about is the Greens.
Yeah.
I mean, this time their manifesto had word for word the same pledge of moving towards a second independence referendum as the SNP. So if anybody was doubtful about their interest in independence, I think that would be one point. The other point is if you've been watching the debates, you'd see how Patrick Harvey and perhaps to an even greater extent Lorna Slater have actually used arguments about independence within the core things that matter to Greens. So, it's obviously not an add-on for them. They've been very quick to point out when powers would let them do more of the green recovery they want, where, things, for example, when Douglas Ross was crowing about a transition fund, Lorna Slater was very quick to leap in on one of these debates and say, that's a transition fund for fossil fuels. It's not, necessarily to increase green energy. And that would need us to have control of those funds, which we would have in independent Scotland. So that's the kind of logic of people who have looked at the powers and decided this is what we need. So I think the Greens will have more seats this time round, and they've certainly been able to kind of air a different set of reasons for wanting independence. Coming back to your thing about generations, there's definitely a younger type of vote for the Greens. So that's an important way to be pushing the independence message out, so that people who might not have been heart and soul supporters, as many of the SNP have been, these are people who are much more looking at our goal is to try to save the planet. How do we do it? James, we need all the powers. Oh, right, independence. So if that's the way they get to it, that's fine. And that's a difference, So I know these are not like the massive differences that people like to look for in political outcomes, earth-shattering, gobsmacking, huge, big, primary color style change. But that rarely is, it's the incremental move that is important. So we've now got almost all commentators seeing the SNP and Greens as unequivocally pro-independence parties. And that's a change, and it means there will be an independence majority, and that will be the expression of what the Holyrood Parliament is all about in everyone's eyes. I think we should all use that expression and not just let the Greens fall out of the argument because they might not have been the party you voted for.
Yeah, and in fact, if you do accept this notion of a broad church, I mean, I've interviewed a significant number of right-wing commentators on the TNT show, and one was Andy McKeever, and he resented the term. He wouldn't accept the description unionist. He preferred home ruler.
Can I just interrupt you? I'm seeing on the TV that there's the live Aberdeen count. This looks like Aberdeenshire West declaring. Have you got any way of seeing what that is? So I'm going to put the sound up.
Party 2,382. Rosemary Bruce, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 3,363. Alexander Burnett, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 19,709.
That's a lot.
As much. Scottish National Party, SNP, 16,319.
That's it.
Total valid votes.
Did you hear that?
I heard that.
That was basically the Tories in Aberdeenshire West, 19,000 odd, nearly 20,000, and Fergus Much for the SNP, 16,000. So that's not even close.
No, it's not.
And again, I'm sure that we'll look at things. Labour and the Lib Dems are right down. So there's been huge tactical voting there. The Lib Dems are just scoring 3,000, Labour 2,000. I mean, that whole neck of the woods used to be Labour territory. They used to hold those seats. So that's a huge collapse in the Lib Dem and Labour votes. And they've obviously transferred to the Conservative. which, coming back to Andy McKeever, who you were talking about just there, you know, Andy was actually saying in a tweet that it's very noticeable that Tories are quite willing to switch their votes to Labour and Lib Dem candidates to keep the SNP out, but there's been less willingness to switch the other way, you know, especially Labour voters still just can't quite bring themselves to vote Conservative. Well, they've managed to do that there. So I think, I mean, again, John Curtis is on at the moment, but I suspect what he's saying is it's very probably, well, do you want to hear a little bit? I don't know.
The results in so far, we are forecasting that the SNP will be too short of an overall majority, but there will be an overall majority of 15 for the two independence parties, the SNP and the Greens. Indeed, what you will notice as you see the forecast is it's remarkably similar to the outcome of the election in 2016. The SNP unchanged, the Conservatives unchanged, Labour down a couple, and the slightly enhanced pro-independence majority comes from the Greens.
So I don't know if you heard that there, but this is John Curtis now forecasting that the SNP will be two seats short of the 65 they need, but that there will be an enhanced overall Indy majority thanks to the Greens, who have gained, in their projection, will gain 3 seats when the list redistribution is done. And at the moment, from this forecast that he's got, there are no votes for any others than those 5 parties. So that would be, in his projection, no seats for Alaba.
Yeah, that's the impression I got. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty categoric. So it looks like 63 seats for the SNP and what, 10 or 12 for Greens? Not quite as many as that, perhaps.
9 for the Greens,
9.
Which is 3 more than they had by the looks of this.
Yeah, so that gives you what, an independence majority of what, 7? Did we say?
It has leapt off the screen inconveniently, and I didn't have that in my mind enough to be able to do the math. But yeah,
that's the problem with live television.
Well, yes, but I mean, we can be finding this online as well. So I see Gordon's here, so I'll have a wee look online, and unless Gordon's got all the facts and figures to his hand, have you, Gordon? Unmute yourself, my dear.
Gordon, could you unmute yourself? Well done. Did you hear Lesley's question, Gordon?
That would be 71 seats for yes, which would be, what is it, 129, isn't it? So you need 65 for a yes majority. So the prediction is a very strong yes majority, but the SNP to fall too short itself of a single party majority. So, but, you know, I am not 100% sure that we can actually be that accurate just yet. They may have more information about the list votes than we're getting, but it does appear from 1 or 2 people that I've been talking to, messaging, etc., that the Greens are actually doing better in some constituencies than was predicted, and in others up in the northeast maybe not doing as well, etc. So I think it's still up for grabs. It really depends. I think when they announce the last seat in every single region, there's going to be a lot of people biting their nails. But yeah, it looks like the SNP are going to fall 1 or 2 short of a majority, but the Greens will go up 1 or 2 at least. And therefore, yes majority, therefore, referendum. Game on. Good.
You say that there might be 1 or 2 unexpected results. Could you scope that a little bit? Would you say that there's a possibility the Greens might get double figures?
I don't know if they're going to get, you mean double figures in representation? Some of the polls were picking up 11 at the top, and others were saying they'll go to 8 or 9. Everyone always says the Greens are always over poll and underperform. And I think one of the reasons for this is the SNP people who'd say, I'm going to vote SNP 1 and Greens 2, they get into the booth and they see the SNP logo and they tick it both times. You know, so they change their mind in when they're presented with the logo of the party they're loyal to. I wonder if the discussion about list votes this time might mean that there's less of that happening, and that people might be more willing to consider So the Alba effect could be that it's convinced a lot of SNP voters to say, yeah, fair enough, my second vote isn't, my regional vote isn't going to be that effective. I will give it to the SNP, but I don't want to give it to Alba, which is obviously what they've decided. There might, in some places, you might see in Edinburgh, you might see the Green vote go higher, and Lorna Slater, who I think would be quite a powerful ally for the rest of the Yes movement if she gets elected, get in. So they need two because she's second in the list. You know, so it's going to be very interesting to see. But at the end of the day, the key thing is we're going to have a yes majority, and they're going to call for a referendum at some point. So we need to get ready for it.
You think we might have a coalition?
Doesn't sound like the SNP, does it? I don't know what Lesley thinks. No.
Lesley,
to work with somebody other than the SNP, no.
And actually, the Green, you know, there's been lots of debate amongst the Greens as well. You know, they're obviously, the Greens across Europe are in coalition in quite a number of places, and it's not, you know, it just as it's been for the Lib Dems, a real poison chalice that it's taken them almost a decade to get over in terms of their British profile. The Greens have had a kind of pretty checkered history of coalition across Europe. The Greens are a much more European kind of allied party because there's a whole Green section, you know, within the European Parliament. So they're quite, I think they're quite cautious themselves. It's not like they're necessarily charging into a formal coalition either. But just to back up what Gordon was saying about, you know, the story here is it's game on, it's a majority. And just what I was talking about earlier about the importance of sort of British commentators in all of this, since there is British media coming into Scottish homes. I've just spotted a tweet by Krishnan Gurumurthy from Channel 4 News, and he's saying, just in the last half hour, judging the Scotland results by whether the SNP wins a majority in a parliament designed to prevent one seems a rather unionist prism. Scotland looks set to have clearly voted for an even more pro-independence parliament than before. Yeah. And that's been already retweeted 4,000 times. So I'm really urging people, get out there and support all the commentators who are got a clear view of where we're going with this, you know, because it's important.
Well, one of those commentators might, and we were talking about Andy McKeever earlier, and when we talked about this, and I've been reading his tweets today, he says that the Conservatives have to stop being angry and start thinking. Now, he made this point on my show. He said he thinks this is a very misleading strategy that the Conservatives have adopted, this sort of hardline unionist. He said there's so much more to be gained by cooperation, because he reckons that if a hard line is pursued by Westminster, the almost inevitable outcome will be a hardening of the independence vote and people in the middle being attracted to that view over a fairly short period of time. And he's pleading, in fact, with the Conservative leadership to switch and stop being angry and start being more conciliatory. I mean, frankly, I think it's pie in the sky. I don't see any evidence of any attempt to reach out to anybody, whether it be the Welsh or the Irish or Northern Irish or the Scots. But I may be wrong in that. Maybe there's somebody plotting behind the scenes to do exactly that.
Well, John, you've got the Conservatives in Westminster following an English nationalist agenda, and that's not the same as a Scottish nationalist agenda, because we're internationalists, and led by Brexit, a sort of mistrust of the rest of the world, exceptionalism, British exceptionalism, and you can call it British nationalism as well if you like, because there is no difference between how they perceive Britain and England. I think that they're looking at their power base in England and thinking we'll look weak if we give anything to the devolved nations. And so you're going to have a dynamic in this referendum battle. And this is why I'm not too bothered about it being sort of 50-50 in the polls right now, because you've got the Conservative government, who Labour voters have just put the Conservatives probably into second place in Holyrood. Well done, Labour voters. That's kind of ironic. But so the Conservatives are going to say, we're going to run the referendum, the no campaign in the referendum. And Labour are saying, but we can win this if we do federalism. And the Tories are going to say no to federalism. So there's no better together. There's going to be a split. in the no camp as to what policies to present. And the only policy that might actually have some impact is the federalism and more powers offering, which I don't think people believe anyway, but it can't be deployed now. All it can be deployed is more powers taken from Holyrood, and don't worry, we're better together and we'll look after you, sort of thing. And that's not going to wash. So I think the dynamic of the next referendum is going to be vastly different. It's going to be easier to campaign with. And if we get the economic message right and refocus it on well-being and building resilience and building back better, then we can appeal to a lot of people. I did a poll a few months ago where I said to people, I'll be publishing this pretty soon, but I don't mind giving a wee bit of a few weeks ago, I should have said, I don't mind giving a bit of a hint now. But frankly, if we say to people, how would you vote independence if there was a referendum tomorrow? It's about, I think my poll came in 52% yes. When we asked them, if we actually had an independence economic perspective based on well-being, it came in nearly 60% yes. So, you know, the population are waiting for a positive vision to be presented, and the Scottish Government has to do that. And the Sustainable Growth Commission, you can say it was good for its day. You can say it was reaching out to Conservatives and trying to keep the flames low. But whatever reason they went in that direction, it isn't the one that now, because everything's changed. So now we have to have a different approach. And I just hope the SNP are willing to listen to those that have got visions of well-being and Nordic approaches, as Lesley has, because that's what people want to hear. It's not a political thing. It's what they need. It's what we need to rebuild and actually recover properly from COVID.
That sounds to me, Lesley, as if it chimes very much with what you said earlier about creating a package of measures, more than a vision, practical measures to suggest to people or to propose to people, to give them something to get their teeth into.
Yes, but it's more, as Gordon's saying, it's more giving people a sort of destination. You know, there's a point over all the difficulties where these are the things that we can hope to aspire to, and they're not unreasonable hopes. So, I mean, in my life and in most people's lives, the way we keep going is by overcoming the hurdles that are in our midst. And by gum, we've had a year of that, by looking to a slightly longer horizon and to other like-sized, like-minded, like-endowed countries, and thinking, you know, we'd have to be a different species on the planet to have more assets than these countries and less chance of running ourselves well. It's just a kind of standing to reason sort of reorientation that takes you away from the grip of fear. Because, you know, unionism is basically now just a fear proposition and a kind of throwing googlies into the works proposition. And in all aspects of life, people can take your mind off the ball and take you away from what are clearly inevitable movements by simply confronting you over and over and over and over again with the very small impediments that sit right in front of you now. So obviously these have got to be answered, but a kind of medium and long-term framework of thinking has to be reintroduced to, yes, think voters, so that we've got the full spectrum of thought in front of us, instead of constantly being like this with the latest nonsense that will be thrown our way, that is just designed to try to take our minds off the obvious inevitability of the direction we're in. So that's I would love to see, and I've heard Nicola start to frame a lot more of her observations in that same way when she's looking at the arc of countries around us, not of course going quite into the arc of prosperity that Alex Salmond coined, but you know, it's the point that he made way back in 2000 and God, what was it now? I can't remember when he came out with the arc of prosperity, but obviously before the 2008 crash. You know, that's been true and in our politics for 15 years. And it's as true now as it was then, but it needs to be embraced. And this is where, you know, what's impressive about the Greens leaders is that they've managed to work in the independence idea to what it meshes into their own politics properly. Yeah. And I want to hear Nicola Sturgeon and co meshing these bigger ideas into their politics properly, because when it comes out, it's often seen as a ooh. It shouldn't be an ooh. It should be an obvious core point of where we're going. And that's what we haven't really had yet. But fair play, Nicola Sturgeon hasn't had a blooming day off for, a year and a half practically. So I think people might be prepared to cut some slack and just plead with her to think, as Gordon has said there, what is the problem with collaboration? Because when you are implacable, when you are lofty, when you seem distant, okay, you can command authority and people are very excited to see you. But for the next stage of stuff, we need to have more of a common front without people peeling away to form other parties in the midst of it. And as your point, John, earlier, that can only be done if Nicola starts to collaborate with people in a much bigger way. You can only hope that she will do that, but it wouldn't, you wouldn't be holding your breath entirely, would you, just based on the past?
Gordon, I noticed that you were nodding your head at most of that Lesley was saying.
Yeah, it's absolutely vital. I mean, really, if you want to persuade people to make a change to their constitution of the country they live in, then you have to share a vision that they want to buy into. And, right now, the economic vision that the SNP has, not the Scottish Government, because it hasn't really changed. The Scottish Government hasn't selected a new vision, but as the SNP as a party has, and that's quite important there, because the Sustainable Growth Commission is an SNP idea, and it's never been put forward as this is what the Scottish Government is going to do. So they're trying to be very clever about that. And they're saying, it needs the figures to be updated. It doesn't need the figures to be updated. It needs the thinking to be updated, because the world has moved on. And people will look for a dream and be willing to actually say, that's the type of country, you're painting the picture of the type of country I want to live in. But a Sustainable Growth Commission might answer some difficult questions about austerity and whatever, not in a way that most people like. But actually, we don't want to be that. It's a back foot approach. And having a vision puts us in the front foot. Because in the first referendum, whenever I went on television, I felt like I was in the back foot the whole time. It was like Andy Murray trying to win Wimbledon, but not being allowed to serve. And, so it's like, Gordon, what are you going to do with this? Gordon, what are you going to do with this? And I was sort of like going, just let me talk about all the great jobs we'll create, etc. Never mind the jobs we'll create. What about the deficit? And what about this, that, and the other? And they would just, the media throw at you stuff. And if you're defending without a strong vision of where you want to go, then you have to talk about the detail about how you're going to administer that and what's going to happen here and what will it look like when you drive up to the border and you have to wind down your window and all that sort of stuff. And I'd rather talk about, a lot of the stuff Lesley talks about. I'd rather talk about how we can actually have an approach to a fairer, greener society, some land reform in there, not necessarily enough to scare the horses and get hundreds of millions of pounds of donations to the No campaign, but we can point in the direction we want to go, and we can say, and this is how we start that stage journey to being that country, and independence is one of those things that needs to be in there. So I think that changing the vision as to what we want will put us in the front foot, and it will win us the referendum.
And when do you think that referendum might be? I've asked Lesley this question. What's your take?
My take is we're talking probably either May 23 or September, October 23, because we've got, this year's out, we've got the pandemic, and it doesn't matter that you can hold a referendum during a pandemic. Of course you can, but what you can't do is you can't have a march with a couple of 100,000 people. You can't get 10 to 20,000 people delivering leaflets in the same day across the country, all working together in groups of 30 and then getting together in the pub afterwards and all these sort of things. So our big advantage is the people. Theirs is money, so they can post the leaflets and afford to post the leaflets, whereas we need to deliver it. Our big advantage is the local groups. Local groups having coffee mornings like Women for Independence did, etc., putting stalls up in the streets. And the media tells you it's all about the politicians. And I think to a certain extent, you can't win without credible, major, heavy-hitting politicians. No, you can't. And when they start knocking $7 out of one another in front of the electorate, then you lose 8 to 10% of the yes vote, which is what's happened, right? But if we can just get, a vision that everyone can sign up to, and then the grassroots campaigns out there talking to people and having conversations with their neighbours, having conversations with their work colleagues, and having the information in their hands to give to them, then, on the front foot, I think we win at that point. I think it's very doable from here. But I don't think they're going to do it this year because of the Olympics, because of the and next year we've got the elections. We've also got, I think next year is the I think early 23. Is that not the Queen's Platinum Jubilee or something like that as well? I don't know how many years it is now. It's like 150 years she's been Queen now or something like that. And so basically they're celebrating that in February, I think. And it just seems to me that if you're going to have a referendum, have the referendum probably in September 23. Once we've done all the economic work, once we've got rid of the political infighting amongst ourselves, once we've got past the pandemic, but early enough that if it's going to go to court, that we can have it. And then if we lose, or they say, no, you can't, then you've got the next general election becomes a UDI election. If they say, if they're dumb enough to try and take us to court to stop the democratic will of the Scottish people, which will destroy the no base, by the way, Democrats and all the other parties will go, you can't say no to a referendum. They've got a big yes majority. They've got a right to do it. But if we end up with being told, no, you can't, and a sort of Catalan situation, then clearly, if the SNP don't go for UDI in the next general election, under those circumstances, then Alba will. So there's no choice. It has to happen probably in either early 23 or late 23.
What do you think, Lesley?
Yes, that sounds right to me. The only sort of fly in the ointment I've seen that there's been some speculation that Boris Johnson, now that he thinks he's on a roll, might call an early general election in 2023 for various reasons, mostly nothing to do with Scotland at all, but simply, when you're ahead, why not just try and stiff the opposition even more strongly and try to kind of jump in early and get another 4 or 5 years. But the effect of that would also be to upset what now looks like, openly Nicola Sturgeon's preferred date, which does look like 2023. So, there would have to be some flexibility about that. And Gordon's quite right that the useful order that he suggested is entirely that the Westminster election then becomes the way to sort out the unbelievable democratic deficit that could be created before it. So that's just the only small, but you can't sort of hold back and bend out of shape your own best scenarios on the basis of what Boris Johnson might do, right? So we would have to be proceeding, I think, as if that's, likely to be the scenario. And it would just be useful, and as with throughout the whole pandemic, people in businesses have just pleaded in a way, not so much, they would love to be open yesterday, but not so much even that, just to have enough notice to plan for it. Well, we're all no different. So the sooner that there's just a down tools almost on this, as a sign of almost your fervour and your commitment to independence, you need to say you want independence referendum yesterday, Nicola. If she could name a date and just get on with it, I think most people would settle down and start to organise for it. It's the combination of not having confirmation of any blinking date, really, that's causing people to feel so restless.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I'm receiving a note just now. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but the Lib Dems have too few seats to constitute a full party in the Scottish Parliament. I'm not quite sure what that means in any particular practical sense. Does a party have to have a minimum number of MSPs to be regarded as in some way part of the hierarchy within the Scottish Parliament?
I don't think so. It might be something to do with allowances, but it's certainly, if you look at the Greens, they only had one in the first Parliament. So did the Socialists, had Tommy Sheridan, etc. So no, I don't think there's any limits there, but there might be some internal workings of the Parliament rules that mean that you don't get the full amount of monies or expenses, or but I wouldn't have thought so. That seems quite unfair on the small parties. So I'm surprised at that. So
to help a little bit, the contention here is that which this person thinks means that they can't ask questions of the First Minister. That doesn't sound right to me. Surely anybody can ask a question of the First Minister.
No, there's a formula where the leader of the opposition gets to ask a question every week, the third party, Labour, get to ask a question every week. And then there's a kind of rotation between the Lib Dems. There has been between the Lib Dems and the Greens. So, you know, one week Patrick Harvey will ask a question, next week it's Willie Rennie, although it does seem like Willie Rennie's asking questions all the time. So that's that. But I can't see how that, the only thing that I'm just trying to find and remember what the pecking order was in the past. I mean, I think the Greens had more MSPs than the Liberals in the last Parliament, but my memory could be wrong. No, that could
One
be the
more.
change. So
Yeah.
So that could be all that it is, that it's a swapping of order, so that
right. So the
essentially
Greens
the
will
Lib
come.
Dems are now the fourth party and the Greens are the third.
Yeah.
But it won't mean that they can't ask questions. It just makes their place in the rotation different, and
They
it
certainly
may
have
be that
too
they get
few.
less cash.
They certainly have too few MSPs being considered a serious party. I don't know if there's a word missing in your in the
Well,
note
yes,
handed
but
to you.
the only thing that's puzzling me is that, you know, from the moment there are no seat changes. You know, they've got the same total right at the moment as they had before. So I don't see how they've lost. All that's happened is that the Greens have, you know, are set to gain, but right at this moment they have no seats, the Greens.
Yeah.
So this is all a wee bit premature, and I don't know where you're getting your messages from, John.
Oh,
But,
from local activists. But let me give you something that comes from a more,
I'm not
perhaps a more
suggesting
credible source.
it might not be right in the end, but where we are at the moment, I don't think so.
Well, the BBC are predicting just one list seat for the SNP to give them 63, plus 9 Greens. The Tories will stay on 31, and I don't see any mention of Labour so far. So that seems to be the top two, as it were. That the SNP will have 63, and there will be 9 Greens, just short of double figures. And the Tories will stay on their 31 seats. If that's true, that means the Tories must have picked up a seat or two. Or, of course, it comes from the list, doesn't it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it still leaves the arithmetic the way that you described it, Lesley, which is, and also Gordon, a significant independence majority in the Scottish Parliament.
That's a 15 seat yes majority.
15. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it might be a little less than that. No. 9 Greens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope everyone can bear with us, because we're trying to do that difficult thing of talking, thinking, calculating, and trying to remember what we've just said.
No, it's more than, it's more. You don't just go for how many above the actual majority line it is. You have to actually also subtract the
president, the presiding officer.
It's the difference between how many seats the unionists have and how many seats pro-independence parties have. I think that works out at 15. But I'm not going to. Depends. But yeah, 9 would be 3 extras if you. One of the Greens lost one of theirs, who became an independent. But if that's 3 extra for the Greens and 2 down on the last time. No, 1 down. 1 down on the last time for the SNP. So a net gain. Parliament with more pro yes MSPs than before.
Yeah, what I'm hearing here on the chat facility is a 15-seat pro-yes majority, according to the BBC.
Yeah, that's what
I just said.
That's right. And the first woman of colour to be elected.
I got that number right. Don't like to do live maths.
But the thing that's really maddening is still that the strapline on the BBC, and I'm guessing elsewhere, is SNP failed to get overall majority. And whilst those words are true, they convey a failure of a kind, and they also don't, they speak to everybody's different understanding on these islands of what a majority actually is. So it's annoying, because you could equally easily say SNP increased seats, or independence majority likely, whatever. But we're going to have this SNP fail to get overall majority message.
Let's agree to do hashtag increased yes majority. Let's get that message out there, because that's what it is. It's true.
In that case, it's going to sound very confusing to people south of the border when they learn that there's a huge majority in the Scottish Parliament, a relatively huge majority, for another referendum. They're going to say, how can that's possible? I thought the BBC told me that the SNP had lost. I mean, it's going to be confusing.
In a proportional parliament, a majority of 15 is a super majority. It's a huge majority. You can call it, and you put any adjectives you want on it, because there's no definition for those things. In proportional parliament, majorities are difficult to come by, except through. I can't think of a proportional parliament anywhere in the world that's got someone, one party that's got a majority, and I'd have to look into that. But basically, 15 is a whopping great big majority, and it's one to move forward on.
I know, but the problem is people speak from the perceptions that they have of their own politics, and everybody in England is boiled in the bag, first past the post. So
I think
the other thing that's strapline that's running on the Beeb, and irritatingly, is SNP short by 2 votes, 2 seats.
Yeah.
So it's maddening, this, because it's absolutely speaking, in a sense, it's describing a Scottish reality through a British grammar.
Yeah, which is fair enough. I mean, that's the BBC, and that's the way they rock. We've only got 6 minutes to go. Gordon, are there any particular thoughts that you have about this particular election that you'd like to make before we close?
Well, I think that's a wide remit to allow me to say anything I want for a few minutes. Okay. So what have I picked up in this election? When what you would call the pop-up parties, and I'm not putting Alba in that, I'll give them a more serious name than that. But when we had the original pop-up parties, I did a poll of yesers on Facebook, and I said, look, this is just the most dedicated yesers on Facebook that are going to answer this poll. And I think about 15,000 people responded, and about 40% said they'd give their vote to a list party. And I wrote it up with the angle that said, but this is a yes bubble, and you really can take that number and you can divide it by 10 at the very least to get what will happen in the real world. And I said, if you actually try to instigate tactical voting, it can work in the short term, but there's always pain. And I'm not entirely sure that Alba coming into the mix with more of a profile than all the other parties hasn't actually done a couple of things. I think they've convinced maybe some people to give their second vote to the Greens, because rather than give them to Alba, they wanted to give it to somebody else. For various reasons that some people weren't willing to vote for Alba. And the other thing is that it may well, I don't know, there's been an awful lot of unionist tactical voting, stopping SNP winning the seats that would have got them the majority. And I wonder, if it wasn't for the threat of tactical voting on the other side, could that have happened to the same degree? I guess we'll never know. What we've learned here is that if you look to try and put people into tactical, to apply tactical voting across the country, you're trying to herd 1,000 cats from one field to the other with 2 dogs and a stick. People don't like to be herded that way. People don't react well to tactical voting, almost never works. And even when it worked for the Conservatives, the reason that Ruth Davidson quit is because she knew it couldn't work this time and she was going to lose her own seat probably. So, there's always a price to be paid. So I think that where we've ended up is where we expected to end up. It's going to be exactly to within 1 seat of where the poll of polls that I did last week said we'd end up. It's a yes majority. And as Lesley's pointing out, let's frame it that way. Let's let people know that this is a bigger win than before for independence. And we've got a mandate, we've got multiple mandates. We're going to hold a referendum. And if they think it's a wildcat referendum, then they can prove it in the courts. And I hope they're stupid enough to do so, because it will boost yes through the ceiling if they do. They stand against democracy.
Interesting. Lesley?
Final thoughts? What he said. And just I'm noticing as well, sorry that I kind of wax lyrical, is I spent 25 years working for the Beeb and have mostly got it out of my system, but still just get massively irritated about these things. And I know some people think, God, you're just so naive, girl. And okay, maybe that's right. But, inside the Beeb, I would be arguing about these things right now. I used to. That's one of the reasons I'm not inside it anymore. And the headline running is Mark Drakeford in Wales say Labour have exceeded expectations, and that's a minority government They, you know, if you wanted to kind of be consistent, you could have, you know, Mark Drakeford's Labour have failed to reach a majority.
Yeah,
But that's not the story they're telling, because the challenge was coming from Plaid.
Yeah, the interesting thing too is that Mark Drakeford said today, when asked if there was a majority of independents supporting members in the Welsh Parliament, would that be sufficient for a referendum? And he said, absolutely, of course.
Mm.
Don't you think Welsh Labour have actually taught Scottish Labour how exactly to handle this situation? They're actually he's more Plaid than Plaid in many cases. You know, so it's very interesting. Yesterday, I was in our offices, as I mentioned, is in the same building as Labour's, and I saw Anna Sawar bouncing around, smiling yesterday. I should probably pop in this afternoon and just see if his mood's changed at all when the results come out. But I don't think Labour can be happy. You know, if stemming the tide was their only goal, then they might have just done that. But yeah, tactical Labour voters putting the Conservatives in second place, just as tactical Labour voters denied Jeremy Corbyn prime ministership. I'm gobsmacked by how they can't keep their own votes. And it looks like a lot of Labour voters are going to Greens, and that's what's elevating the Greens, which is very interesting.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Lesley, any final thoughts about?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, I think it was actually it was a BBC person who said that to me. I thought, my God, in the midst of all this criticism, it was some other commentator that had said, you know, when you're tallying up where the independence vote is, you have to be taking on board that 40% of Labour are, you know, supporting independence. So the real independence parliament, okay, formally is as it stands, and clearly the Labour Party, Scottish Labour, weeded out anybody who was, you know, in a sense, dumb enough to say out loud, brave enough to say that they favoured an Indy Ref 2 even. And yet, in their midst, there's bound to be supporters of independence, and certainly supporters of the democratic path, not wanting to get on the wrong side of that and get slung in permanently beside the Tories. You know, there's ways to get manacled to those guys, short of better together, and that is supporting the same completely undemocratic lines. And just the final thing to say, as the last was brought up in Northern Ireland, where demographic change will change the democratic situation completely. And next year, the big event really will be the Northern Ireland Assembly elections, held for the first time with an electoral register in which people from a Catholic Republican background are the majority. So in Scotland, the longer the Conservatives leave this, the more each new generation that comes in is a much higher proportion of independent supporters. So in all cases, this is only winding an inexorable route towards the end of the union. And the bold people are the ones who can intervene in that process in a meaningful way. I don't think we've got any unionist players who are bold enough to do that.
Yeah, I noticed you were too kind to refer to the people who were falling off the electoral roll at the elderly side of the equation, which so that there's a double whammy effect as young people move into voting age. There's people falling off at the other end of the electoral roll. Gordon, I had a feeling you were just about to say something there.
No, I was just nodding in agreement. But I think that one of the questions people always ask is that as people get older, do they become more conservative? And my take is that that's not the case, that the political beliefs of younger generations are institutionalized and they will carry them with them. And that the reason that older folks are more conservative with a small c is because they're carrying forward the political beliefs of the social construct of their day. You know, they remember the NHS. A lot of them were children in or just during or just after the Second World War. They remember all those sort of things. But the institutions that young people remember are the EU, and they kind of liked being European, etc. And so as they get older, they'll hark back to the time that they were in the EU. So I think Lesley is absolutely right. As time goes on, the democratic shift will be towards independence. I think the sooner that we can actually become independent, the better, though. And therefore, that's what we're talking about, is about bringing it forward rather than let it follow its natural progression, because it could be quite slow and unacceptable for a lot of people, because there's people in trouble now, there's communities in trouble now, there are food banks, There are also economic growth opportunities. There are entrepreneurs that can't get their businesses off the ground. So you've got to look at both sides of the socioeconomic spectrum would benefit from independence if we get the economic message right. And I genuinely think we've got a gilt-edged chance now, starting at 50-50, or I think we're at 51-52 really in most polls, I think. But starting from 50-50, a statistical tie, versus 27%, if we get the message right, we've got this. We just need to stop fighting amongst ourselves and take all of that energy that was part of this election campaign and put it into having conversations, to listening to people who are undecided, and finding out what the concerns are and talking to them, not arguing. If we can stop arguing with people and just actually ask them questions and convey our feelings and our dreams, then they'll go, you know what, that's different to what I was thinking independence is about, and we've won. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. It's a point that Lesley made so eloquently earlier. I'm reminded of a guy called Tip O'Neill when I was in the States.
Speaker of the House of Scotland, the Speaker of the House.
The Speaker of
yeah.
And he was an irascible old what's-it, and but steeped in Boston politics of a particularly robust kind. And his book I thought was eloquent. It said, "All politics is local." That was the title of his book, because even though he was a fixture in New England and Massachusetts, he got that way because of all the doorstepping that he did and continued to do. It was all about, as you say, talking to people and making sure that you were there to respond to their concerns and thoughts. Yeah. Well, I think we're almost through. I'm getting a signal here saying, could you please wrap up? I'm not suggesting that's going to do with the weather. I think we need to bring it to a close. Thank you very much, Lesley. Very much appreciative. Gordon, thank you too. It's been enlightening. I've found the whole process this afternoon and the whole programme interesting. I hope everyone watching and listening has found that too. A big thank you to everyone who participated, and it's my great pleasure to hand over to Independence Live.
Thanks again, John, an excellent job. And of course, thanks again to Lesley and Gordon for joining us both today and yesterday. With a few less technical problems, I'm sure Lesley will be happy here. So thanks again, guys. We're about to be shortly joined by Dr. Mark McNaught from the Building the Scottish State show, who's agreed to join us this afternoon. We'll have a chat through, and we're expecting James Kelly to come back on to discuss a few of the results as well. So John, again, listen, thanks very much for all your efforts over the last few days. Been a trooper. We've had some great feedback for all the stuff there, and great to have that chat with you. And we look forward to the TNT show, which is next on.
It's on Wednesday with Jem Donnelly. And Jem is a young lady who has a fascinating story to tell. We've had too many middle-aged men on the media. We need to talk to somebody who really understands what the issues are. And Jem is exactly that. Don't miss it. 7 o'clock Wednesday, live, Indy Live. Take care, everyone, and thank you again. Appreciate it. Hi, Mark.
Thanks, John. Thanks again.
I'm signing off as well. I just wanted to say to you guys, great chairing by John. But really, all credit to you guys in Indy Live, because you are the real deal. You guys, you're guys who just see, you see a sort of gap, you see a possibility. You've trained yourselves up, and when you were apologising slightly about yesterday's difficulties about some of the quality of the broadcast, you fixed it. This is absolutely the kind of complete indie outlook in actually embodied in humans, you guys. Because that's how we work. Every time there's a problem, you just take it on board. You don't deny it. You try to figure it out within your very limited kind of scope, budget and everything. And blow me, each time you come back bigger, more professional, with more of an audience. I mean, you're my total blinking heroes. You really are. So all power to your elbow, and I'll go and sort of tweet away that you're on. And thank you for having me.
Thanks again, Lesley. Very kind words. We can't take the credit, of course. It always goes down to Mr. Independence Live himself, Kevin Gibney, who's in the trenches at the moment.
Behind the blooming camera, but anyway,
always.
Yes. Okay, Kevin, it's all. You are the main man. Right. I'm off, and good night to you all.
Thank you.
Thanks
everyone.
again, Lesley. Take care.
Take care.
Okay, so guys, thanks again for sticking around and joining us. We've actually got James Kelly, as I say, just joining the line, so he'll be with us shortly. So before we move on to that, Dr. Mark McNaught, how's things with your side of the world? You're still on mute there? Just double check your mute.
Is that better?
Perfect.
Okay. Excellent. Oh, all good. Just kind of. I was expecting Alba to do more better, and we had been working directly with them through Jim Sillars, and the manifesto, the Alba manifesto included EFTA membership and membership in the Nordic Council, as well as a written constitution. It was through our group that got in there, and so it's difficult not seeing Alba having a greater representation. But at the very least, we're hoping that these ideas will carry over because EFTA membership could be accomplished relatively quickly if the Scottish government asserted sovereignty over. Basically asserted sovereignty and had the capacity to sign international treaties and the powers to abide by them, which obviously it doesn't have in the current context. But it was disappointing in a certain way, but it's very good to see that there's been a pro-independence majority elected. But I would have liked to have seen it go more quickly with Alba representation, but that's politics.
Absolutely. And listen, just whilst we're on that, we've got James is going to give us a full rundown of what these results actually mean from across the country. Over to you, James. As soon as you unmute.
So I didn't know if there might have been another James. I didn't know who you were talking about.
Hey, James.
Hi there. Okay, well, the BBC projection, you've probably seen the SNP 63 seats, Conservatives 31. So 63 is the same as the last time for the SNP, 31 is the same as the last time for the Conservatives. But Labour on 22, which is down 2. The Green Party on 9, which is up 3, and Liberal Democrats on 4, which is down 1. And I think John Curtis said there was still uncertainty about one seat, which would be a possible extra seat for the SNP in the south of Scotland. He didn't think it was very likely to get it. I don't know which party that would come off from if that happened. But so it's a relatively similar result to the last time, but the big difference is the Greens are 3 seats up, so the overall pro-independence representation is enhanced. And also, what we shouldn't lose sight of is the fact that in the last election, the Green Party did not have an explicit manifesto commitment to an independence referendum. And so that was one of the ways in which Unionists tried to sort of question the mandate, whether we really had a mandate, because the Green Party were part of that pro-independence majority, but they hadn't explicitly promised a referendum. This time, both the SNP and the Green manifestos included a commitment to a referendum. So it's a more sort of watertight mandate this time.
Okay. And I wanted to raise the questions with both you and Gordon in the context of so there is supposedly a mandate for a referendum if you have a pro-independence majority, and it's long been held that the increased support or increased seats would translate into democratic pressure on Boris Johnson or whoever's prime minister to grant a Section 30 order and to allow it. But thus far, there has been very little sense that would happen. And apparently, Boris Johnson came out today saying that he wouldn't allow it. How do you see that going forward, and the legitimacy of whether a referendum will indeed be held, and the legitimacy of it if it's contested?
Well, I suppose one of the reasons why the question of whether the SNP won a single party majority has been talked about, it shouldn't really matter at all, because a majority in the Scottish Parliament for pro-independence parties is a majority, regardless of whether it's composed of one party or two. But the reason that was talked up was I suppose it was the theory was the shock, the momentum from that, the publicity, the headlines that the SNP would get for pulling off the overall majority might shock Boris Johnson into giving way. I don't think I actually would have done, because Nicola Sturgeon is clearly in no rush anyway, and so I think by the time this conflict comes, when it comes to a head, and I think it probably will eventually, the dust will have settled from this result anyway, so it probably won't make a great deal of difference. And I suppose what's going to happen is, well, Boris Johnson will not agree with Section 30 order, but it will probably end up in court. Probably the Scottish Government will legislate for a referendum, and the UK Government will challenge that legislation, and we'll find out what the Supreme Court do. And if the Supreme Court rule against the Scottish Government, then we'll find out what the Scottish Government do then. Do they just accept that, and do they just go back and ask for yet another mandate and say this will put pressure on the UK Government, or do they actually do something different?
Yeah. How do you see it, Gordon?
Yeah, I agree with everything James has just said, up to the point that it seems that the route following the Supreme Court saying that Westminster has the right to say no to a referendum, and I'm not at all convinced that they will say that. I think that's. I'm no lawyer, etc. But from what I understand, talking to people, it's up in the air as to what way they would go. But then you've got a situation where you're already seeing the SNP fracture somewhat in amongst its least patient people, and most dedicated to independence, I guess, moving to Alba and so what's going to happen is that if a referendum is blocked through the courts, then the SNP has two choices. It can't just go, oh, let's try and get another majority. It's not going to get one. Alba will be back saying we'll declare UDI. They'll stand in every seat in Westminster, or someone else will if they don't, and the SNP is finished. So it's kind of got no choice but to go for, okay, if you've blocked our democratic route to independence, you've opened the door to Plan B. And that's always been the case, because before you could announce Plan B, you had to have it blocked by the courts, or the undecided and the soft no voters would never accept it. But once it's blocked by the courts, you can now sell that to the people of Scotland. And so that's the kind of like the Plan B comes into action in 2024 general election. If we have a majority of one, we begin negotiations. And I think that would be, I don't think Nicola could possibly pull off another big win if she's going, let's get another mandate. People wouldn't vote for her.
Okay. All right, and Gordon, how did you see the results today? I mean, what did you were you surprised? Was there anything that you found surprising about it, or was it what you expected?
I guess we were actually talking about this when I was on with James yesterday. The interesting manoeuvres of Labour voters going Tory and Tory voters going Labour, etc., in different seats, and it depends on whether it's a Brexit 40% seat or a Brexit 10% seat, etc., etc. And you can see across the West, and where or in seats where you couldn't decide who was the challenger to the SNP, the tactical voting for unionists didn't work. But every time I looked at the situation, you could see there was a different situation in different seats, and that there wasn't necessarily a pattern. So what surprised me is just how all over the place it is, and therefore how difficult it is to predict what was happening. But at the end of the result, even with all of that, I think we've ended up exactly where we expected to end up. The SNP close to a majority on its own, but with the Greens picking up more than usual. I think the thing that James will maybe be most surprised by is actually the prediction of 9 for the Greens. I don't know what you think about that, but I was hoping that would be the case, but I don't think you were too keen. You weren't too sure that was going to happen, were you?
Well, I was certainly sceptical at the start of the year when, some of the polls were putting the Greens on 12. So, I was right in that sense, because that was a little bit overstated. But yeah, I was sceptical at the start of the year because all the good predictions for the Greens were coming from Survation and Comrades polls, and I was questioning their methodology. I think it became a bit more clear recently because there was more of a consensus across the firm. So I was a bit more sure as we got closer that the Greens probably were going to increase. But they haven't got that huge breakthrough that some of the polls predicted. Some of them saying 12 seats.
Do you know if they've got Lorna Slater, or is the projection including 2 seats in the Edinburgh
Well, it must
area?
be. There's no way they could get to 9 unless they have 2 in Lothian. So they must be projecting 2 in Lothian, I would have thought.
And what are have the Greens? Do they have, or will they win? Or will they win any constituency seats, or are they purely a list phenomenon?
Yeah, they're purely a list phenomenon. But Patrick Harvey was hoping to possibly win a seat in Glasgow Kelvin, but he fell short. So that was their only realistic hope. So they didn't win that one. So they will be winning all their 9 seats if it is 9 on the list.
Yeah. Okay. And I want to pick up on something that Lesley Riddoch was talking about, how we have within the Yes movement, we have a very broad level of expertise in many different subjects, whether it's constitutions, whether it's monetary policy, whether it's business policy, and I'm wondering, like, what scope you see for collaboration, like if we can get these people together and really develop a coherent project for what a Scottish state can be, and doing it, because it's obvious that Nicola was making Lesley was making the point that Nicola is not able to answer a lot of these questions very coherently, and that a lot of work can be done now on building, on constructing, designing a currency, designing a constitution, all of these things. What do you think is the scope for collaboration between people in trying to, construct a Scottish state even in the absence of independence?
Do you want to take that one, Gordon?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you look at the situation with how the SNP create policy, they don't work with anyone outside the SNP. They have a small group of trusted advisors, and they work with those. They make a show of talking to other people, but then don't include anything. So, for instance, everything that I've said earlier on when I was on with Lesley about a well-being approach, about building in resilience to the socio-economic approach, and actually, having things like equality, health, welfare, resilience, all having those as measurables that have the same amount of importance in your economic thinking as GDP growth, etc. All of those things were exactly what we told the Sustainable Growth Commission when they had 3 meetings with us whilst they were writing that, and they didn't include a single bit of what we said as then Business for Scotland. But Believe in Scotland is campaigning for a well-being approach to economics, and we're not going to campaign for anything other than what we and our members want us to campaign for. So, that is our job, to lobby for change, to lobby for a better approach. But we hope that the SNP will now look at organisations like our own, who have 6 people researching at some point, and contractors and designers and events teams and all that sort of stuff, and say, well, actually, there's a useful organisation that can partner with us. But to be honest, the changes in policy that we have actually, as Business for Scotland in particular, managed to actually implement have involved probably quite a lot of shouting. And so I'm hoping now that I think they are beginning to understand and be more aligned with our well-being approach. So I'm hoping now for more open dialogue, and actually Kate Forbes, I think, is really understanding the well-being approach, and I think she's absolutely a politician for the future for Scotland. And I think that if she buys into it, then hopefully the SNP are going to move in that direction.
Can you explain a little bit more what you mean by the well-being approach?
Well, we've actually got what we call the Manifesto for Wellbeing, and we'll be publishing that along with some statistics that come from our panel-based polls, opinion polls on different approaches. But if you're talking about well-being, our policy, our idea is that left and right are not mutually exclusive. That the left and right, socialism and capitalism, are the ideas of last century, and that what we've actually got to think about is how we blend, not in the centre, but use economics as a higher purpose. And if you do that, you can actually say that you can't have a strong society without a strong economy, but you can't have a strong economy without a strong society. And if you swing the pendulum from the left to the right all the time, all you're doing is emphasising the one half of the equation. It's 2 sides of the same coin. And to have a fairer, more sustainable growth, the well-being approach would include things along the lines of greater subsidiarity, power going down to local areas, that sort of thing. Greater emphasis on protecting the environment, changing tax laws so that nobody can avoid tax, and by taking money abroad, etc. But then saying to them, but we will keep your taxes down, businesses, if you do things like get your gender pay gap closed, the amount of young people you employ. If you invest X amount in training, if you invest X amount in research and development, you get credits, etc. And so we're actually talking about turning the economy into an engine for improving society, and therefore society becomes an engine for improving the economy, rather than just saying, I'm right, you're left, and never the twain shall meet. And so basically, we've put together this manifesto for well-being, which we'll put out there, as I say, in the next week. When we've actually polled people and said, is this something you would vote for? And we've actually found Tory voters from 2019 coming top in something, and accepting it. So basically, there right across the spectrum, there is a majority in every party for changing from neoclassical economics to a well-being approach. And right now, you've got the Scottish government saying, yeah, we've got a well-being approach. It's baby boxes and it's this policy and it's a bit more money for carers, etc. But it's piecemeal. It's all over the place. But if you package it all together and say, this is what it means, and by the way, it's not just the nice socialist stuff. There's actually the business side of things, and this is what it'll look like. Then it becomes not just a really positive vision, but like a dream, a sort of country that a country run the way people would like to see an independent Scotland run. Because if you start a new country, you've essentially got not a completely blank sheet of paper, but you've got lots of blanks on that you can fill in, and you can look at the mistakes Westminster's made, and you can say, no, we're not going to make those mistakes again. A lot of what Lesley talks about, the German councils having 5,000 people in them, and some of ours have got 179,000 people, that sort of thing. You start thinking, well, we're the odd ones out. We are the ones that don't run our country properly. We're the ones that are using outdated thinking. Other countries, like the Scandinavian countries, are innovating, but maybe we can jump right ahead of them all by stealing all of their great ideas.
Yeah. Well, I would welcome if we have a group every Saturday night, and talking about constitutional and these issues. And this evening is going to be kind of confusing because we've been kind of hitched up to Alba, through their policy. But I would be very interested in collaborating with you and trying to get kind of a critical mass of people together working on this stuff, so that we could actually kind of help design the Scottish state, even in the absence of actual independence. So it's ready to go, basically. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. If you could send me your email, just type in your email, and I'll send you a link to the next week's meeting. So.
Will do.
Okay. All right, James. Anything you'd like to add or talk about with your reflections on the election and?
Well, it's a lot of it's been preoccupied with this endless debate between Alapa and the SNP about wasted votes, and I think that's ended in a no-score draw because the SNP were arguing that Alapa would not run enough votes to qualify for any seats at all, and that turned out to be true. But Alapa were making the counter argument that the SNP would probably fail to win list seats in the majority of regions, and that's turned out to be true as well, because the Curtis projection is that they'll only win one seat in the whole of Scotland, one list seat in the whole of Scotland, and that'll be in the Highlands and Islands. So in the other 7 regions, all these hundreds of thousands of SNP list votes will have gone to waste. So they've kind of battled themselves to a stalemate, and neither side have really won on that argument.
Okay. Well, why don't you do a wee bit of working out, James, and actually take the SNP vote in the constituency and add it to the list and see how many list seats they got if the constituency vote had stayed the same. And then we'll have the answer to the question, because the SNP wanted everyone to give the votes to them. And my view was that tactical voting just never works. And it always, there's a price to pay afterwards,
Well, I mean, the problem with that is that if the SNP constituency vote had held up on the list, then the Greens would have lost out. So we would not be sitting here talking about 9 Green seats, because that the most of the votes that the SNP have lost from the constituency ballot to the list have not gone to Alapa; they've gone to the Greens.
But we might have had an SNP majority.
Oh yeah.
Which the people of Scotland would give more credibility to in terms of demanding a referendum than a yes majority without an SNP. So the argument's not finished, and it's not a score draw. It's just, what we've got to do though is we've got to say whatever happened. Now let's focus on independence and stop having this argument.
Well, I would say not so much the Scottish people would make that case. I think the media are the ones who are setting this artificial target for the SNP. I'm not sure the people are. If the people are taking that view, then they're following the lead of the media.
I think it was a panel-based poll that said that, was it panel-based? I can't remember, I'll have to look it up, but it wasn't me, I think it was Sunday Times, and if there's an SNP majority, it's about 58, 59% think there should be a referendum. If it's a yes majority, then only about 47% think they've got a mandate for a referendum. So that's why I'm saying the Scottish people. But yeah, the media will spin it against independence anyway.
They're telling them, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would be extremely happy if we never have to go through another election having this discussion about the strategies on the list vote, because this has happened 2011, it's happened in 2016, it's happened in 2021. I hate it every single time. It's really nasty. It's people 100%. Who mostly don't actually understand the system they're strategizing about. So there's a lot of nonsense talked. I think it would be a great thing if we moved to a different system, even if we just tweak the system a little bit so that everybody only has one vote, and then it would be so much simpler and you'd get a representative outcome.
Okay, well, that leads me in. How would you design a system? What system would you design? I mean, you have like single transferable votes and all these different things. You know, given that Scotland is, you know, three parties, four or five parties, you know, but it's only usually one or two that can constitute a majority, whereas you have Scandinavian countries where coalition governments are the norm. How would you design an electoral system? And if you want to, you can put that into what we're kind of cooking up in terms of a constitution and a governing system. So, for you, what would be as a pollster specialist in terms of clarity and people know what they're voting for, and you don't have to explain it to them in a fair system? What would be the ideal electoral system in your view?
Well, for a lot of electoral reformers, single transferable vote is the holy grail. It's an extremely complicated system, but for some reason, it seems to be more intuitive. You know, even though it's extremely complicated, people basically grasp the system. They understand, you know, preferential voting. It just kind of makes intuitive sense. Whereas the additional member system that we use, although it should be simpler, it's not anything like as complicated in principle as STV. People just don't understand it. We've had it for 22 years, and even people who think they understand it actually don't understand it. So single transferable vote has a lot going for it, but the problem with it is that it's, to people's surprise, it's not actually all that proportional. You know, in an Irish election a few years ago, it was projected that Fine Gael would have won an outright majority on 40% of the vote, which is almost as bad as first past the post. So I think ideally you want some sort of proportional list system, but you want it to be not a closed list system. I think one of the main problems with our system is we have closed lists. So if
explain the distinction, just so I understand and our viewers understand. So first of all, single transferable vote, that's where you put down a preference, right? You have a list of candidates. You say this guy's one, this guy's two, this guy's three. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, there's more than one preferential system. You could also have a preferential system, the alternative vote, which is not a proportional system at all. But the STB is also preferential, but it produces a more proportional outcome. But it's not as proportional, actually, even as the system we currently have. And in the local elections in Scotland, which use single transferable vote, it's actually quite hard to win a seat in that system. You know, you need sort of well over 10% of the vote in any electoral ward. So that's less proportional than the system we use for the Scottish Parliament. But anyway, the point I was going to make was what we would want probably in an ideal world would be a list proportional system, similar to the list system in the Scottish Parliament, but maybe without the constituency element. Or, you know, you could keep the constituency element, but the important thing is that it should be an open list so that voters can choose how the candidates are ranked, rather than leaving it to the parties to decide that for themselves. You know, for example, in Glasgow, Rosa Salih is top of the SNP list, Nicola Sturgeon is second, and that's fixed in stone. The voters can't change that. If you vote SNP, you're voting for that ranking. So there should be, and there are in other countries, the voter has the discretion to, you know, move a candidate up the list or down the list or whatever.
Okay. I wanted to give Gordon, if you wanted to say anything. I apparently you need to go. So just if you want to give any closing thoughts before you.
Apologies, guys. Just briefly before I do that. Apologies. Gordon, very important. We get a lot of people asking in, and certainly it's a site and certainly a format that I use to encourage people to get all the information they need about what an independent Scotland could potentially look like. Can you just give a wee bit more details regarding the site, how they get hold of the book, and how they can get a bit more information around the Believe in Scotland campaign before you go as well, if possible?
Yeah, sure. So very quickly, I was just going to agree with James. Yeah, I think the pre-ranking is political. A single transferable vote is probably the best system, but there is no system that doesn't have a problem. As it happens right now, I quite like the system we've got. I just wish people would not try and game it so much, because if it was possible, then it would have been done years ago. It's just very difficult to do. But what I was going to say is, yeah, in terms of Believe in Scotland, we've started up a campaign called Believe in Scotland. We won the 2020 Campaign of the Year with the National and the Scottish Independence Foundation. We've got a Facebook group with 21,000 members as of today, and it's only about 9 months old. And the level of discussion on there is off the scale compared to all the other groups. It's the fastest growing group. And across all of our Facebook groups, you'll find, and pages, you'll find we've got 200,000 followers, which means that we're able to get information out that can help people campaign. You know, debunks, rapid debunks. We've been doing recently quite a few of those to tens of thousands of people instantly, which has been really good. We've also published a book called Scotland the Brief, which was sold 21, I think maybe 22,000 copies of now. And that's been paying, the profits from that have been paying for the billboard campaigns. We're running billboard campaigns across Scotland with over 100 facings, which when you look at the billboards being done by the unionist groups, they're doing like 3 here and 4 there, etc. So, you know, they've got more money than us, but we're out spending them for some reason. And our billboards are highly effective. And we've also got tens of thousands of shares from our gallery. So there's 2 websites. There's the Business for Scotland website, businessforscotland.com, where you'll find political stuff, debunks, business and economic stuff. And then there's believinscotland.org, which is our site, which has been set up to help educate people and help the local grassroots groups to campaign. And we provide them with materials, with posters, with leaflets, etc. And we're planning to distribute 125 campaign starter packs to local yes groups in the next month. And you hear all about that if you log onto the site or any of our pages on Monday morning. Because as far as we're concerned, the next referendum campaign starts on Monday at 9 o'clock.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Gordon. And again, thanks for taking the time both today and yesterday for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you on as always.
Appreciate it's been fun, and you guys have done a fantastic job, and I'm glad we've been putting it on our groups and sharing it to more people.
Perfect. Thanks again.
Bye.
And James, again, over to you. Obviously, thanks again for taking the time to join us. I know you've been busy as you always are, and try to make the numbers make a bit more sense to people that aren't the election fanatics and stuff like that as well. So, James, again, how can people get more contact to find out a bit more about yourself and the stuff that you do?
Well, you can follow me on Twitter, James Kelly. I somehow got, even though James Kelly is a very common name, I just somehow got that handle. My blog, scottgoespop.blogspot.com. Those are the 2 main ways.
Perfect. And listen again, James, thanks very much for taking the time to join us. It's a pleasure. It's a real help. Cheers. Take care. Speak soon.
Bye.
So, as we were just waiting on there, well, apologies for the interruption. We're expecting potentially some more information coming out of the hall here, but it looks like it's not quite yet to be. So, whilst we're waiting there, I'm pleased to say that to take some of the kind of heaviness out today, as we're again joined by the right guys. We've got Graham and Sean on the line. Guys, how are we doing?
Evening again, Ogden. Evening again. How's your shift been today?
I feel as if I've been here a week.
Is that you? You must be in time and a half now, eh?
Don't tell Kevin that, he's already looking a bit rough. So, Sean, how was your day over at Braehead?
I'm feeling kind of rough as well, man. I went away and did a night shift last night and then went to the count at Braehead. So I'm going on coffee. I'm full of coffee. Coffee's keeping me going. But it was a bit of a buzz, as there always is at the count. But then it kind of went flat because, yeah, all these regional votes coming in were all very interesting and some of them quite entertaining. But they don't really mean anything. Well, no, they don't mean anything, but you can't tell anything that early in the day. So it's been a funny election altogether. I think, as I said yesterday, usually polls close at 10, you go to the count, and by 1 o'clock in the morning, you know if it's celebrate or commiserate. This one, it's been like frantic Thursday, deed Friday, frantic Friday afternoon, deeds. It's a roller coaster, but we're nearly there, eh? We're nearly there.
Definitely. I mean, we've still got quite a bit to get through, but no, you're absolutely right. Roller coaster's a way to describe it. And I woke up this morning, I thought, what day is it? I didn't know where I was. I thought, oh, I can't have another day, surely. But no, we've made it through. Graham, what about you? How's your day been? Still on mute, sir?
Perfect. Sorry about that. I was trying to keep out the conversation there. I'd just like to say Sean is looking a bit rough there, but nothing very unexpected there.
I'm 53, you know.
At 21 as well, you know, you can tell, but I know I've had a good day. Just again, it's just been a weekend day. Did a bit of recording this morning, then had to go and look at a fence this afternoon early on. My son's got a new fence up, and he was keen for me to come out and look at this fence. So I drove 15 miles to go and stand and go, oh, that's a nice fence. I like that.
Oh, you didn't take a fence?
I didn't take a fence, no. But, so then came back, sat down and just been sitting watching the results coming in. I'm quite enjoying it. It's quite nice because normally like it's through the night and as much I just fall asleep. So I've actually been able to watch the process this time and it's been quite good. I was waiting on that Jaden coming in though to liven things up, man. No seen her yet. You know, and Alistair McConaughey, I don't know if he's going to get a seat because he was a sneaky wee boy that got his name right at the top of the list with green on it, you know, and I'm thinking...
How did they get away with that? How did they get away with that? What was it, Independent Green's voice or some nonsense like that?
It was he put didn't he, so that he get the letter A, which was quite clever for him. I think that was a wee stroke of genius. Because I just look for the SNP symbol with it and then just put my cross. But the missus, she studies it all, reads it all. You know, I'm standing outside the polling booth thinking, where is she? She's got to go right through it all and check them all, you know. And so that's how I got all that information.
So just to introduce myself, I'm Mark, and you two are...
We're irrelevant.
No, there are no elephants.
We're not politicians or mathematicians, so it's safe, man. It's safe.
Excellent. Exactly who we need at this point.
You give the brain a rest for all the number crunching and serious stuff of the day. We are.
Well, so what's your reaction to the to the elections and the SNP maybe not getting a majority, but there being an independence majority? What's your reaction without getting into the numbers? No, there's too many numbers.
I think generally the majority thing, we're used to first past the post elections and winner takes all and league tables, and if you understand how this system works, the majority isn't really, although it does matter for getting things through Parliament, but it's not really, it's a rare thing to happen at Holyrood. And I think the only time it did happen was when the SNP were less popular than they are now, which sounds crazy. But yeah, there was a little sweet spot, a little, no Cinderella, what do you call her? The bear, the porridge, the
Goldilocks.
Right.
There's a little Goldilocks sweet spot where they have...
Just right, yeah.
You watch a conversation here, it's going the wrong way.
And enough thingy. And it was a fluke, it should not happen. So they were actually, when they got a majority, they were less popular than they are now. But hey, damn lies and statistics, you know. Interesting to see how the Alba thing panned out. Really interesting to see how the Labour and Tory things, who we have been calling twin cheeks of the same arse for many years now, it's nice to see that attitude is filtering down to their electorate now. It's not just their leaders that are standing shoulder to shoulder to keep the union in one piece. Their voters are actually doing it now, and wow, that's unprecedented. So despite what the unionist politicians claimed in all the chat shows, nobody's bothered about the constitutional question. We're more worried about COVID and education. Nobody's worried. yeah, it seems everybody is worried about it, including your own people, because your own people ditched their Labour loyalties or their Tory loyalties and voted for the other side in favour of your union. So game on, man.
I would actually love to have a wee dinner party tomorrow afternoon, you know, and get my dad back. My dad's dead, and my granddad, and get them down to the dinner party and just sit there eating away and say to them, you never guess what happened yesterday. All the Labour voters voted for the Tories. They'd be giving it. What's he on, man? You're joking. Can you imagine the reaction when you're telling your father and your grandfather that Labour voters actually voted Tory to ensure that we'll have perpetual Tory Westminster governments from here to eternity? You know, it's just like, it just blows my mind, man. I'm sitting watching that thinking, how can they do it? You know, they should all be made to put on their gravestones, I did vote Tory. Sorry, but I did, you know.
Well, definitely through the looking glass and that. I mean, I get the situation down south's a bit of a different story. I know we spoke about it a wee bit yesterday, but, you know, the folk down there have only really got two choices, you know, and they're clearly making the wrong one, which is clearly the case. But you're right. I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, 5-10 years ago, you couldn't picture it. And I still have discussions with people saying, you'd never see me voting Tory, but somebody is. You know, I don't know. You know, I'll tell you what always takes me back to, I don't know if you remember that episode, Rab seen Nisbet and his wee pal in the pub. It's actually the boy that was in Still Game as well. And he's sitting saying, look, Rab, if you help me out, I'm really struggling. I just need one person to vote for me. It was a government by-election. Vote Tory. And he's like, I can't, and he's like, no, you need to. So sure enough, Rab's sitting in the pub. And they're announcing, they're going, Labour, X amount of votes, blah, 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 you know, Liberals, this. Jimmy, whoever, for the Conservative, 1. And he picks up the mic and goes, cheers, Rab, I'll get you that free carpet after all. And everybody's at pubs like that going, what? You know, it's always that element.
Name and shame, that's what name and shame.
But crazy times on here as well. I mean, but the fact is, you read folk like George Galloway and stuff like that coming in here, believe it or not, he seems to have done us a favour by splitting their vote furthermore, you know. But how can anybody take him serious? A guy who even personally I used to hold in quite high regard. It's like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I liked it. I really liked his Senate testimony where he went before the Senate and, you know, to call them a bunch of liars and said that the Iraq war was based on lies. That was the first kind of exposure I had to him to a certain
TV gold.
I mean, he's just kind of lost it, basically.
That was the surprise, not the fact that someone could do a 180 or a 360 on their beliefs. We see that a lot, you know. Tasmania Ahmed Sheikh, maybe. But the fact that it seemed so anti-establishment, the things he said, as you said, he would just go right to the guys at top and say, you are corrupt, your system is corrupt. He would go and meet with the pariahs of the day, the terrorists of the day. So we felt that he was actually so anti-establishment. So to ditch everything that he ever did before to hold up this establishment, that was the breathtaking part of it. Not his hypocrisy, just that.
Graham, I'm assuming your dad and your granddad were they Labour voters?
Oh yeah, big members of the Labour Party and big push, you know, in those days to, you know, I mean, I always remember actually my dad saying to me, I was about 9 years of age when Harold Wilson put the income tax up. I think he put it up to 90 odd pence in the pound for the very rich people in this country. And that's the first political memory I've got. And he said to me, you watch that change this country in the next 10 years. And he was right enough, because I remember at that time we used to play marbles in the street, and occasionally a car, I don't know if you know what marbles is, but it's a wee kids game. And occasionally a car
I played a bit. Yeah.
Right. Occasionally a car would come down the road and you'd have to go off the road, and then you go back and you'd be on the street playing marbles for another 15 minutes. And then a car would come down the road. And at night time, there was about 2 cars parked in the street. Well, he's right. Within 10 years, we had 3-piece suites and fitted carpets, and we had a car outside the house. You know, and the working man's, there was a big increase in our standard of living right up until Thatcher came in. changed everything.
And where did you grow up?
I grew up in Glasgow.
Okay, yeah. My father was born in Govan, and my great grandparents.
What was his name? I might know him. Oh, can you?
My dad was Matthew McNaught, but he didn't stay around there for too long. But the McNaughts were basically engineers at Fairfield for many years.
And then back in those days as well, we had all the industry, and I never understood that. How she could come in and sell everything off and make it out like she was doing us a favour. And that was another thing that they used to point out to me at that time. And we'd worked so hard to get all this stuff owned by ourselves, really, and for these people just to come in and sell it off, sell off all the housing stock. Everybody bought their house, but now we've no houses for our youngsters. They've nowhere to stay. They can't go on the property ladder. There's no council houses. I mean, these were things that I grew up taking for granted. If you couldn't afford to buy a house, the council gave you a house. Okay, at that time there was a little waiting list, but you were the state looked after you and looked after you well. And the fact that that's been corroding away, and working men just seem to be accepting that. I think that's what my father and my grandfather would find very, very difficult. I'd just love to see their faces if they came back and see how it turned back round.
Although it's been corroded or eroded, Graham, I think it kind of brings it home to you when you look at the older demographic who are very, very pro-union in spite of everything.
Yeah.
They're watching the corruption and everything that's going on. But there's a kind of age group who, being British, meant being under Harold Wilson, having your strong trade union movement, full employment, and access. Probably lots of people, Matt, like your dad, left Govan and went to these new schemes on the outskirts of the city, and from having a little room and kitchen, they had a garden and they all grew vegetables, and it was like heaven for them. So there's a demographic, and we get this thing coming up from down south about Britishness, about showing the Frenchies what's what in Jersey and all that. But I think for a lot of people, that British thing is the kind of post-war setting up the NHS, getting your nice new council house, and I think there's a lot of the Algians that are still loyal to that.
What was that about in Jersey, though? What was that? He sent out 2 battleships or frigates or whatever. He stopped this, French fleet coming over, and they're sitting there in 40 wee boats just sailed past them, giving it.
Because I was wondering what for you is is a Scottish conservative. Going back. Because I think that what was it, Anthony Eden, that the last time that a conservative won in Scotland was 1954, if I'm not mistaken. And what did it mean to be a conservative then? A Scottish conservative. Because I get the impression it was more, very different from the Thatcher. Go ahead. Big time. There was a kind of Couthie. I don't know if you're familiar with the Bruins cartoon strip from the Sunday Post, which was DC Thompson. Who they made all the comics in Britain, actually. This publisher in Dundee, incidentally, a very, very anti-union employer, DC Thompson. But these iconic old Scottish family called the Bruins. And it was in old Scotland where the kirk was heavily involved, and the minister came round. And basically, this is only maybe a generation or two after the Labour movement had came about. So they were very close to godless commies.
So we're talking 1950s, 1960s?
Yeah. 40s, 50s, maybe pre and post-war. And that kind of Couthie traditional...
Couthie, what do you mean by Couthie? What is Couthie?
Couthie would be Scottish word for maybe kind of homely and nice and Couthie.
Okay.
Old-fashioned.
Okay.
But yeah, you're damn right. The Thatcherism was a new breed of Tory. Also, in Scotland, maybe we shouldn't be. It's a light-hearted chat just now. Maybe we shouldn't be referring to it, but there was also the kind of Catholic thing as well. Whereas maybe they were the kind of bastion against Catholicism. And the Labour Party, I remember being told when I was a wee boy, the Labour was for the Catholic people. because they tended to be the.
Okay. No, yeah, you can expand on that. I'm fascinated by that. Religious stuff. How was the interplay with Catholics and Protestants and Labour, and what can you tell me about the interplay?
I think early Labour were an open church, for want of a better word. But as I say, maybe the poorer demographics, the migrants, the people that didn't own property and land, they would be more attracted to the Labour movement. And again, the Tories possibly saw themselves as the opposition to that. But the Labour movement itself was all encompassing and all welcoming. Now we've seen a kind of not a total split. There's still some lovely left-minded socialist inclusive people in the Labour movement, but they've actually become more aligned with the Orange Order in recent years. Because the Orange Order are now the bastion not against Catholicism, but against Scottish independence.
Yeah.
So it's this wee swing that we've seen today of Labour voting Tory and Tory voting Labour. It's been going on for a long time, really. I think. Graham, you've been a bit longer than me. Would you think?
I don't look it though. I don't know. What were Tories? You know something? There was no Tories in my family, and I was what you would call a Protestant family. I was brought up in the Church of Scotland. Hated it to bits, and very quickly became an atheist.
Let me ask you this: was the Church of Scotland because I grew up I spent my formative years in New Orleans and Austin, Texas. And I met a lot of, fundamentalist Christians that believe that the earth is 6,000 years old, that Adam and Eve were the first human beings, all that, and then I went to university and I took astronomy, and that was, gone from my worldview for good. But how would you describe, you said you were Presbyterian. So, how would you describe their worldview? Were they fundamentalist in that same way? Or
That's a bit heavy for me, a boy in the BB that just wanted to play football.
What did you learn? What did they teach you? What did they teach you?
They taught you about God and, all these mystical things that happened all these years ago that all seemed a wee bit far-fetched for me. And then I actually got on, because I was quite heavily, played a lot of football in the BB, I got to know the guys that ran the BB quite well and the minister quite well. And it actually turned out, after I left school, do you remember we had the Free Scottish Army that was a terrorist group that were apparently training in the Highlands? Well, my minister was a guy called George Witherspoon, and he finished up in court because he was holding meetings for all these terrorists, asking them if they would be prepared to bomb hospitals and all that. So that was the minister at my church, So I don't know if he went to prison. I just remember him appearing in on the TV that he was going to court. I don't really know what happened to that movement, if it ever really was a movement, or if it was just, when you look back now at the way the British establishment works, was this invented? But independence wasn't a threat at that point, so there was no need for them to invent it, I wouldn't have thought. But there was a lot of great characters in it. I just really didn't get. I found a lot of bitching in the church, I think. I used to find that the adults were keen to talk about other adults, and that kind of made me, as a kid, because these were people that I knew, I felt a bit uncomfortable. And I think I didn't think that these guys were what Christians were supposed to be, I think. So I was very disillusioned very early on by it, but I stayed in there because of the football. We had a good football team, so I hung in.
And asking each of you, what's your experience with sectarianism? And Sean, are you more the Catholic side or the Protestant side of the tracks? Or
I would have been brought up in the opposite kind of the mirror image, the opposite scenario from Graham, Catholic family in Glasgow.
And is your family of Irish origin, or?
As far as I know, I don't know.
Okay.
It was a great American musician, Mojo Nixon. One of his lines was, He's got a song called Redneck Rampage, and he talks about it. He says, my family tree is a stump. So yeah, I don't really know how far I go back, man. But chances are.
Yeah.
But most of it's anecdotal and kind of bantery, that's contained and not life threatening. Most of the time, you know. But like all of these things, you're like, how much is it fueled? How much is it encouraged by the powers that be for the divide and conquer thing? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How much is it fueled? And I certainly think that has been done. As I said to you just a wee minute ago, that in recent years the Orange Order have become quite involved with Labour. And again, it's like, yeah, we're protecting this union. We'll get together. It's not as bad as it was, I don't think, in maybe our parents' days. But we're supposed to be progressing in every area, aren't we? You know.
Yeah. And do you think sectarianism is been reduced? Do you think it's attenuating over time?
Yeah. Definitely.
Definitely up where I live now. All the kids go to the same school, so they don't mix. So I notice with my children that they don't distinguish on religious grounds or at all. I would doubt my kids could tell you. If you asked them who was a Catholic and a Protestant, they would look at you as if you were stupid. If you asked them who's a Rangers supporter and a Celtic supporter, they would be able to tell you. And you could kind of deduce, you could work it out from that. I'm looking for the word deduce. Anyway.
Deduce,
What is that word?
You got it.
But yeah, I mean, growing up, actually, some of my early days as a musician, you used to do all the social clubs. And occasionally I would turn up in Orange halls and Masonic halls, and they were very, very strange places. The only time I really was in them was that there was an accordion player who had obviously been able to learn to play through the Orange Order's band. Not that I knew him from that, but he would phone me up and ask me to come along and do these gigs with him. Because obviously he could play all the stuff they wanted in the second half, but he needed somebody to come up and be able to get the dancers up and get the thing going. And I always found it very strange, you know, that the way these nights went, and they were mental places, you know. There was a lot of serious, heavy guys in there. In fact, my last night in one of them was the Orange Halls at Bridgeton Cross. And what had happened was the accordion player got ill and couldn't make it. And he said to me, you'll need to bring the rest of your band down to do the gig. So I brought the guys down, and they'd never seen anything like this. So we're playing away and everything's going well. And it came to the end of the night. And I went, right, thanks very much for that. I'm starting to pack up. And this guy came up and says, you need to sing God Save the Queen. And and I forgot about that because he just used to play it. I turned around to the guys in the band and says, I forgot, we need to do God Save the Queen. And they're like, you're joking. I'm like, no, we need to do it. And the guy went like, well, I don't know it. I'm like, well, I don't know it. You know, so I said, right, okay, I'll sing it. So I started singing God Save the Queen, and they started laughing. So I started laughing. Jesus Christ, man, that was not. Oh, Christ Almighty! There was
bad move.
There was about 4 guys holding them all back for the front of the stage. You know, they were absolutely going to kill us. And then we had to sit there for about 45 minutes after the gig till they got them all out. And then we got the vans around the back. We got the gear in while they were watching, you know, to make sure that. And they were like, never come back. And then about four months after that, he phoned me up and asked me to go back doing. I says, you're joking. He went, no, he says it's all right, you can come back. I was like, no chance. I'm never going near that place again, you know. But yeah.
Because you couldn't properly sing God Save the Queen, you were like...
as I say, I'd never... Fortunately, neither my father or my grandfather got involved in it. They were very anti... Protestants and Catholics. They didn't identify either way, and they were Third Lanark supporters. So I grew up at Cathkin Park. But my dad hated Protestants, he hated Catholics, he hated Rangers, he hated Celtic. He just didn't want any. He just, as we are finding out now, he just thought it was dividing the working people and keeping these, keeping us in our place really. And he saw it as being used to do that. So and I was brought up that way, and I think that's probably where my atheism.
I think history bears that out. Yeah.
Yeah. He was way before his time, old boy. I've got to say that. A very, very clever man. But he was never a popular man for that, because Glasgow was such a divided city. So his view, he was never popular for his views. He was very, very much a loner for that. The fact that he didn't smoke or drink either. It didn't help him much.
That further excluded him. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Sorry, Graham. I was picturing that Trainspotting 2 scene there when you were telling us that story. That's
with
what
the 16, they took all the credit cards and they got it at 1690.
I just can't believe you missed the opportunity to get a bit of Sex Pistols cranked up there with God Save the Queen. You missed a trick.
No. Listen, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you how heavy that place was. There was one night I was playing in there, and my car was in getting fixed, so I had to get a lift down. And the guy who was giving me a lift down was going to his work, so he dropped me off about an hour and a half early. So I walked in there and I set my gear up, and I'm kind of sitting on the stage, and the pool table's in the middle of the floor. And the guy says to me, "You fancy a game of pool?" And there's a big list, you know how they do chalkboard with a list of names. And I went, "I'll have a game." And he went like, he rubbed off the top name and put my name in at the top, so I was next on. And I'm thinking, that's not going to go down well, is it? So I'm sitting there a wee bit. So the next thing he's playing pool, and he's leaning over the table. And the guy he's playing, he's making funny comments about him bending over and what he's going to do to you. And anyway, before you knew it, I never even saw it happening. The next thing, the guy's holding his jaw, and there's blood pouring out. And he said, "What'd you do that for?" And the guy goes, "You were asking for it." So he get taken away, and the woman came out from behind the bar with a bucket, right? And said, he was asking for that. The guy wasn't even chucked out. And then he turns around to me and goes, "Right, you're next." I'm like, "I need to get tuned off." Oh, crazy place, crazy place.
I don't understand. So wait, somebody hit him? Or I don't understand. So hit
him on the face with, it was that quick, I never saw it, but it was obviously a knife. He'd taken his face and he'd opened the side of this guy's face up. I don't even know how badly it was, because he had his hand over it, but there was blood pouring out.
Why did he get cut?
Because he was saying funny things to this guy, and everybody was laughing at the guy. So he was just having a bit of fun, and the guy didn't take it as fun. But it was when the barmaid came out and started mopping up and says, he was asking for that. And I'm thinking, so that, I think that was about my second last time in there. But yeah, it was, they weren't, that's my experience of sectarianism. It was only very, very brief. As I say, I was kept well away from it as a child. Yeah. And as I say, in my early career as a musician, I came across it. And after that, I just never had to go back to those places and never chose to go back to them. Once you start to get more work, you can start to choose where you work. So,
you're getting marking off education here.
I love it. It's so absolutely fascinating.
Idea.
Sean, any similar stories?
No, I've fortunately not being a gigging musician. I've managed to keep myself safe and trust my radar and not bother that way as much as I could, man. How's it looking in Aberdeen, Ogden? Enough about West of Scotland nonsense. How's it looking up in Aberdeen?
Well, we're actually just waiting on a result coming in here just now. They've been promising it for last 20 minutes, half an hour. And you know that way, I'll tell you what it's like here now in Glasgow. We've got that, that feeling with the end of the nightclub when the lights come on. And everybody's, oh no, try to go game. That's exactly what it looks like.
Oh.
That's exactly what it's like in here just now. It's a ghost town. There's people just up in there and a lot of confused and folk just kind of wandering about. So, but we're still waiting for a few results here. So
Eating kebabs and wondering where the taxi rank is.
That'd be nice.
Is Alex Salmon turned up, bud?
No sign of Alex
I was
here
watching
anyway.
it a wee while ago, and they said that he was there all day yesterday, but he's went AWOL.
Aye. I did notice him on BBC earlier.
Right.
But I don't know what the deal was there. I couldn't even pick up what his comments. Obviously, Twitter as usual, and that's full of bits and bobs, but nothing that we can really kind of factually back up. But I know that Nicola was here outside the building not too long ago, but we've not even heard of her, so I think we're expecting a speech from Nicola here in Glasgow as well.
Because she's in physically in Aberdeen. Sorry, did you?
No, she's in Glasgow.
Right,
She's in Glasgow. Emirates, Glasgow Emirates.
Where are you, Paul?
So we're in the Emirates in Glasgow, in the East End of Glasgow. Yeah.
And so the fat lady's almost singing. She's just.
Well, listen, there's a load of stuff still to come out. We're still waiting quite a number of results, but I think we know what the picture is. I think that's the key point. But we'll be staying on for quite a wee bit. And I appreciate you guys coming on as always and putting a bit of kind of lightness into the heavy day that we tend to have in this stuff, because there's too much serious talk in this election stuff,
I mean, and then you get angry because you think of the people that don't treat it seriously enough, i.e. the 30-odd% that don't come out their house and vote. You're like, do you realise how serious this is? And I know we always say that at every election, because we just always hate the Tories. But this election especially, because it was like, get the mandate, we had the mandate, refresh the mandate, give it a new call, to get away from this ever more poison and ever more batshit crazy union, or we don't get it, and we watch over the next few years Holyrood getting closed down without the support of the EU to even back us up, and then we're North Britain, and that's it.
Sean, it's a funny thing. I was saying earlier on that watching, I think it was Newsnight and that, I caught the time I got back home last night, and when I was watching the coverage, there's these excerpts, in fact, that you might see it, Phantom Power had it all over Twitter, and there just seemed to be a totally different tone for what we usually see. There wasn't this attack. It was actually saying, well, how can unionists possibly still argue against the democratic will of the people, demonstrating that there's still an appetite to at least have the question, on independence? And it was like, really, did I see that right? I need to watch that again. And I saw a few other things that were kind of sliding to the same. Now, I certainly wouldn't hold my breath to think that they've changed their tune on it, but there might be an easing on the stance on it after this election,
Well, again, it's how can you defend the indefensible? And yeah, there's certain people that can defend the indefensible.
Douglas Ross.
Most people can, if I've got to stand in front of a camera and be honest. And especially now, I mean, this is international commentators you're talking about now.
So that was Newsnight, that was BBC.
UK white commentators. Yep. It's interesting as well. I'm hearing me bits and pieces where people are sharing things from international commentators, either international media or yourself, Matt, people looking at it from across the pond, people in Europe that are giving us all the encouraging noises, come on back, leave these nutters and hang about with us, come on. It's that old Burns, what some power a gift to give us to see ourselves as others see us. And when you hear that there's other countries and other commentators looking in on this and going, fuck, what are you picking up at this for? Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is I mean, I spent a bit of time working in Germany and stuff like that as well. And Mark, he could probably echo this to some extent. He lives out in France. But, before the referendum, I was speaking to people from Germany across Europe, and they're going, why would you want independence? Why do you want to be part of something smaller? And when I was trying to have the conversation with, they're almost laughing at you over their beer going, you don't want to be part of something smaller, guys. It's no good. You don't want this. The risk of Europe and all these other things that's going on here. I think somebody just found out £1 in the back of the seat or something there. But the fact is,
that lady singing, no,
no, not yet. the fact is that after the referendum, they were going, we get it now, we get it, you need to do this sooner rather than later. We never understood, because even looking at Germany as an example, they've got this federalised model. They have the central power and the government there, and all the different regions of Germany have their own decentralised power. Now, I appreciate it's probably not ideal for many across there, but they were like, yous don't have this. Well, we just assumed you had a similar model. We're totally shocked by it, you know.
Yeah. Same with the Swiss. I mean, the local areas have quite a bit of power. Nobody knows who the president or the prime minister of Switzerland is, you know, because it's so much more decentralized, and they have referendums all the time. You know, I mean, and if they find that during the referendum that wasn't well explained, or there was misinformation, they can overturn it. You know, and say no, do it again, giving the proper information. It's, you know, it's so much better regulated. There's so many different ways we can, you know, Scotland can be governed.
And that's possibly a luxury that we've got. I mean, we compare everything to this archaic, centuries-old model down in London, but we've got the pick. We can look at other models in other countries, new nations. You spoke about Germany. I was wondering if the issue with Germany was that there's certain people that thought the UK was like unified Germany, and Scotland and England was like the old Bavaria and Prussia and whatnot, that were only put together like a century and a half ago or something like that.
No, yeah, it was 18. It was like 18.
It's not that kind of federation. And the interesting one about federations is, I know that a lot of the unionists were trotting it out as a kind of appeasement to us guys. Oh, here, we'll give you federal powers. And somebody pointed out, I hadn't really looked into the international kind of comparisons. You guys will know more about it than me. But somebody pointed out that there's no federal system that has been disseminated down. Every federation have been different groupings of different states that have joined together and decided to be a federation. Not once has any big organisation. It's like the drip down economics thing. Sounds great in principle, but it will never happen.
Yeah, I think the United States is a counterexample to that. I mean, it wasn't that they, you know, for example, as the United States grew further and further west, they had a system whereby the territory that was acquired, seized, conquered, whatever you want to say, would be made into states, and it wasn't really that. You know, once they got a white majority and you killed all the Indians, and, you know, I mean, it was a brutal process, but I wouldn't say that it was that Oklahoma just decided, you know, as an independent state to become part of the member. So it was different than that, but I see your point, certainly.
Yeah. It still came up the way. It wasn't.
Yeah.
There was an America who decided, yeah, you can have state powers. It always evolves. Yeah.
The problem is, guys, is in particular also Germany and stuff like that. It's one of the most covered from a historical perspective, but the UK's situation is so different and to some extent unique of how we came into a point of union. You know, this idea of a union of equals, well, everybody knows, well, everybody should know that it was never the case. You know, the reason that we found ourselves in a situation with union wasn't the demand and will of the people of Scotland. I mean, it never was. To back that up, there was riots for the best parts of, you know, years thereafter, and really had died out probably by the Jacobite Risings 45 and stuff like that. But the fact remains is that they put Scotland in a situation where, obviously following the enterprise, the New Kingdom enterprise, which fell in the Danube scheme, and it destroyed people. You know, people were financially broke in that situation there. And it only actually came about after that point where you've got the idea of saying that, you know, what we're going to choose the monarch, you know, and Scotland saying, well, you're not going to do that. And it says, oh, you don't like our idea, but we're not really asking an opinion. So by that point, that was really where the idea of what we've got union really starts up in that particular point in there.
That was, you know, the first EVEL instance.
But the fact is that, you know, when the very, very small pocket of people who signed up for it, they were signing up to, you know, feather their own nests, you know. And by the way, there was a set of dragoons in the outskirts of Edinburgh just making sure they made the right decision with that. But people in the streets cheering them, saying, of course you're never going to sign this, you know, you're the guys. And then once they did sign it, you know, the place went to chaos, you know, absolutely chaos. So
the whole parcel of ropes thing, yeah.
It is.
And like you say, it wasn't repeated in Germany. And then afterwards, I don't remember Bavaria stamping out the language that the Prussians used, or banning the Prussian national dress, or taking all the Prussians and sending them to Canada. It's just no.
Sean, see, the funny thing about that example there was most of that stamping out of culture in the country was done by people who stayed in Scotland and the Lowlands. They'd been anglicised, that's the term they use, which they deemed to be progression.
France has done that pretty effectively over the years. Certainly the Bretons and the other languages, and the Alsatians, and so I mean, I think every nation state to a certain degree imposes its culture and its language to the exclusion of others. Spain was maybe a little less successful in the sense that they still have Catalan and Basque, which are much more current languages than, say, Breton or others. But yeah, I mean, so France has done a pretty good job of kind of installing a national, religion. Language and culture based on liberté, égalité, fraternité, and so it's different depending on the country, but it's usually a pretty big component of building a nation state, of crushing other and excluding other languages and cultures.
Just the only variation is how subtly they do it.
How
diplomatic they do it.
Yeah.
Listen, the sucker punch, apologies to Mark, the sucker punch on this piece is, so the guys who'd spent all their money to try and extinguish this thing, which was seemed to be a symbol of rebellion, tartan and all that stuff, were the same guys who afterwards went, wait a minute, we've kind of lost our identity here. We're now known as the North British, and they didn't like it. So that's why you obviously had the rekindling. So the idea of the kilts and that we wear just now was a direct result of these people who had put all the effort behind removing it to say, guys, we need to bring this back. We've kind of lost our identity here. We need something back. And sure enough, they did. It's madness.
And Queen Victoria, can we have your blessing on this tartan stuff? Thanks.
Well, it was before that. It was George. He became, he was named as the clan chief of the whole of Scotland at the time in his famous visit to Edinburgh at Holyrood House,
Is that Walter Scott, Sonny, now the king's come?
Aye. So listen, guys, this is way too serious. I thought you guys were going to come and make this a bit more light-hearted. So I've got a question for you. Easy one for you. Willie Rennie, can you say he's a national treasure? Is that fair enough?
I'm in there. Willie, I love Willie, man. I tell you what, Willie could be my mate anytime. He's that wee mate. I remember in the early days when I was a lot younger and you used to go to the pub with all your mates and you always had the daft mate, right, that always said the stupid things that got everybody laughing. He was guaranteed to make you laugh all night. You'd have a conversation. He'd be sitting in the corner. They'd come out with a daft quip. That's Willie Rennie, isn't it? I mean, he stands up there and makes his victory speech, right? And they've got like 7% of the people of Scotland voting for him. And he's saying, we need to listen to the electorate. This is not the time for another independence referendum. How good's that? I mean, how could he never even laughed? You know, I thought everybody in the hall would have been like, at that point, you know. But no, I love Willie Rennie.
I'm funny. I was talking to Mark earlier on about the DC Thompson cartoon strips. The two iconic ones was the Bruins, and every Scottish kid one year would get the Bruins book. Next year we got an Ur Willie book, and this was Ur Willie, a wee guy that just got into scrapes. That was it. So he was a kind of national treasure. So maybe Willie Rennie could be the new national treasure. Get him a wee bucket to sit on. He's not going to take up much room at Holyrood. There's only 4 of them now. Aye, and apparently, I'm not sure. Maybe you'll know more often about how it works, but apparently you need 5 members to be looked on as a proper party, a proper block, and get included in committees and get a turn at FMQs and all that. So now they might as well be a random collection of 4 renegade independents. They just, I'm not going to say don't count, but pretty irrelevant now, Willie. God love you.
Although you've got to give credit to somebody. I mean, you've got the Tories who tend to do this kind of power stance, you know, again, the old Blackadder power stance on top of tanks, where you've got Willie Rennie who plays on shoots in kids' parks and lifts sheep and all that kind of stuff, you know. Got to give him some credit, come on.
It's totally your Willie stuff. You're just looking for Fat Bob and wee Eck behind him there, man.
What we should do actually is we should, because nobody's really reading the Bean on the Dandy now, we should bring out the Holyrood and we could have all a wee cartoon, and Willie could have his own wee cartoon strip, and we could have Ruth the Bully could have hers, you know.
Edward Mountain would need to be Lord Snooty. The only thing is, you need about 20 plugs. There's a lot of candidates for plug there, man.
Aye, who would be your nomination for plug? Go on.
I think on behalf of Independence Live, we're going to no comment on that one.
Aye.
So listen, guys, thanks for joining us. We've also got Martin Day joining us as well. He's going to have a chat with Mark. Martin, how's things? Thanks for joining Independence Live.
Hi, no, pleasure to come on. It's a very interesting and exciting day. So glad to pop on and just answer any questions that you have, or give you my off-the-cuff remarks.
Perfect. Thanks, Martin. So, guys, listen, again, all right, boys, it's a pleasure. Really appreciate you coming on both nights, and best of luck, guys, with the poetry and indeed the music. We'll look out for the new songs and that when they appear.
See you on the other side, man.
Cheers, guys. Take care. Thanks again.
I'll see you soon.
Great to talk to you all, man. Had a good laugh.
Yeah, I'll let you get back to the more serious politics now. Take care, guys.
This has been a quiet duvet day for me, so it might not be that serious.
Oh, no big deal. As you like. I'm sorry. And so, just to introduce myself, I'm Mark McNaught. I've been doing a lot of interviews with Independence Live. I know I've seen your name a lot of times. Who are you? And tell me a little bit about yourself.
Certainly, I'm Martin Day. I'm the MP for Linlithgow and East Falkirk.
Okay.
I've a fairly long history in the SNP and the independence movement, and as I keep saying, my ambition is to be the last ever MP for Linlithgow and East Falkirk, and I think the mood of today's results is going to ensure that is indeed the case.
Okay, how do you see that going forward? I mean, there's been, 2016, there was the, promise of a referendum, and then, a change in material circumstances regarding Brexit, all of this stuff, and it hasn't panned out. And of course, bearing in mind the referendum and all that, but especially as an MP, you would know better than many. How do you see this going forward towards independence?
I'm much more optimistic today than I have been after a number of other electoral events. We've achieved we've still got the final results, obviously, but I mean, the way it looks at the moment, we've achieved a landmark historic election result. We've achieved the largest number of constituency wins with an increased share of the vote, and on the highest ever Scottish Parliament turnout. If that's not a mandate, then there'll never ever be a democratic mandate in the country. So we've got something that is pretty indisputable. Mm-hmm. I feel very positive about that. I've put a post up earlier there on my Facebook saying I think we've reached a nexus point. We've reached a point where you have to choose between democracy or know your place unionism. And it's as simple and as stark as that going forward now. So I think that is a really clear position to be in.
Okay, and there's been the presumption that another mandate would, or an increased mandate, et cetera, would put pressure on Boris Johnson to accord a Section 30 order. He said he wouldn't. I mean, you probably know Boris Johnson better than I do, so maybe you could attest to his character slightly more than I could.
Well, I think his character can be summed up in one word as a charlatan.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him, and I couldn't throw him very far. It's for me, it's not about what Boris Johnson wants or tries to do. It's about what the Scottish people want, and in any democracy, that's the key. And our democracy is quite simple. The Scottish people are sovereign. They have spoken fairly unambiguously over the last few days, not just obviously for the SNP, but also for the Scottish Greens, which are a very similar manifesto commitment on the independence issue. So there is absolutely no doubt that we have an indisputable mandate from the Scottish people, and it's not convincing Boris Johnson that we have to do it, it's convincing our fellow Scots. And I think we're pretty much there, and many of the neutrals who haven't quite decided yet will see this as an undisputable mandate. Any attempt to stop us implementing that mandate will just increase the support for independence, and I think it's inevitable. We're going to get there. It's just a question of how quickly we get there.
Yeah, and do you see alternative? I mean, Nicola Sturgeon has made a point of saying that the Section 30 is the gold standard and the only way to get international recognition. And a group I've been working with definitely holds a different view. We've reached out to different governments. We've looked at international law, and a referendum is only one way of achieving independence, and there are other means valid under international law. Do you think one of those could be employed, or I mean, do you think that there has to be a referendum, or how do you see it?
Well, if you look at history, and even recent history, if you look at emerging independent states, there's been a whole range of different routes that countries have taken, and it would be reasonable to say that the referendum route has been a minority route. However, it's also fair, I think, to say that it is the gold standard. It is the fairest and most democratic way that we can do it, and we have to aspire to those aims. Now, if anyone was to block that, well, it would be them blocking it, not us. So that the challenge really is, if the Tories are saying there is no democratic route to independence, what is the route? And they have to answer that. For us, it's the democratic route, and we just keep pushing that point. It'll bring more people to our side.
Yeah. I know. It's just that because I was working over the past several months. We have a Saturday evening group that we're meeting with, that I'll be meeting with in about half an hour, and we've been discussing different routes to independence, and we have been working very closely with the ALBA party, actually, and through Jim Sillars, who has taken our ideas on board. And in the ALBA manifesto, which obviously is ill-fated, there was the idea of joining EFTA and having a written constitution, and joining the Nordic Council as well, with all of which can be done in the relatively short term. And I'm really kind of hoping that even though ALBA did not do well, that these ideas could pass over to perhaps for example EFTA, which as long I've spoken to EFTA officials. And as long as the Scottish Parliament is capable of signing international treaties and has the powers to abide by them, they would welcome Scotland quickly, and they would help Scotland get back into the EEA quickly. I mean, and if this election had been kind of a quasi-referendum, they would have accepted it as legitimate, as long as it's a clear statement towards independence. So I'm really kind of, obviously this election has been a disappointment from that sense, that no ALBA candidates were elected. But do you think that it's possible that we could, that measures could be taken to get Scotland back into EFTA? Maybe, maybe the EU later, but economically, it seems vital that Scotland get back into the single market.
Well, I mean, the future isn't written, and there are many paths that we could take. I think the best path is we get back into Europe fully, and that would be the ultimate position, and that's what we should aim for in the first instance. If that proved to be difficult, or other situations arose, then you look at other options. But I think we always aim for the best option first. So for me, that's let's get back into Europe.
But mind you, the EFTA could be done in a matter of weeks rather than months or years, and there's no reason that being back in the single market with EFTA would prevent Scotland from becoming, part of the EU later. But so again, there's nothing preventing Scotland from becoming an EU member, but in the short term, EFTA would be preferable, just because Scotland could get back into the single market rapidly. But
I wouldn't dismiss that as an option, but it's not my preference. It was my second best, but you always aim for your best first. So
Sure. And is there anybody? I know that there was a letter sent to the EU asking if Scotland did become independent, that they would be able to get back in. Has there been any reaction to that, as far as you know? Or
I don't know. So I'm not going to make anything up,
Okay, that's fine. Certainly wouldn't ask you to.
But I mean, certainly what we know is that there's no such thing as a waiting list to get into Europe. So as long as you can meet the criteria, then you're pretty well there. And until there's divergence, we're going to be in a fairly strong position.
Yeah.
And what do you see your role in Westminster? As you said, you want to be the last Westminster MP for that. And what role are you able to play in Westminster as in terms of assuring a referendum or carrying out the mandate, the democratic mandate that was issued today?
I've always seen a role at Westminster as being a bit of like operating behind enemy lines. We're there to make sure we know what they're up to. We're there to expose the system for what it is and to hopefully encourage and inspire our own people to take the next step to independence. So we're very much fighting in the trenches to support our government at home. And it's our government in Scotland that needs to be the deciding factor, and it will have a pro-independence majority and it represents the Scottish people.
Yeah.
So we're there to add a bit of muscle supporting that. And much as I have a very little time for the Westminster system, there is a reality that comments from Westminster seem to get better media coverage than we would do if we were just shouting outside. So it's a platform we have to use, and we should use it as a platform to help inspire our own movement and encourage people towards independence.
Okay, and being in the knowing pretty intimately the Westminster system, if you were to design a Scottish political system or a Scottish constitution, what would you do differently? Maybe the list is very long, but what are some of the first things you would change in terms of creating a Scottish constitution that would counteract the deficiencies of the Westminster system?
It reminds me of that old Irish joke about asking for directions. Well, you wouldn't start from here. You definitely wouldn't start from where Westminster is. Thankfully, we don't start from where Westminster is, because we've already got a working Scottish Parliament, which takes us a lot of the way towards that. And you would want a written constitution. I think that's absolutely fundamental. Now, I'm probably, I think, I've never tested the numbers of it, but I suspect I might be in a minority amongst many of my parliamentary colleagues in the SNP. That I'm a unicameralist. I wouldn't support a sort of second chamber. I think one chamber parliament with decent committees might be the way I would go. But that's, there's so many different models you can go down.
Sure.
Almost all of whom are infinitely more superior to the unwritten system that Westminster has, and custom and practice and all the mumbo jumbo. And I think, a modern emerging state, has the advantage of starting with a clean slate and a bit of experience, that we'll get a system that works for us.
Yeah. Okay. And if you were to design a system, I mean, how would you feel about maintaining the monarchy or the?
I think
you can plead the Fifth Amendment if you want. So.
I would say that, instinctively I would take a sort of more Republican view in terms of process, but from a practical point of view, the monarchy is so irrelevant that you can keep it there as a figurehead and use it for tourism. There might be more advantage in that, but certainly when it comes to the exercising of power has to be through the people in the Parliament, and that's the critical part. So if we get that component correct, it really doesn't matter, who the titular head of state is, whether that be an elected president or a monarch. It can be anyone. I think it's a minor point if we're exercising the real powers that we want over our economy and over our welfare system. That's the bit I want control of.
Yeah, exactly. And do you see that really happening? Because I know that there's a lot of people that are disillusioned, that or feel that, well, we've given the Scottish Parliament mandates before, they haven't acted on it. If we can have an election, why can't we have a referendum? How do you see it going forward?
Yeah, well, as I say, I think we've reached that nexus point where it is crunch time, and it is all about taking people with us, and that's the bit we sometimes forget in the bubble. I've been campaigning for independence since I was first politically active, and I was a teenager when I started. And there's been many times over that period where you do feel a bit frustrated, and you certainly feel a bit impatient. But it's very much like watching the tide coming up a beach. It rolls in and it rolls back. We've had ups and downs, but we're getting there, and we're getting there steadily. And today's results are a significant step in that direction. We have secured the strongest mandate of any governing party since the Scottish Parliament was re-established. I mean, that's almost inevitably what it's going to be once we get the final results. So that is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
And the UK used to claim it was a union of equals, which I've never believed it was. But if there's a unionist out there that can answer this question for me, I'd love to hear the answer. If it is a union of equals, how come there's a constitutional guaranteed right for Northern Ireland to have a referendum every 7 years if it chooses to in its future? But the answer for Scotland is no, nay, never. You're not getting another one. Well,
I mean, the answer to that lies in the very patchwork nature of the UK unwritten constitution, and that's one of the reasons that the United States became independent back in 1776. Was all of these constitutional anomalies. They had one system, they had one charter for Pennsylvania, one charter for Maryland, one charter for Massachusetts. They were different. They were governed differently, and they were kind of these straitjackets that didn't allow the individual states to create their own constitutions. And that's one of the reasons that they became independent. And each state has their own constitution, and they can, frame their own governing system. And as long as the laws aren't in contradiction with the federal constitution, then they can basically do what they want. So, I mean, if the UK, powers that be were smart, they would probably institute something like that. But I just can't see that. I can't see that happening. And in your experience at Westminster, I mean, it's so glaring that there is no written constitution, and that, presumably maybe people appreciate that we'd be better off without it. Why do you think there is such a reluctance to change or to codify the governing powers of the British state?
I think they've come up with a system that allows the establishment to keep control of everything, and the arcane nature of the processes and procedures means that as a new MP, when you arrive there, you really don't know how to go about what should be fairly simple tasks that are explained very simply to anybody so they can properly represent their constituents, but it's all lost in arcane procedures. So you waste the first year learning the odd timetable that they have, the processes and how things happen, and it's designed basically to stymie anything going on. And I've often said this, that you see what they do is they get the most radical people in the country and they take them away from the communities. So they stop them radicalizing the rest of the population. I think that's part of what it's there to do. Our job is to make sure that we don't get sucked into that bubble, and that we do get our messages out there and across our communities. And that's the challenge.
Yeah. And how do you view support for independence within Scotland? I mean, we see the polls 50-50, and and the thing is that a lot of times they say, oh, well, there's it's 50% support for independence, therefore it's 50% support for unionism, when often it's maybe 42% for unionism and there's 8 undecideds. But the way it's framed is very is often very, stark, but in your own anecdotal experience or with people in Scotland.
I think I can do better than just anecdotal. I mean, for up until the pandemic struck, and that stopped us all getting out and talking to people on the regular basis that we were before. My local team in this constituency was out, weather permitting, usually in most weeks about three times. So we were out banging doors, evangelizing the message, and collecting data. And I can say, hand on heart, that we weren't winning independence prior to the pandemic. The polls have shown a massive change since then, and I think a lot of that's down to really good leadership from Nicola. And I look forward to getting back out, speaking to people again as soon as we can to gauge how things are going. But what I learned from the pre-pandemic information that we were getting face-to-face from real people on their doorsteps was that there was a lot of support for independence, and there was a lot of people not fully convinced, but they certainly were not uber unionists. They were not die-hard for the union. They were just, I want to be convinced category. They were very soft, but we've got a fair bit of work to do to bring them over. I suspect a lot of what's been demonstrated through the very efficient handling of our government through the pandemic has helped bring a fair number of them over, because the polls sort of suggest that's what happened. But getting out there and finding that out for real will be very interesting. And it'll also be interesting to quantify just how many other soft ones that we can then target and bring over as well. And that's that's the job our machine's got to do. It's we quite often talk to ourselves a lot, which is good for morale, but we've got to get out there and talk to folk who aren't in any of our bubbles. And when you see some of the rubbish that's on social media from some of the various unionist groups, if they're seeing that bubble, we need to find a way of breaking into it. But I remember a lad, sadly dead now, but a lad in 2015 who joined the SNP in the mass sort of membership drive that happened after the referendum and people's disappointment. And he joined the SNP, and it was before I was elected as an MP, obviously. He asked, could I go round and see him? Because he'd like to find out a bit more about the SNP. I thought, well, most folk would have done that before they joined, but I thought, okay, I'll go around and see the lad. He was an elderly boy. He'd been a Communist Party activist and member. He'd been in the Labour Party, and he would have late 80s or 90s. He was a good age, mining background, and we sat and had a chat about the background of the movement, and he was fine. He was thoroughly enthusiastic, and he said he'd started off in the referendum as a no voter. Mm-hmm. And then he switched to yes, and didn't just switch to yes, he joined the SNP afterwards, why did you switch? Because, whatever button worked for some people will work for others. And he says, it was my grandson. My grandson came around every week, and every week we had a discussion. I told him why I was voting no, and he answered all the questions. And he says the final straw was seeing Labour working with the Tories. So between his grandson and Labour working with the Tories, he switched to yes. And we've got to find somebody that can speak to each person and bring them over. And this boy was, fully committed. Now, sometimes it'll be people like myself who've got a reputational value as an MP. Others will see us as too politically biased to trust us.
Sure.
But we can still educate and arm with information the people who they do trust. And it's all part of that chain. We've all got to be working together, and we've got to think, and it's important to think this all the time, is that there has to be a commonality of purpose across our movement.
Agreed.
We won't always agree, but actually that divergence of views can be a strength because it can help us reach more people.
I agree with that. Listen, I need to wrap up the interview. If you could stay on just for a bit, because I'd like to talk to you after the camera stop rolling. So Paul, can you wrap it up? And thank you everybody for watching our coverage and our interview with Martin Day. It's been a hell of an election. We really hope that things will progress from here on towards a referendum. And thank you so much, Paul, for everything you've done in covering this. And
don't kick us off yet. We're still here for the long run. Okay. But listen, guys, Mark, I appreciate you joining also late on, and indeed at short notice. And Martin, thanks again for coming on.
Are you going on for a while? You're going on for a while?
Yeah, well, we're going to finish in the next 15. We're just waiting some of the final results coming through there. But before we move on, and I just wanted to confirm also the latest update from the Emirates is the Glasgow region. So we've got Polly McNeill from Labour, Anna Sarwar elected for Labour, Annie Wells for the Conservative Unionist Party, Patrick Carvey for the Green Party, Paul Sweeney for the Labour Party, and Pam Duncan-Clancy for the Labour Party, and Sandesh Galane from the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party. So,
Martin, could you please type your email into the chat?
Yep. Sure.
I'm beginning my meeting in about 15 minutes. I'll send you the link if you want to join us this evening. That's great. But we're working on, we're very much into working on a constitution and a way forward towards it. If you want to join us another time, that's fine. But okay, I've got it. So I'll send it to you. If you want to just say hello, you're more than welcome to at our meeting, and I'll send you the links after I hang up. But it would be great just to have you meet the other people in the team, and hopefully you can help us go forward.
Yep. No, so thanks so much. Right. I might try and just say hello.
But that would be great. That would be great. Just come on for a few minutes. Just come on for a few minutes. We'll be from 7 to 9 roughly. Come in anytime. Just say hello. That would be fine. But we'll tell you what we're doing, and we'll see how we can, make Scotland independent with a written constitution. So, part of the plan. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and copy that. Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much, Martin, for being with us, and hopefully see you in a few minutes. And thanks, Paul, for everything. And I know you'll be keeping us up to date.
Perfect. Thanks again, guys. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate you coming on Independence Live. Thanks, Mark.
Okay. All right.
So, guys, obviously watching we're getting to the end of our coverage for the 2 days coverage. But before we do that, we're going to have a chat with Mr. Independence Live again. It's Kevin Gibney. Kevin, are we going to have a chat?
Yes. Okay. So I actually can't come on to the Zoom just because of our technical setup. So it's we've got this other way going. Wow, that's an interesting day.
So it's been a long 2 days, Kevin. What do we feel? Do we think we've got the result that we're looking for with regards to the Yes Movement stance?
Absolutely. It's just looking at the figures on our screen. The SNP have got 62 constituency seats. 2016 they got 59. So that's them up three seats, right? But they have dropped regional seats. However, there's still more results to come in, but I don't think we'll be about for them, right? But generally speaking, it's been a really good day, and are they really going to say no to another referendum? I don't know, man.
No, and listen, I say there, and I saw some of the tweets from a couple of well-known journalists on there who was making that same case. They say, look, it's democratically redundant to even stand and suggest that it's not been a demonstration there. Now, they could also play the argument card again to talk about, well, the SNP didn't get the majority. And again, I do appreciate from the outside looking in, there is that old, oh yeah, well, there must be a drop in support. But I think that's been well exposed. It's been blown out the water that the pro-independence party's presence in the Scottish Parliament is indeed a demonstration that there's certainly appetite to revisit the constitutional question there. And from my own personal perspective, sooner rather than later, I certainly hope that the MSPs that have been elected don't forget that assurance is important there. And for many reasons, it's not just for the will of wanting to achieve independence, but I've got some real concerns about the damage which we're already seeing as a result of the Brexit and the Brexit impact. Again, another thing that Scotland's had imposed by a government that it didn't vote for. So we really need to make sure that happens sooner rather than later to try and offset and mitigate some of the potential pain lines that's going to come down the wire on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so today's coverage, Paul, how are you feeling?
I'm ready to go. Do we do a night shift?
Do the night shift, couldn't we? Okay, folks, we've got the crowdfunder link up. You can see it on the screen down the bottom there. If you can, we know it's difficult times, don't we, Paul? It's really tough, but if you can help out, please give us a donation, keep us live. Our budget is less than a fraction of a fraction.
Can't even afford a cup of tea in here.
There's no coffee. You can't even get a coffee in here. It's an outrage.
Yeah, that was a charitable donation.
I know. So I don't know when we'll be doing this again, Paul.
Well, we've got the council elections coming up, so that's really the next with regards to this stuff there. But of course, Independence Live and Indie Live Radio, and indeed the many other organisations that we'll cover, have got stuff on most nights of the week. And even if you're bored, particularly with the nonsense that you'll find on a TV on a Saturday night, there's plenty of stuff to go in there and get yourself edged up towards our march in independence.
There's a lot happening within the kind of indie movement media-wise, isn't there? Which is we had nothing in 2013.
No.
Then was it Derek McLean? And Derek McLean got our heads together, and it was like, what's this thing called live streaming?
Technology.
Yeah, holding a wee iPad in the Glad Cafe in Shawlands, shaky iPad. Hardly any internet. Didn't know about bandwidth and all that. It was appalling, but we loved it because we could get a picture on the screen. So it started way back then. Look at the technology we've got now. We've got all this.
It's like NASA.
Yeah, it's like NASA. We've got to pack it all and get it away. But I'd just like to thank everybody in the Indie Live team, because it's not just us, Paul, is it? With Fiona and Ray down on the floor, doing the interviews for down there. Very tough time because there's not many people about. Normal election because of COVID restrictions. We've got the data back end team, Fiona, Val and Jerry and all them. Also, we've got the team that was looking after the trolls, etc. Putting off the trolls in the various live streams because it's going out various bits. But I've forgotten. Gordon, I can hardly talk. Believe in Scotland, thank God for that. Believe in Scotland team as well, Jenny and Gordon, all of them. I'd just like to thank them for all the help.
So I think your tank's on empty, mate, eh?
It is, I can hardly talk now, and we've got to hump all this gear all the time.
Well, no,
it's
listen,
a double journey. This is a big place.
You just can go and relax and have a glass of wine now, but we've got another shift to do to try and clear this operation up. So
the beginning of the end, isn't it? We switch that button, it says stop streaming.
So listen, folks, we'd just like to thank you all again for joining our live election special and keeping us company over the last 2 days. A special thanks to all our guests, and thanks for joining us to take the time to chat. Particular thanks to everybody who tuned in, both our coverage here and the guys on Indy Live Radio. And of course to everybody who donated to our crowdfunder, please continue to do so, only if you can, of course. And you can access that again on https://tvl.ink/crowdfunder. And I'd also like to offer thanks to the Independence Live team, both here across the networks, particularly Ruth and John, who kept us company for the duration. To Kevin, all the Independence Live team here in the Emirates and further afield. We certainly look forward to seeing you very soon as we stride forward towards a better tomorrow. Stay safe, enjoy your weekend. This has been the Scottish Election 2021, and we're Independence Live.